on Federal Budget Day. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start as we usually do with the playing of our national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll just start by introducing the members of council and staff who are here. We have Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash, all present in our room today. We also have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder, and we have our manager of public works, Dave Creaser, our treasurer, Manish Kulal, our fire chief, Bob Whitman, and our planning assistant, Paula Macri. And we have one guest in the room. We also have some not really guest staff, staff and consultants who are on the phone, but I don't see any members of the public there. So in any event, perhaps some more will join later on. At this point, I'll ask if there is any pecuniary interest on the part of councillors to declare. Councillor Bray.
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest for 11.5.
And I do as well for that same item, Madam Clerk. Any others? Okay, so hearing none, those two are on the record. Our first motion then would be a motion to approve the agenda. And that's with the addition of a last minute item, if you will, related to the District of Parry Sound Municipal Association spring meeting, which is taking place before we have another council meeting. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, for this, whereas the members of council have been presented with an agenda for the April 16th, 2024 regular council meeting. Be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented with the addition of item 11.7, District of Parry Sound Municipal Association Spring 2024 meeting. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Counselor Lamb, seconded by Counselor Bray. Sorry. Tick the right box here. All those in favor,
Oh,
please indicate.
I
by
had a
show.
question first, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Counselor Nash.
perfect. Thank you. I guess it's a couple things. Just when I went through the agenda, it looks like a very heavy agenda today. When I was looking through it, there's a few things that, in my eyes, maybe we could postpone to another agenda that might not have time restraints to it. I didn't know if other counselors may feel open to pushing a couple items. I'm just reading off a few of them. We have the MHPC question period, accounts payable, which we're just approving accounts that are already paid, council remuneration, boat launch improvements. I noticed there's something here about a bylaw regarding gross weight, and I don't remember ever seeing a report on it, so I didn't know if maybe that could be pushed. And there's just a motion on the blue boxes. And I also had one other, but I'll speak to that after, but I look at this and go, I know when our meetings were in the evening, we went past quite frequently, almost all the time, and the same during the day. So I didn't know if other counselors may feel that maybe we can find one or two items that we can postpone to try and keep this to, 7 hours maximum, not 7 hours minimum. And one of the main item that I had was about the 15.3, where it says personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal matters or local board employees pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act. And then it says 15.3.1, 2023 Fire Chief Remuneration and Overview. And I guess my question to that is, I guess I can understand why it might be enclosed, but we're identifying the individual, and we shouldn't be identifying the individual as something that's going into closed. It's obvious we only have one fire chief. And here we are basically putting his name there. So I'm not sure why we've called it out that way. So I think we have to look at that one further, and I've gotten some advice. And if you'd be so kind, I'll read you the advice that I received. It goes, the Information and Privacy Commissioner has taken the position that the disclosure of an individual's employee's salaries, personal information, which is protected from disclosure. The IPC has allowed the disclosure of a municipal's CAO contract on the basis that it is an unjustified invasion of the CAO's personal privacy because there is a compelling public interest in the disclosure. However, apart from the CAO, neither an individual member of council nor council as a whole is entitled to the individual salaries of individual employees, whether the information is requested of a single individual or a group of individuals. The disclosure of an individual employee salary range is permitted, but not the exact individual salary. The total global amount of a municipal department, e.g. volunteer firefighters, is permitted because it would not disclose an individual volunteer fighter specific range. The disclosure of an employee's benefit is treated differently, likely because most employees would be entitled to the same types of benefits. The answer is the same for all employees of a municipality, including volunteer firefighters who are a special category municipal employees. See definition firefighter in the Fire Protection Act. Firefighter means a fire chief and any other person employed in or appointed to a fire department and assigned to undertake the fire protection services, includes a volunteer firefighter. So on that, I would strongly suggest that item 15.3.1 be removed from the agenda today and not discussed, because we are not supposed to be discussing the item that's there in the report that follows, in my eyes, based on the information that I've received from our integrity commissioner.
Well, I could speak to that. I too have a legal opinion. The The reason your advice speaks to the CAO, because typically in most municipalities, the CAO is the only employee that reports to council. In this case, the fire chief reports to council. So that's the difference. That's why council is entitled to understand what his remuneration is. But as you indicated, and as you know from the correspondence that's enclosed, council's not entitled to individual firefighter remuneration, just collective information, which has been prepared.
Okay, that was going to be my answer. Council is entitled to discuss in closed the compensation of anyone that reports directly to council. And that's not that our fire chief, not all fire chiefs report to council, but ours does at the moment. So that's the situation. And there was a request for that information to be provided and closed at a previous meeting, as I recall. But anyway, it's not being made public, so there's no prejudice to the individual involved. Anyway, as far as taking things out of the agenda, I'm certainly all in favor of trying to keep the meetings as brief as possible. But I don't know, maybe perhaps we should kind of see, try to proceed as we can. We do have for the first item with our planning consultants, well, there are several items or a couple of items that involve our planning consultants. We do have them on the line right now, and so I don't want to tell them to go away and come back another time. But I think if we see that we're getting bogged down, and hopefully we won't, then perhaps we could we could remove some items to another meeting. Is there anybody else wishes to discuss the agenda? Okay, let's call the question on the agenda as presented with that one addition. All those in favor, please indicate. I see 3 hands up. It's did I not? Yes. Okay. Thank you. We have an agenda.
Could I ask for a recorded vote on that, please?
Sure.
No.
Councillor Woods,
No.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb, Councillor Nash,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, for our planning items, we would like to go into committee of the whole. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, for that? Moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Woods. Thank you. All those in favor? See all hands up. Okay, thank you. We are in committee of the whole at 10:16 a.m. So the first item that we have is page here a minute ago. There it is. The first item that we had is a question and answer session with our municipal planners, MHBC. And I see that we have on the phone From MHPC, we have Jamie Robinson and Patrick Towns. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this morning. We did ask counselors to identify a few questions that they might want to ask of our planners. And so they're here today. Some of those questions have been, in fact, I hope most of those questions have been submitted in advance so that they would know what we're asking. So how do we, should we take the questions that have been submitted perhaps from MCAO already? Is that? And can I ask, gentlemen, do you have a list of questions? Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, we have some questions here.
Can we get you to speak a little bit closer into the mic, if you don't mind, Jamie?
Certainly. Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better. I'm still not hearing it loud and clear, but
Okay, just a second. here. Just put on a headset here and might help out a little bit.
Mm.
Patrick, you want to try your mic, see how yours is?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
yes, we can.
Perfect.
So I'm just dull, I'm not good. Is that the deal? You can't
Well,
hear
I
me?
don't know. Can you all hear okay?
I can hear.
I can hear it.
Okay, all right. I think you're okay, Jamie. Sorry. If you want to
Okay.
just. I mean, just when you started, it sounded a little faint, but Patrick is good. So anyway, did you want to start with the questions that have been submitted to you and in writing? Is that?
Yeah, sure. We can start with that. Is the first one I've got here. Maybe we'll just run through the ones that I have on my screen here, and then if there's other ones, we can attend to those as well, if that works. We'll just start going through
Sure.
them here. Does that work, Patrick?
Yeah.
Yep. Do you want me to read the questions, Jamie? We've just received 3 so far in advance of the meeting.
Why don't I read the two? I've got 2 on my screen here. So the first one says, in your view, what is the maximum number of lots that should be permitted to be created in one location by consent, as opposed to subdivision in a municipality like ours? So that's the first question. So I just want to, as I'm answering that question, I want to make 2 things clear. Is that the reason for limiting consents, limiting the number of lots that are permitted by consent, there's really 2 reasons for that. So the first one is triggering when a plan of subdivision is required. So consent application versus a plan of subdivision. And typically a plan of subdivision is required where there's things like internal roads needed or extension of infrastructure such as hydro or things like that. Or maybe there's a parkland dedication or something that would trigger a more exhaustive agreement or more exhaustive review. So in some municipalities, official plans have a trigger that says if you're more than 3 lots or if you're more than 5 lots, you need to proceed through a consent app or through a plan of subdivision application. So that's one reason for including a maximum number of lots through consent. Another reason for that official plans might have a limitation on lot creation could be to ensure that effectively limited lot creation is occurring in rural areas. So basically to control the supply of lots that get developed in an area. So those are 2 distinct reasons for including a limit on the number of consents, number of lots created by consent. But what this question specifically speaks to, and what your current official plan policy speaks to, is the first item that I raised. So what's the trigger for consent versus plan of subdivision? So it's our opinion that in a rural municipality such as yours, I think 3 lots is a good trigger to include in your, if it's more than 3, that requiring a plan of subdivision is an appropriate trigger. I think there should be some flexibility built into the language, though. It shouldn't be like an absolute. There might be unique circumstances where you're not creating additional roads or there's not extension of hydro. There's nothing that would really necessitate the need for a plan of subdivision to be included. So I think more than three is a good cutoff, but having a little bit of flexibility is a good thing in a to have a case by case analysis undertaken. So that's really our response to that question. If the question's related to lot creation from a parcel and how much lot creation is appropriate from an existing parcel, that's really something that I think needs to be considered through an official plan review and through a growth management exercise, because there's a number of factors that come into play in evaluating how many lots would be appropriate to create from an existing parcel. Things like we'd want to look at what your existing supply of lots are. There's no sense in creating a whole bunch new lots or having policies that permit a bunch of new lot creation if there's already an abundant supply of rural lots in the area, for example. You'd also want to look at servicing, and by servicing, I mean like the road standard and the ability of the roads to accommodate additional lots in some rural road circumstances. And you might want to have limited lot creation policies in those instances. So those are some of the kind of main reasons why you'd have this sort of three lot limit in an official plan. Is there anybody have any questions about that or follow-up they'd like to ask?
Councillor Lamb?
So what about people who come and want two and then a year later, 2 years later, they want another two?
I'm sorry, we can't hear him.
My mic on?
Maybe not.
Is that better?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
That's much better.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Jamie. What about people who come and they want to create two lots and then the land's big enough that 2 years later they come and want two more, and then 2 years after that they want two more. So that's a total of six, but they never get into a subdivision type of arrangement, which I take is more onerous, or I think is more onerous than a simple consent. So can you comment on that?
Sure. Through your worship to the councillor, there's really two items at play there in my mind, and that's the first is in most rural official plans or rural municipalities official plans, there is a limit on the number of lots that you can create from an original parcel. And the reason for that, where it comes from, is that the provincial policy statement, it used to say that in rural areas, you're allowed limited lot creation. So the question was, how do you implement limited? And most municipal official plans would implement limited by putting a maximum number of lots that can be created, or you need to have a certain size lot to be eligible to create a new lot. That's how they control that's how OPs often control the amount of lot creation. That doesn't exist in your official plan currently. In the new PPS, how the new PPS reads is it says locally appropriate rural development. So it really leaves it up to the municipality to determine how much lot creation is appropriate. But often the way that's done is saying from an original parcel, you're allowed one lot or two lots or whatever the case may be. Or in order to be eligible for a new lot, you need a certain minimum lot size to start from. And maybe it's a sliding scale. Maybe if you have 100-acre property, you're allowed 3 lots. If you had a 50-acre property, you're allowed 2 lots. If you have a 10-acre property, you're allowed 1 lot. Like there could be different ways to deal with that. But as far as that sort of that your question about perpetual lot creation and like the 2 lots, 2 lots, 2 lots, 2 lots over time, your plan really doesn't provide the direction to specifically require a plan of subdivision. And I would suggest it has to be evaluated on a site-by-site basis. So for example, if over time there's been 10 lots created from a parcel of land, well, maybe there has to be a plan of subdivision later at some point in there, because maybe you need parkland for those 10 lots that have been created, for example. And that's certainly not what I would suggest the intent of your official plan is currently, but the language isn't really clear to that. So most official plans have dealt with that situation you're talking about by creating some maximum number of parcels that are lots that are created from a parcel of land that existed at a certain date, for example. So as a parcel existed in 2024, you're only allowed to create 1 or 2 or however many lots you decide is appropriate. But it's one of those kind of death by 1,000 cuts, I think, is what you're describing situations, and where's the appropriate mechanism to require a plan of subdivision, and I don't think there is one currently in your documents.
Thank you.
Counselor Nash?
Thank you. I have a new question, but just Jamie, I'm going off the comment that you just said about the lot sizes and stuff. In our official plan, do we not already have minimum lot standards, which would be like a 0.6 hectares? And if you're waterfront, it's already, I think it's 100, give or take 100 meter frontages. So I thought we already had minimum lot standards. And if you met the minimum lot standards, and let's say you had 5 acres and you had 200 meters of frontage on a lake, you could divide it because we already have those standards. And am I wrong that we don't have minimum lot standards already?
Through your worship, you're correct. You do have minimum lot standards in the zoning bylaw, and there's reference to them in the OP as well. And you're correct that those minimum lot standards do provide limitations on the number, on an ability to create lots, but there's no specific maximums in the bylaw or in the official plan in terms of the maximum number of lots that could be created from a property. Effectively, what the limiting factor, as you've suggested, are the lot standards in the zoning bylaws. So
Okay.
I
thought we had
frontage
some
requirement,
frontage. And then
minimum lot
on the
area.
question of how many lots by plan of consent, I know you've suggested, and I think we note it now a lot of the time, it's 3+1 per application. And if somebody comes back, we see it very often. Somebody comes back, be it a couple years later or 5 years later, maybe it's 2 decades later, and somebody might sever off another piece of land. Sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's longer periods. But let's say somebody came and they checked all the criteria and they did a plan of, or a consent application, and they weren't extending any municipal services. So no roads, no gas lines, no sewers, no water lines, and it was 5 lots.
Yes.
And we as a municipality said, nope, we're 3+1, can't do it. And they appealed us and took us to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but they checked off all the boxes. Does the Ontario Land Tribunal, through the provincial policy statement, have a limit of how many lots can be done from a plan of consent if there's no extension of municipal services? We might write something in our official plan, but what happens if they check all the boxes? What does the provincial policy statement say, not our official plan say?
So your worship, the provincial policy statement doesn't have limitations on number of lots that can be created through consent or plan of subdivision. Neither does the Planning Act. However, if a consideration like that got to a tribunal hearing, for example, first off, I think it would be unlikely that it would get to a tribunal hearing, because what you're fighting about there isn't the principle of whether or not the lots should be created or not. You're fighting about whether or not they should go through one process or another process. And both processes at the end of the day are quite similar. And what I'm referring to there is that And in your instance, the approval authority is the same. It's the planning board for both as well. And when I say they're quite similar is that the consent process, you would get granted provisional consent and you have 2 years to satisfy whatever conditions that are outlined. Under a plan of subdivision process, you would get what's called draft plan approval of the plan of subdivision. And there's a list of conditions that have to be satisfied. And those conditions, you would usually apply for them for 3 years or 5 years, that they'd have 3 or 5 years versus the 2 years through the consent process to satisfy those conditions. So you can apply the same conditions through consent that you can through plan of subdivision. It's really comes down to the time period that you have to satisfy those conditions, which is once those conditions are satisfied, then the lots can be registered and sold. So there's not a whole lot of difference at the end of the day between the two processes now. And they've actually been made more similar with the recent changes to the Planning Act because they've increased the time period for consents from 1 year to 2 years. So it's, but at the end of the day, the same conditions can be applied through both. So
Yeah, but I think,
I've never, I might have been in my 20 years doing this, I might have seen one appeal where it was about, can we proceed through consent versus plan of subdivision? But what it's really gonna boil down to in most instances is, what are the planning merits? And the planning merits usually aren't surrounding what's the appropriate process to go through here.
yeah, no,
Okay.
thank you. I was
So-
just asking Jamie because, you know, if we're saying there is a limit, but at the land tribunal, there is no limit. And I know a plan of subdivision, the more onerous part is there's a lot more environmental studies, a lot more items like that that need to be done for a plan of subdivision. There's different appeal processes. There's different public meeting processes than a consent application. So it might be arguing over consent or subdivision, but there's a lot more costs involved in a plan of subdivision for the applicant versus a plan of, or versus a consent application, right? And I'll leave it at that, but that would probably be a fair statement. There's more onerous professional work that needs to be done for a plan of subdivision in the most part, right?
Yeah, if I can
Can
maybe
we,
just.
can we move on to another question?
Yeah, I
Please,
think it's important just to clear up one thing on that, if you don't mind, your worship.
we're
and-
still having a little trouble hearing you, Jamie, if you can just, maybe
Okay.
just speak louder.
I'll try to speak louder. Hopefully that's better.
Yeah,
So just to clear that up, there could be more onerous items with the plan of subdivision. There doesn't have to be. And it's not the plan of subdivision that triggers the environmental studies or reviews. It's the policies in the OP that triggers those sorts of things. So it's really a process that's dependent on the number of issues and the complexity of the issues that are present, whether you should proceed through plan of subdivision or consent. And I think I'll leave it at that.
okay, thank you. Can we take the next question?
Yeah. Yes. So the second question really, I think, piggybacks off the first somewhat. And it is, if we want to, what it states is, if we want to constrain future lot creation by consent in a given location, what mechanisms can we use to achieve this planning objective? So I think that I've spoken about that a little bit when I first introduced. There's 2 reasons for limiting consent or limiting lot creation, either through consent or others. And the second reason was to control the amount of development or limit the amount of lot creation. So the mechanisms that you could use to limit lot creation in a particular location is to, if you're dealing with it on a macro scale in a rural area, on the entire rural area, for example, you could include restrictions on the number of lots that could be created from a parcel. And you could put in additional restrictions on the size of parcel that's necessary in order to be eligible to create a new lot. So that's one way to constrain future lot creation. An additional way to constrain future lot creation would be simply to establish specific policies, then in certain locations, these additional restrictions might apply, whether it's limiting the number or an outright prohibition on lot creation. But the municipality, like for example, on a lake trout lake that's at capacity, you can have policies in your official plan that specifically say that on this lake, no additional lot creation is permitted, for example. Or you could have, front to the counselor's previous point, you could have lot area and frontage requirements that get increased, which would have the effect of limiting the amount of lot creation that's permitted as well. So there's a number of different ways that you can control lot creation. I think that's sort of my
Okay, thank you.
point on that.
Anything further on that one, Counselor Nash?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I guess I'll go back to a question I had at the last one, or a comment. If we were to say, increase the lot size, we'll say for waterfront lots to 200 meters from the current 100 meters in order to help limit some amount of lots that could be created. Let's say somebody appealed that at the Ontario Land Tribunal. Let's say our official plan said it was 200 meters. And they said, well, we think 120 is wide enough when we're looking at other municipalities in the area. How would a case like that most likely go? That the official plan rules no matter what? In your expertise, or in your past cases, that the OLT, should somebody come back, like if we made something 200 meters instead of every other municipality being around at 100, would somebody have a case to fight us at the OLT?
So through your worship to the counselor, couple points on that. Typically, law frontage and frontages and areas are something that's ingrained in your zoning bylaw. When they're included in the official plan, it is a higher test. It's a higher standard, because that's really, your OP establishes the land use concept for the township. So when you see a policy in the OP that specifically says, here's the minimum lot size and here's the minimum lot frontage in this area, it's a pretty strong test to vary from.
Let's say it was in the
However,
zoning, then. Sorry about that.
what I would just kind of, in addition, what I would say is that if you're going to put those sorts of restrictions or policies in your official plan, they need to be based on something, and they need to be backed up by something, by some relevant research or specific reason for that. And I think it's important in your official plan, if you're going to include numbers like that or further restrictions, that you have some policies that set that up on what the goal is, what the objective is, and why you're putting that policy in place. So if somebody comes in and tries to vary it, if you end up in a hearing, you can point back to the reasons why and what the overall public interest is of maintaining those important parameters within your official plan. So how would it play out? I think if you've got the background and you've got the setup to those provisions, I think you're in an advantageous position if you got into a hearing. If you don't have the background and they're just sort of numbers that are included in your official plan with no rationale and no setup and background and goals and objectives, I think you're more susceptible to, you might not be successful in a hearing. You might be, but you might not be successful.
Okay.
But if you want to be successful, you have to set up those policies and provide the detailed rationale.
And just following up, when I'd said official plan, I kind of say official plan, zoning plan meaning the same, but I know they're totally different documents. If it was in the zoning plan and somebody had the same thing, like I know many times you have a condo in a city and you want to do a different height. Many times the zoning, when it goes to the OLT, is updated or changed for many things, from a height of a building requirement to a lot size. If somebody came for the exact same reason, but it was in our bylaw would the case be exactly the same to what you're saying is the official plan? And that's my only question on this topic for you left.
To your worship, what's important to understand, and this goes not just for this, but anything, is that the test for a zoning bylaw on whether it's an appropriate to amend the bylaw is not what the bylaw says. It's what the OP states, or what the official plan includes. The official plan includes the policies, or say quote unquote criteria, that must be met to amend the bylaw. So if you want a really strong limitation in your planning documents, it should be in your official plan as well. So I hope that provides some clarity.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to another question, please?
Thank you, Worship. So the last question that we received in writing before the meeting is, when should we request environmental studies? And Jamie did touch on this, so I'll be brief, but the official plan is your policy document that provides direction on when an environmental impact study would be required or not. Typically, just to provide an example, if you had a provincially significant wetland on a property and you were doing consent within 120 meters, 120 meters is referred to as adjacent lands in the official plan document, and that provides the specific direction to require an environmental impact study. So either you're within a feature or adjacent to a feature, environmental feature, and that's the trigger. Your official plan policies trigger when a study is required or not. Every application does not require an environmental impact study. If there's no features on the property, there may not be the need to do that. But again, it's a site-by-site basis. You're reviewing the official plan policies and the official plan schedules to determine if a study is required or not.
Okay, thank you. All right. And Councillor Lamb.
Again, thank you. I had submitted that question, so think I have the answer. That, you know, if I'm not mistaken, most of this information is on somewhat dated mapping, right? Like it's not, you know, how the land or the shoreline or whatever looks right now, but maybe mapping that was done 20 years ago. So how do we get around that? Like, there are some on council that I think feel that, you know, 99% of any consent or creation of a lot or subdivision should require an environmental study. And I think there are others that are not absolutely that strict. So who do we leave it up to? You? Like, how do you determine whether there's a environmental cause for this, I guess, so we can have a little more clarity?
Right. Through your worship, just a couple things on that question. It is important to have updated schedules. So if you in fact did an update to your official plan, the ministry would provide, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry and other member ministries would provide updated mapping information through that process. So that's the way to get the most up-to-date information in your official plan, is to do an official plan update. Number two, we look at the schedules in the official plan when we review a property, for example, specifically in terms of wetlands. There are some other online tools, Ministry's natural heritage mapping, that we do take a look at just to kind of double check if there's any features in the area. So that is done through kind of a site specific review. When we get a new application, we do check other available layers that are available to us and apply that if applicable to any application.
Can I just add one thing to that, your worship?
Go ahead.
If council is of the opinion, I'll throw an example in here. If you decide that, you know what, any new law creation on the shoreline of a lake, whether there's natural heritage feature such as a wetland in the area or not, but the fact that it's on water and we know water is important, you could, in your official plan, state that any consent application or any zoning amendment or whatever the case may be, in proximity to the shoreline is required to do an environmental study. You could do that if you wanted to. I'll just provide an example that south of you, so in Simcoe County and south, we have this plan called the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe that applies to us. And any water body, so stream, lake, river, is considered in that plan a key hydrologic feature. And on the basis of it being a key hydrologic feature, any development that's proposed within I think it's 30 meters of one of those features requires to be studied before a development approval can be granted. So there is precedent for doing that sort of thing in the province. So that's something that you could consider if you wanted to, but that's not currently in your official plan.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions that, the general questions that we have for our consultants? Councillor Nash.
Yeah, this is just as a follow-up to the question that you were just answering there, Jamie. And I guess in our official plan, I know you've quoted it in one of the reports that we see today regarding when a report shouldn't be done. Under 12.4 of our official plan under natural heritage, it says no development or site alterations is permitted within provincially significant wetlands or significant coastal wetlands if development is proposed within or adjacent to other significant natural heritage features. A site assessment is required to determine if these features are present and to determine if future study is required to prevent negative impacts on the feature of its ecological function. I believe you'd said 100 or 120 meters, Jamie. In our 12.05 as a follow-up to that one, it says 120 meters of significant habitat of endangered and threatened species, provincially significant wetlands, significant coastal wetlands, significant woodlands and valley lands, areas of natural and scientific interest, life science in brackets. And then B is 50 meters of areas of natural and scientific interest, earth science. So let's say we have a development right outside the municipal office tomorrow. We already know that there's not many provincially significant wetlands or any in Whitestone. We do know that there's many species at risk here: rattlesnakes, turtles, some bird species, some bats, skinks. So it says right in our plan, if development is proposed within or adjacent to other significant natural heritage features, a site assessment is required to determine if those features are present, determine if any negative impacts. But if you don't do a study, you don't know if there might be a species at risk sitting there. You don't know if there might be a Blanding's turtle. So going on that, 12.07 reads, if there are any significant gaps in the data representing natural heritage features, the proponents shall be required to undertake an ecological assessment at the proponent's expense to determine what, if any, natural heritage features are present. Where natural heritage features are found, development or site alteration shall not be permitted within or adjacent to the natural features unless it can be demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts on natural heritage features. And many times we'll put in wording for something that would read like something like, I'm just trying to find it here. I was just given a handout for one of them today. That the applicant complete an environmental study regarding the terrestrial features of the property, which confirms that there be no adverse impacts. So are you saying that because we have no wetlands in our area, that we never need to ask for any of these because nobody will ever know if they have a rattlesnake on their property or a turtle or whatever it might be, because we don't have any significant wetlands. So when do you determine when it should be or shouldn't be, instead of saying that, hey, let's make sure there isn't any of these features by doing your due diligence and doing an impact study to make sure none of these features exist, because we don't know. And I'll go to one more question to that, one more caveat to that one. There's one other comment, and it will come up later today, but I think it's of important here, just to understand. And it says Lake Owashkesh is known for its Atlantic coastal plain flora. The lake is ranked in the top 5 of all lakes in Ontario for such flora. This has been extensively documented by Natural Heritage League and the World Wildlife Fund in a 1989 study. Any development along the shorelines of Lake Owashkesh should have regard for the impacts of the rare coastal fauna environment and be directed away from the Atlantic coastal plain flora. So we do have stuff in our official plan that speaks to certain lakes already and says development should be directed away from it. But yet you're saying in general, we don't need any studies because we don't have any significant wetlands. So I'm a little confused when I read the 50 meters and earth science. Why? And from what I understand, many municipalities require reports to be done up front. So I know it's a very long-winded question, but maybe you can answer some of those key points. If you don't know if those features are on the land until you've done a study, why don't we ask for that study to make sure they're not there?
Yep, certainly, your worship, through to the counselor. I'm going to answer it in 2 parts. The first is that if if someone comes through the door with a planning application request, what we would look at related to determining whether studies are required, the first thing we'd look at is Schedule B to the official plan. So all those things you identified, all the different types of features, and then you also identified the adjacent lands distance, whether it was 50 meters or 120 meters, all those features and adjacent lands, that comes from what's called the Natural Heritage Reference Manual the province releases, and we're required to include that in the official plan in order to implement the PPS. So someone walks through the door, we'd go to Schedule B of the official plan, which is your natural heritage features. It identifies things like deer wintering areas, fish habitat, moose aquatic feeding areas, wetlands. And if development's proposed within 120 meters of those features, that would automatically trigger the need for an EIS. So that would be step 1. Step 2 would be that if we think there's the potential for species at risk in that area, we could ask for a species at risk screening to be done, which that's done in many municipalities that abut Georgian Bay, for example, because there's so many species at risk along the coast of Georgian Bay, is typically you would do a screening. And the screening exercise would identify, is there potential for species at risk on the property? And if the screening, if you checked off if you answered yes to that there is a potential, then you would likely need an EIS then to confirm whether or not there is actually species at risk habitat on the property. And if there is or isn't, what mitigation measures would be necessary. So that would typically be what we would ask for as part of an application submission or consideration.
Perfect. Thanks, Jamie. I think you've answered it. So if I have it in very simple, Georgian Bay might do it. We know we have dozens of species at risk up here. So I'll call it a SARS, species at risk screening. I think you mentioned it as something else. That would be something that you would probably suggest that we do on many applications. Am I correct, to make sure none of those things are there? And then if they aren't, great, carry on. If they are there, what can we do to mitigate any things to help those species? Am I correct?
Yes, if there, so you are correct, provided the area of the township that's been, where the application submitted falls within an area that could be subject to species at risk. I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah, and
I think but one more comment. There's also a question, like a consideration of the scale or the type of application as well. So I don't want to say it's for everything that's anywhere. But if it was a deck, for example, that needed a minor variance to accommodate a deck, there might not be a need for a species at risk assessment, even though if it's within one of those geographic areas. So it's dependent on the project and dependent on the species and what type of habitat they need for their survival.
yeah, I'm speaking more of consent or subdivision applications, right? Like I know we have landing turtles, snapping turtles, rattlesnake, there's dozens and hundreds of them. So on consent applications, not zoning decks and stuff, but on consents, would you suggest it be done then?
In many instances, yes. The only other caveat I'll add is that there is an opportunity through conditions of consent to include conditions of provisional consent to include some restrictions. So if, for example, it was bad habitat you could include, if it was the creation of one lot only, you could include some timing restrictions for tree removal as a condition of consent that might negate the need for a full bad acoustic study, for example. So, but in many instances, yes, I think everything site by site has to be evaluated on its own merits and site by site basis, but I think I've outlined the process that we would undertake.
Perfect. Thanks, Jamie. That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think in the interest of time, we will move on to the other planning matters that are on our agenda. But thanks for for answering those questions, folks, and I'm sure we'll have more as we as the term of council goes on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask one question?
I'm trying to wrap it up. Sorry, we've had quite a bit of debate here, and that's not the purpose of this session. So
I
sorry,
thought-
I'm gonna move
thought-
on, please.
Mr. Mayor, I thought the question to have our planner here was for us
I
to
know,
ask
I
him
know, but
questions.
you
because-
have asked many questions and
But
got
no,
answers to them, and
I've asked questions, other people had questions too, but we
Right.
know we have a busy agenda. We're on the very first item and we're trying to push it along quickly because we have too much on the agenda. We have our planners here at hundreds of dollars an hour for counselors to ask questions, and we can't ask them questions. I'll leave it at that, but this is just so standard for the course of what we do here. Push, 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 don't get something finished, rock on. Just continue on, and then we get ourselves in issues down the road. So whatever, if you don't want us to ask any more questions, that's fine. But just
Right.
note that counselors haven't asked all their questions.
okay, thank you. Item 5.1.2, a consent application from Julie Strong. This has been at us. This has been on our agenda before. And we have a memo from our planning assistant, and there are some comments from our planning consultants as well in conjunction with this. So who's going to kick this off? Is a planning assistant going to start, or?
I would say perhaps she wrote the initial memo,
Yeah.
and then I know either Jamie or Patrick will kick in because they did make comments. And just as a refresher, this is related to a consent application that council has seen. It went to the planning board. There was a request by Councillor Nash to make changes to council's resolution of approval in principle. It was then deferred at the planning board. It came back to staff, and MHBC was requested to comment on the consent application and the requested changes. So sorry, Ms. Macri, over to you. Yeah, I just been giving some context there. Thank you.
And just one question, Mr. Mayor. I didn't suggest changes to the municipal consents. I suggested comments to the planning board, which I act independently for items that I felt should be on the conditions of the planning board. So
Okay.
that's a big difference. So
Well, in any case, the planning board has referred the matter back to us for what we're doing right now, so. Go ahead, Paul, thank you.
Good morning. Through you, your worship, I prepared a memo in regards to Julie Strong's consent application to create one water lot access property. Council passed a resolution on February 20th, 2024, and specified a few recommendations. And the recommendations were one, parkland payment of parkland dedication, 911 addressing, that the new water access lot must include a dedicated mainland access and parking area registered with the lot, and payment of all applicable planning fees. The resolution was included in the Perry Sound Planning Board agenda package on February 26th. There was a request to the planning board secretary to amend the council's resolution, as I mentioned earlier. And the amendments were that the newly created water access lot must include a dedicated mainland parking area with a minimum size of 100 square meters as per the zoning bylaw. And there was references to the zoning bylaw, and that the parking area be registered on title with a newly created water access lot. There was also a suggested amendment with regards to environmental study regarding the terrestrial features on the property. Next amendment was that the applicant enters into a 5126 consent agreement to implement a septic system design. And also to include the location of the septic tanks and the drainage of field filter beds are located at or above the 227 meters above sea level. The proposed amendments to the council resolution were presented to the planning board on February 26, 2024, and the motion was deferred. Should a member of council wish to amend the council's resolution, the voting reconsideration process in the municipal procedure bylaw will need to be followed. I had reached out to MHBC to request their opinion on the suggested amendments, and a copy of the memo was attached to my memo. MHBC is on the line to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council has that memo in their package. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions on this report? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. One thing that jumped out at me, and it was a question that I've had and never really brought it up. The 100-meter squared rule for mainland dedicated parking. That's the area that is sold over near Bennett's Landing, right? Yeah.
That's how they are proposing to
That's-
satisfy that condition.
That's-
Yes,
that's
if your
normally right.
question. Yes.
Do we, as a municipality, do we have track or record of how many of those lots have been sold and how many are left? Have we ever tracked that?
Do you mean how much space?
How much,
Tracking the
how much
space
space
that's in
would
the
be
parking lot?
left for the area that was there?
In the parking lot you're talking about?
Yeah. Because I
Okay.
know previous applications, people had bought, multiples of the lots. I'm just wondering, is there any room left over in that area?
I don't know the answer to that question. And I don't know if anybody, our staff know? No. People are shaking their heads, so I'm guessing we do not know the answer to your question, or well, we haven't tracked it. The municipality hasn't tracked it. I think it's fair to say.
Shouldn't we be tracking that if we're approving lots? And we would guarantee that if somebody else was doing it, they were gonna create a mainland spot, that we would want it recorded that it was actually there, right? And it was large enough.
If I may, your worship, I might be able to
Go ahead.
respond to that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you. What we've offered in the memo is our independent review and recommended conditions of provisional consent. So within that, number 3 speaks to that the owner register on title and easement or similar instrument to include mainland parking for the new retained lot on the Bennett's mainland parking area to the satisfaction of the municipality. So there's 2 parts to that. They need to register something on title that ties that property to provide access. And then number 2, to the satisfaction of the municipality. So if there was ever an issue with that through the review and through satisfying those conditions, that could be addressed at that time. If there's any unknown aspects of that right now, it could be addressed through the review and sign off on those conditions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. And Jamie, I think that was you speaking on the phone just now. So I guess Councillor Woods had one of the questions I had, so I guess I'll start with that one. I know when it says number 3, I'll just read it. It says Bennett's mainland parking area to the satisfaction of council. I find when we do a condition, this is just me, to the satisfaction of council, it leaves it very open-ended. It should either be this is what you need or this is what you don't need, not we'll leave it up to council's satisfaction a year from now if we're satisfied. But in our official plan, it reads and says, and I know it wasn't quoted in your report, but under our zoning bylaw 3.51, it reads item B, parking area requirements, and then is III, so 3. Any parking area designated to serve water access lots shall have a minimum area of 100 square meters for each lot to be served and shall be permitted and no parking should be permitted within 15 meters of the high water mark. So I would be saying that if we were doing this lot and the parking was at Bennett's mainland parking, I guess we talk about Bennett's mainland parking, but where they're proposing, I believe, is somewhere in the woods off Bennett's, where Bennett's had created some parking spots under a reference plan. So I don't think it's Bennett's mainland parking area. I think it's an area that they had created a number of years ago, which I think you've referenced as 1,500 square meters. And I think Councillor Wood made a very good point to that, because we just had a plan of subdivision come through, and I think they bought 8 or 9 areas for that. Well, that would have taken up 900 square meters of that almost. So I think it's important that we say in there that it's 100 square meters of this, but I think it's also very important that we find out, there's been other lots done a few years ago, how much of this 1,500 square meters is left if we need 100, or we're supposed to have 100 square meters for each lot, pending that's what council wants. So I guess in your report, and I'll get back to it now. So I have a number of questions. So thank you for the report that you've written on this file. And yes, I had, as a member of the planning board, suggested some additional comments that I felt were very, very much needed for this property, as I would say for many properties. And I know in your recommendations, you've mentioned consent application or site plan control. So my first question is, under Bill 23, for a single lot, is site plan control still allowed? I didn't think it was still allowed, but I'm probably wrong.
Through your worship, to the counselor, there have been various changes to the legislation. It was removed for a period of time. Since then, the Planning Act has loosened up the language, I would say, to allow municipalities to still apply site plan control for less than 10 units, and that would apply to the shoreline area. So the direct answer to your question is site plan control can be used in shoreline areas again.
Perfect, good. And then under 13.1.3, I'm just going to flip to it in your report here. Sorry, I have a number of questions. Your comment, you've said at the end of it, wording can be included in the consent site plan agreement to recommend that septic system be located at least 30 meters from the shoreline where possible. But I don't see anywhere in the recommendations that this is in the agreement. I've noticed under item 4 that you've written that the owner enter a consent agreement or site plan control agreement to implement conditions regarding the design and future septic, but there's no list of items. It leaves it very open-ended. Who's going to decide on that? So that's one question. Would there not be a condition there? You've suggested it could be worded in the 5126, but haven't put it as one of your conditions.
Through your worship, no, you're correct. The provisional condition of consent is generally worded, but be the intent to capture all the policies in the official plan related to septic systems in the wording of the agreement. So that would be in there.
Okay.
There is no absolute requirement for septic systems to be located 30 meters back. It's more of a general wording policy, but that the intent would be to capture that in the eventual agreement, which I believe comes to council for final approval.
Well, yeah, and where I'm coming from is if I was the owner getting approval, I'd want to know exactly what is going to be in this 5126, what exactly the topics are going to be, not open-ended. And then under item 17.10.7, that's on page 27. You've written, this is about the Lake Washkesh flora and coastal fauna that I spoke to earlier today. And you said MHBC, a note can be included in the consent agreement, site plan control agreement about the significance of Lake Washkesh. But what 17.10.7 reads is any development along the shores of Lake Washkesh should have regard for this impact of this rare coastal fauna environment and be directed away from the coastal plain flora. Well, for that, don't you think a study should be done to tell people what needs to be done for directing development away from this? But again, nothing's in the consent agreement recommendations for that. There is no recommendation, even though you said you'd suggest something be put in it.
Through your worship, again, like there could be general wording included in the site plan agreement, which is the intent, but kind of going back to the general question portion of the meeting, there's no absolute requirement to conduct an environmental impact study in this case. So your official plan policies would apply to the development in terms of the design of septic systems, and then the setbacks and lot sizes of the zoning bylaw would apply. So as it sits, there's no policy framework to require it, but we recognize that it's an important area, and then all the minimums in terms of the implementing zoning bylaw would apply to future development on those lots.
Okay, so maybe some of the recommended consent conditions just need to be expanded so we as council know what would be approving in the 1s to 6, but also the applicant would be knowing what would be asking for, because right now it's very general. And the very last question I have on this, and I appreciate all the time everybody's given me, is why would there not be, I had proposed at the planning board, the wording, I'm just trying to find it here. So I had recommended that the applicant complete an environmental study regarding the terrestrial features of the property, which confirms that there are no adverse impacts of the consent on the natural heritage features of the property as set out in the official plan. What I was referring to there was recommending a species at risk assessment. The reason I'm saying that is this lake in particular, we know that there are, because other people have done reports on that lake, which you might not be cognizant of, but we know that there's rattlesnakes on the lake. We know that there's skinks on the lake. We know that there's salamanders, landing turtles, snapping turtles, hog snakes, and a number of birds that are all endangered, which frequent that area. If we know that as council, and if you know that as time goes on, and people on the lake have had these assessments done where there's been rattlesnakes found during their species at risk on-site reviews, is that not something that should probably be recommended here to make sure that what species at risk could be on the property and how to mitigate anything to be done there? If we know that these are very common on that lake.
Through your worship, again, I think we touched on this perhaps in the general section, but there's no policies in the official plan that identify these areas. It may be known by a lot of people that there's potential features in this area, but in order to specifically require a species at risk assessment, it would preferable if the official plan provided direction on that requirement specifically, or establish specific areas. So as of right now, you do not have that in the official plan. So that's why it was not included as a specific requirement. Can council include or recommend other conditions of consent? Absolutely. But we didn't recommend it at this time based on the applicable environmental information, the mapping and Schedule B of the official plan, and then other information that we looked at the available resources.
No, perfect, Jamie. I appreciate that. I'm a big one into trying to treat everybody the same when we can. And what I'm hearing, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, is because our official plan doesn't say a lot of this stuff, we shouldn't be asking for it on this file or almost any file if we're going on what our official plan says, because none of that stuff would be noted on the website. Like deer herding yard, I don't think is anywhere in our municipality. But if we're treating everybody the same, we shouldn't be picking and choosing when and when we don't do this. If we're going from our official plan, very seldom would we need to do these types of assessments for a consent application. I think I'm reading between the lines, getting that information. Would I be correct?
Through your worship, all our review, independent review and detailed review of the policies are included in the memo, and that's what our recommendation pertains to, is the applicable policies. Absolutely.
Excellent. Thanks, Jamie. I appreciate your detailed answers. Thanks.
Just for the record,
thanks.
that's Patrick talking right
We
now.
sound alike.
Not Jamie.
Okay, sorry, you do sound
Yeah.
alike. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Are there any other questions concerning this application? Your mic is turned off, Councillor Lamb, unfortunately, but yes, I heard what you said. Yeah. Well,
Oh, that's a long time. Okay.
what is it?
Well, I'm just concerned that when we come out and we deal with the motion, that Councillor Nash or someone else may have more questions. We get into a debate and Jamie isn't here, right? Yeah, maybe they not on call, but we may ask you to come back, right? If we run into difficulty when we're passing or trying to pass the motion on Strong or any of the other files that they've made a comment on. So.
Yeah, and I see what the issue is. Our agenda is structured in such a way that we have budget in between this and coming back out of committee of the whole, but Mind you, we could come out of committee of the whole and deal with these three maybe if you want. We can go. That may be a better solution. We can do that. Are there any other questions or comments concerning this particular application? Okay,
Hi,
can we then move on to 5.1.3, please?
Can I don't know if I'm allowed to speak. It's Julie Strong here. I'm in on the meeting. Am I allowed to speak or not? I don't know your council rules.
Well, you can, yes.
It'll take 2 minutes. I just wanted to let you know if this has any bearing on your decisions. The only reason that we're asking for this lot severance is my husband's father passed away, and this is simply to divide the estate between the two sons. We're not planning to build. There'll be no dock, there'll be no septic. You know, we're not planning on doing anything. My question is, I understand your policies and your requirements for setback and parking, and, you know, if there would need to be any flora, species at risk things, would those be conditions that would come about when and if we ever did decide to build? Or would they have to be satisfied now, even though we're not planning on building?
Okay, is there a comment from our planners on that particular question?
Through your
It goes to the timing of what happens at the planning stage and what happens at the building stage.
Yes,
Which are
of
two
course,
different
through
things.
your worship. There are recommended conditions of consent, so there's 6 in total. Rather than going through them, they're on the memo in the agenda, and your worship's correct. It goes to the planning board for a final decision, who are the approval authority. So there will be another meeting to deal with the actual approval of the consent. To directly answer your question, you have to satisfy those conditions of consent within 2 years. That's what physically creates the property and makes it a registered and separate lot. So you have, whatever those final conditions are, you have to satisfy those conditions and obtain a final a sign off from the municipality within a 2-year period, or that approval lapses.
Okay.
But excuse me, am I not correct, though, that the site plan control could be put on at any time? It doesn't have to be a site plan control isn't a condition of lot creation normally, is it?
Through your worship, it sometimes is. The wording and the conditions flexible in it being either a consent agreement or a site plan control agreement. So a consent agreement under 5126, if I'm referencing that correctly, is required. It could be either way, it's required to satisfy the condition. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything
Thank
else
you.
about all right, about 5.1.2. So let's move on to 5.1.3. Heisey and Mannery are the applicants. This one, I believe there are no comments from our planning consultants, but Paula, do you want to go ahead and just remind us where we are on this one, please?
Through you, your worship, on January 24th, 2023, council passed the following resolution in regards to Heisey and Mannery. Heisey and Mannery own a large parcel of lot on the east branch of Gooseneck Lake. It's about 100 acres with 4,000 feet of lake frontage. And they are creating 3 new lots. So at this time, council, approved the following conditions: payment of parkland dedication, the 911 addressing, that the applicants retain a qualified environmental consultant to assess the natural heritage features on the property. The applicants undertake a scope analysis by a qualified consultant to determine the impacts, if any, that the existing municipal waste site at Alts Road will have on the proposed consent. The lands be recognized, the lands to be zoned to recognize the proposed lot areas and frontages, and the lands to be placed in an H holding zone pending the completion of the environmental and hydrological assessments to the satisfaction of council. The applicants enter into section 5126 consent agreement to recognize the private road access, to include special septic design features, and to include any specific mitigation measures resulting from the environmental and hydrological assessment, and also payment of any applicable planning and legal fees. The parkland dedication fee, I am waiting for the assessed value from MPAC to calculate the parkland dedication fee. The 911 addressing is in process. The applicants have retained a qualified environmental consultant to assess the natural heritage features on the property. I've included in my memo the recommendation that was stated in the scoped environmental impact study, which is also included in the draft consent agreement. The applicants also completed the scoped analysis by a qualified consultant to determine the impacts of any that the existing municipal waste site at Alts Road will have on the proposed consent. And there were none. And that is also included in the consent agreement. The lands to be placed in the H holding zone pending the completion of the assessments. The applicants have provided the required assessments. So there's no need for the H holding. The draft consent agreement is attached to my memo. And MHBC has reviewed the consent agreement. And there's no applicable planning fees to be made to the municipality. If there's any questions in regards to the consent agreement, MHBC is on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Questions on the proposed consent agreement? Councillor Nash.
Thank you. I think just a couple things. On page 42 of 263, it was the recommendations from our planner or the John Jackson at the time from the planning board. But I just wanted to point out that what those conditions were and what got approved at the planning board are different. I don't think other council members have maybe the Heisey's motion that was passed at the planning board, but there were 7 conditions, not 6, and they changed around a little bit more detail. So maybe in the future, when the planning reports come back, if we can include the Parry Sound Area Planning Board resolution in here, it might help. But I think overall, I think I've already spoken to the gentleman in the audience. I introduced myself when I was coming in. So I already understand that the Heiseys and the municipality worked together on putting this agreement together. And I understand that the Heiseys are satisfied with what's in the agreement, which is great to know that there is some communication and working together. The only thing is when I look at this, and it kind of goes back to our last file, you know, at the planning board, this one was passed that the applicants undertake a scoped analysis by a qualified consultant to determine the impacts, if any, that the existing, that the applicants, that they undertook this, how did it read? The applicants retain a qualified environmental consultant to assess the natural heritage features. And the other condition was that the applicants enter into a 5126 agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to register on title and recognize the private road access and to include special septic design criteria and to include the specific mitigation measures resulting from the environmental and hydrological assessment. When I go through this and I looked at it, I said, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. You know, the recommendations, there's a little blurb on species at risk, a little blurb on work awareness, migratory birds, sediment control erosion, just site operations and distances, and snow fence and sediment control and fish habitat. And on black ash, and septic criteria and stormwater management. And I look at all this stuff and say, this is all really good information in here. This doesn't only inform council of what was going on, it also informs the future purchasers that, hey, you may have, you know, I'm using words, a rattlesnake or a purple elephant on the property. Be aware, hey, make sure to put up sediment fence before you do stuff. Might not be everything that we say is in our official plan, but when we do ask for these reports and we do see a study that comes back like this and we have an owner that's willing to sign it and is happy with the wording, and we've had owners all the time that signs these agreements when we ask for these impact studies to be done. When we don't ask for them, we're closing our eyes and ignoring the fact that we know what's happening and what's around. So I find this to be really good that the Heisey's engaged somebody to do this, that the Heisey's had no problem doing it, that they're happy with the wording that's in here, because it really, I find, really helps us out. I think it was like an 85-page report that came back for this property outlining everything. And when we just ignore it and say, well, it's not part of an official plan, we don't need to do it, don't ask for it.
Wrap it up. Come on.
I haven't been 5 or 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
I know, but you're repeating yourself, Councillor Nash. You've already said this three or four times this same thing this morning.
and I'm
We get
saying
what
it-
you're trying to say.
And I'm
Please,
saying it to
please-
the Heisey's report now.
please move this along. Come on.
I have the right to speak, do I not?
Not indefinitely and not to keep repeating
So
yourself.
why don't we
You're
have
the guy
staff-
who's saying, trying
Yeah.
to complain that
this-
the meeting goes for too long, and
Why don't we
you're
have
making sure
staff-
that it goes for
Why don't we have staff put a timer out and every time somebody talks, they press play? And then nobody can call anybody out of order if they're not over their allowable time.
I
I'm
just
sick and
asked you to
tired.
wrap it up, please.
you
We're not
shouldn't
going to
have-
have a debate about this now.
You
Come-
shouldn't have interrupted me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to rule you out of order.
Please go ahead.
If you're going to keep arguing.
Go ahead and rule me out of order. You
Okay,
shouldn't
you're
have
out of order.
interrupted me.
Thank you.
Now I'll call for a procedural bylaw review to see if I should have been called out of order and interrupted. So let's waste another 10 minutes and go through that, okay? Could I please ask the CAO to mention what part it is and in the part, and we'll have a special vote on this. Every
Sure
time I
would, can if you
talk,
wish.
I get cut off early because somebody doesn't like what's being said. I'm allowed to speak. I'm a counselor.
I don't even disagree with what you're saying. I've just heard it already 3 or 4 times.
The
It
day.
certainly does.
And, well, it does, but you know, there's no right or wrong here. It's just, you know, I don't know. It's very frustrating for me. You know, I'm not sure I even want to be here because this is, you know, hey, it's ridiculous. Can you not take a minute, finish and
No,
let's
I've been
move
called
on?
out of order. We'll let the rules go
come
through the
on.
rules. This is how it's gonna be.
I too am frustrated with this, is that it always happens. I think that we do need a timer. I would like to have a timer so that everybody is timed for the amount of time they have. Because I do agree that it has been, there was a lot of repeat of what has already been said. And we didn't need things to be read out that were already in the report that we have read and we have seen. And I get tired of people reading the same things over and over again that I've already read and I know. And if I have a question, I will ask it. So I would suggest we have a timer. I would suggest that you rescind your out of order, that we allow Councillor Nash to have 2 more minutes at the most. We have a timer, and that we get on with other things. Thank you.
Can you finish in 2 minutes?
You've already called me out of order. Go through the motion.
Let's, come on, let's, I agree with Counselor
Hmm?
Bray.
Hmm?
Just say I rescind and we don't need to go through all this
I'll
stuff and carry.
rescind, I will rescind the out of order once.
Okay, finish, please.
Carry on.
All right. Now, as I was saying, I guess I'll take my 2 minutes to do my little rant here now. If I want to read out something that's in our report, I'm more than entitled as a counselor to read it out so people of the public can hear it who might not have read the 300-page report. If a counselor doesn't want to hear me reading something, they can plug their ears. They can leave the room. I'm entitled to do whatever I want for that 5 minutes. I'm a counselor. I might not like what some of the other counselor says. I won't say, don't say it, I'll call you out of order. You shouldn't say it because it's already in our agenda. If we're saying we should never talk about what's in our agenda, repeat it, all we should do is ask for questions on every item. If it's something a counselor has that they feel passionate about, they'll go on for a long time about something that I might find very silly. I won't call them out of order. I won't say, don't read something. If I bring something up 4 times because it's on 4 separate files, so be it. I'm allowed to. Councillor Wood is allowed to. Councillor Bray is allowed to. The mayor's allowed to. Councillor Lamb's allowed to. What do we have in our community? Everybody gets cut off. We're dysfunctional. We're dysfunctional because we get cut off. We can't get through agendas. We say, let's limit the agenda. Nope, we go on with what's in the agenda. And then people are using their hand signals, wrap it up. We get cut off from stuff. We can't have our planner who's on the phone to answer questions specifically for us that we can't even ask him questions for in the first question or the first item of the agenda because we need to hurry up. We need an agenda that comes to us that never goes over 7 hours. It should be 5 hours. I'll end at that. I've already said my part. I thought what the Heisey's thing did was great.
Okay, thank you. I would point out, by the way, that when we come to the motion on this particular item, the preamble to the motion has the conditions that were the 7 conditions that were imposed by the planning board. So they are in the package. Does anyone else have anything about with respect to this particular application? This 5126. Okay, if not, we have one more, which is 5.1.4. The consent application, the applicants are Angelo and Bruna Sano. And again, there is a memo from the, this is a memo from the planning board. Sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry, I was looking to see who was going to introduce this. Patrick Christie, the secretary of the planning board, is on the phone. Patrick, the floor is yours if you would like to kick this one off for us, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This application by the Sanas own a large parcel of land that fronts on Highway 124 and Crown Retreats Road. And the proposed consent is to create 3 new rural lots on Crown Retreats Road. I would point out that there are some low-lying areas on the property, but the proposed lots are a minimum of 30 meters The proposed lot lines are a minimum of 30 meters from the low-lying areas. Also, there is a 1-foot reserve on this property along Crown Retreats Road that would need to be removed by council in order for the consent to be implemented. Thank you.
Okay, questions on this application? Counselor Nash.
Thank you. I guess my first question is, I noticed on the first two applications, the Strongs and the Heiseys that we had, our planning consultant provide comments. So I guess I didn't have the time to ask this earlier, but on the Sana's application, I see that we don't have our planning consultant's comments. And I noticed on their comments on other files, they spoke to, you know, they noted a whole bunch of official plan items, you know, they quoted the number in their comments on them from 8s to 12s to 13s to 17s. But I don't see that in this report. Why didn't we engage our planning consultant, or maybe when do we engage our planning consultant and when don't we engage our planning consultant? We had it on one, not at another. So I'm just not sure. That was going to be one of my questions, actually. So I'll kind of ask it here because we don't have their comments on this.
The CAO is going to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. That the question you asked, Councillor Nash, is a good question. As we have moved into the use of our new planning consultants, there really hasn't been a protocol established by council as to whether every consent application that comes from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board should be shifted to our planning consultants. That decision hasn't been made. I don't think the discussion has happened. Certainly, if there's something that's complicated or somewhat difficult, it would make sense that the planning consultants provide comments, and of course, the applicant would have to pay for those fees. I would suggest something simple like a right-of-way, perhaps not. Those are things that can be handled internally, and that there's some simplicity to that doesn't require complicated studies. So I don't know if the answers that you're looking for, but you know, we're just starting to actively use our new planning consultants. And if council wants to pass a resolution, we can write it for you for the next meeting, that every consent application, with the exception of right-of-ways, are to be sent to the our planning consultants for review and comment, then we can do that.
Okay.
It's not something that was done in the past, and I think it was somewhat obviously related to the use of John Jackson and his link to the planning board. So I think that's the answer you're looking for, which is somewhat vague, but that's where we are at this point.
I appreciate the answer, Michelle. And I think on that, like, I know, and maybe it can be at another meeting, so I don't want to get off track too long here, but like when the Sana's report came from the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, you know, I would hope that it went to the Sana's and the municipality at the same time, right? So maybe we can capture that in the same report. And the only question I have for yourself, Patrick, and it's kind of again going off a couple of the files from earlier today. In here, I noticed it's a municipal road, so you know, I understand why there's nothing there, but a condition 3, you've recommended that we enter into a 5126 agreement for the B Horizon soil in accordance with the official plan policies. Why would we need to recommend a 5126 agreement on B Horizon soils if it's already part of our official plan?
If they agree to come to the committee of the whole, then
I believe that is just, that condition is just, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Nash. I believe that condition is there because this lot is across from Fairholme Lake. So it was just a condition to make sure that there was no question about impact on that lake.
Okay, so is this based on a study that was done then?
Not based on a study, but based on the official plan, and again, questions about possible impacts on the lake.
Okay, and again, I just want to make sure all we're telling them that they have to do is to use the B Horizon soils, which is part of our official plan, so they already have to follow that rule, right?
Not in all cases would you be required to use B Horizon soils, but in this case, because of the lake, you should.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there other questions about this application?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, so can we come out of committee of the whole
Yeah.
and deal with these three and
Yes, that's.
then move on to the,
That's what I'm going to propose. Our CAO has drafted a resolution to do this. I'm going to read it to you, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone agrees to alter the order of business of the April 16th, 24 regular council meeting agenda as follows. After the completion of items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4, council will reconvene into the regular council meeting for the purposes of addressing the proposed motions in respect of items 5.1.2, 5.1.3, and 5.14. Then council will move back into committee of the whole for the purposes of addressing items 5.2 and 5.3, which are the budget items. So Councillor Lamb is moving that motion, seconded by Councillor Nash. All those in favor, please indicate. Okay, thank you. I see all hands are up. That motion is carried. So we are now back in committee of the whole, and it's 11:49 a.m. Carried. So I will now proceed then with the matters arising from the committee of the whole, from the planning matters in committee of the whole. First one is 5.1.2. I'll read the requested motion. Whereas on February 20th, 2024, by resolution number 2024-053, council approved consent application number B39/2023 in principle, subject to the following conditions. One, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. Two, that the newly created lot receive 911 addressing from the municipality. Three, that the new water access lot include a dedicated mainland access and parking area registered with the lot. And four, that all applicable planning fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone. And whereas on February 26, 2024, the Parry Sound Area Planning Board deferred the matter based on a request by Councillor Nash to the Planning Board Secretary to amend the council resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives the memorandum from Paula Macri, Planning Assistant, dated March 27th, 2024, including comments from MHBC Planning Consultants as information. That's the motion I'm looking for. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Nash.
Really quickly on this. So From what I understood from what Paula had said at the, when she was presenting this, if we wanted to change anything from a municipal point of view right now, we couldn't do anything right now. We'd have to ask for a reconsideration and all of that, if I'm correct, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Our clerk wants to speak.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. If council wants to change the original motion, then the answer is yes. If the original motion stands, but members of the planning board want to add additional conditions, which does happen from time to time, then the voting reconsideration is not required. It's only if you want to change the motion of council. If you're simply adding additional conditions, once you get to the planning board, then you're safe. It's a bit of a technical
And I
discussion.
think where I was going was, if we just left it the way it was, and if at the planning board, I'm gonna put my planning board hat on for a second, whatever the planning board passes, be it as a municipal condition or as a planning board condition in their, in their report that they give that we all vote on, I don't have it here, but it becomes what is used for everything, including the municipal conditions listed there or the planning board conditions. So if it's not dealt with here, and a few of MHBC's comments, if we bring that report back to the planning board and it's done there, it can be done that way. Am I correct? Which
Through
would
me,
be
you,
much
Mr. Mayor,
easier.
that's technically the correct way to do it.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to see and say. I think that sounds a lot easier in a situation like this. That
Through
makes
you, Mr.
sense.
Mayor, yes, that's correct. That's why we've just suggested you receive for information the report and the consult and the planning and the MHBC comments, and then the planning board can add additional comments, but you want to be careful not to try to amend a council resolution, but you can add additional conditions as does happen from time to time. I understand that. And that's where it would happen at the planning board, because the planning board ultimately is
The approval agency.
the approval agency, correct?
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, as the chair of the planning board, that's why this ended up back here, of course, because it was viewed in the motion at the planning board as changing the municipal requirements, right? And I didn't think that was fair ball, but certainly Councillor Nash could have, if he got 6:30 and 7 mixed up. But that's an inside thing. We made the meeting start at 6:30 and he didn't come in till 7 when we were wrapping it up. So, but certainly he could have made amendments to the original motion as a member of the planning board. From my perspective, I would like to know, the exact, not exact, but the kind of general 2 or 3 topics that you want to bring up, so I can get a feel from this council, right? We're there as municipal representatives. I know we're independent, we can vote differently and all that kind of stuff, but I'd like to know what's going to come up so that I can say, yeah, council's in agreement with that generally or not, or just leave it up to whatever, right? So I don't know whether we can take, just a couple minutes to say, here's what I'm going to be proposing to change. And then we can either nod or do a straw poll or do something. So we're not spinning our wheels or having, in-depth discussions at the planning board. So that's, I guess, what I would request. Thank you.
With that, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't mind answering Councillor Lamb's questions on that. And I think if that's okay, I think we do have the comments back from MHBC, and I know I'd said on some of them, it sounded like it was not a little vague, but there's, I'll say they put in a revised condition and a new condition. This was MHBC's suggestion. And one of them was that the owner enter a consent agreement or a site plan control agreement to implement conditions regarding the design of the future septic systems. And for that, I'd simply say, I think that is something I'd had on the original one. And what I had said, going back to the planning board, was that the applicants enter into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic design criteria as set out in the official plan. So I know they've mentioned it in their report, so I'd go back to what I had suggested, which was just that the applicants enter into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic systems design criteria as set out in the official plan. And that is something that we're just going to be voting on. I think on the Heisies, it did something very similar in their agreement. So that'd be the one.
How do people feel about that? Like, is everyone okay with that? I'm seeing people
So,
nod their head.
well, sorry, I'm
Sorry,
just trying to get clarity around what the proposal is that the planning board, you would add the requirement for 5126.
yeah, I think that's
For
what
the
he
So
said.
the 5126 is with us, not with the planning board. So the question is, what do we want in the planning board? Just, is it just the septic?
Well,
Hmm?
that's through you, Mr. Mayor. That was one of them for it. I was just going through their conditions, like through MHBCs. So that was one thing for the 5126 agreement. And then I guess if you're talking about 5126 agreement, I had something here which might take a couple minutes to describe, but I think we'll all know exactly what I'm speaking to. But again, I'd like to hear what people's nodding or shaking is. And what I had here was, we had recently done an application on this lake for Mr. Keene, where we spoke to, and I think Councillor Woods spoke briefly about something to do with septic earlier. And what I had, going back to the planning board, was something that we had asked Mr. Keene to do in his. And that was that the applicants enter into a 5126 consent agreement, then any septic system installations will include the following requirements. A, that the location of the septic tanks be situated such that its openings are at or above an elevation of 229.57 meters above sea level, to be certified by an Ontario land surveyor. And B, drainage or field filter beds are located at or above 227 meters above sea level. Again, that's using the exact same wording that we used for Mr. Keene's a few months ago. So those were the two items, Mr. Mayor, through you, for a 5126 agreement. One being that they implement the septic design or, criteria for drainage, what soils to use. And B, that we use the same wording as what we use for Mr. Keene's for elevation of the lids and elevation of the filter beds, when we had so much comment from cottagers on that lake with concerns about this, that I thought it was really important that we do that again for the next one that came up on that lake. So those were the two things for the 5126, which I feel strongly about, which is why I'd suggested it. And as Councillor Lamb said, I showed up for the meeting at 7, not 6:30, so I missed the whole part. So.
Okay, so you had a condition about the type of soil to be used. That wasn't part of this application. That was part of the next one.
I haven't said anything about soils for this one.
Well, I thought you did.
No, I said that the applicants enter into a 5126 agreement to implement the septic system design criteria as set on the official plan. So just reminding them on
Yeah.
title, make sure to follow what's in the official plan.
Yeah.
Very similar to what
Yeah,
Patrick has suggested for the planning file. I forget their names, but very similar to that. He's suggesting it. Well, I'm just suggesting it here as well, right? So we do it. It's a perfect example that on file Patrick speaking about today, that he's suggesting the same, but he said using this soil. I'm just saying, make sure you're following the guidelines in our official plan.
oh, okay, all right, you're just using that as an
Yeah.
example. but there are two things in this that you want in your resolution for the planning board. There's two things that you want, but the other one was parking. No, am I
Well,
correct?
so those were
One
the
septic,
two.
the second one's
Yeah, so
parking.
those were the two for the 5126 agreements.
Yeah.
Nothing else would be a 5126 agreement. So I don't know what council members might think of those two items for a 5126. If people are strongly against that, or if they think that actually makes some sense. But again, I know we're supposed to act independently at the planning board, which is why I proposed it. I think they're good. When it came to the, which wouldn't be a 5126 agreement, when it came to the water access lot or parking, in MHBC's report, they've suggested a revised condition that it read that the owner register on title and easement or similar instrument to include mainland parking for the newly retained lot on the Bennett's Landing mainland parking area to the satisfaction of council. I think the word satisfaction of council gives a little bit too ambiguous. What I had proposed, which there might be some discussion and maybe people will say no to it. What I had proposed was this, that the newly created water access lot must include a dedicated mainland parking area. I'd taken out the word access because before we had access. So I had that the newly created water access lot must include a dedicated parking area with a minimum size of 100 square meters as per zoning bylaw 3.5B 2 and 3, and then the parking area be registered on title with the newly created lot. So basically saying, you're gonna register this. We know the Bennetts have the land. You're gonna register it. It'll be at least 100 square meters that the Bennetts will give you, and everything's good. But I did feel important that we should take out the word and access, because I think we all know that when we've talked about water access lots before, it's the parking that we're really worried about, right? Where is somebody going to park? Not if they're going to end up putting a dock at Bennett's. Then are we going to say, well, now you have to have a deeded thing for the dock at Bennett's, right? So I look at it and say the word and access should be taken out. So that's why I'd worded it that way. It's the parking that I think we've all spoken to in the past. So that was my idea for that one. It was just re-referring the 100 square meters, which when Councillor Wood spoke to it earlier today, and he'd said, how do we calculate it? What do we do? Well, if we just say, go and get a parking spot, well, a parking spot's 12 square meters. When we have in our official plan where it says for water access lots, it'll be 100 square meters. I think the reason that was done years ago is because they know you're probably going to have a trailer that you're going to leave at that spot. You're going to have a couple cars. Maybe you're going to have a little bit of stuff you're going to store there. So it's not simply a parking spot. You need a little bit bigger area. Now, that might be at a public landing sometimes. That yes, there's lots of room. It's okay. But if we're going to have them buy a piece at Bennett's, let's make sure they just buy the 100 square meter area. That's all. Like, I'm in full support of Strong's application. I just think there's a few things we need to do. Hopefully I didn't get off topic there too much, if that made sense to everybody. And then the last thing that I'd suggested through you, Mr. Mayor, was I know our planner had spoken to it today saying it's not part of our official plan, but I use the Heisey's as a really good example that we'd gone with the Heisey's and we said, can you do this study for us? More than happily, they obliged. They did that study. They did it. Now we have an agreement that puts a few items in there about a few species at risk. So I had put in, which I think this one might get a little bit discussion, that the applicants complete an environmental study regarding the terrestrial features of the property, which confirms that there is no adverse impacts of the consent on natural heritage features of the property as set in official plan 1204, 1205, and 1207. So that's basically, you know, is there any species at risk noted on that property? And if so, let us know what they are. And then we do something like what we did for the Heisey's, nothing more than that. You're not trying to stop them. Right? So those were all the things, but for the 5126, Mr. Mayor, it was just the two things. The others were just conditions. So sorry to be long-winded there, but
Okay.
All right, well, we got. I guess now I'm starting to get a little concerned about the procedure here, because essentially all we're doing is we're taking a straw vote in terms of what we think about what we think the planning board should do or not do. And I have to tell you, I'm perfectly happy with the conditions that we had on it before. It got sent back to us, and all we're doing is receiving all of this information. The motion that's on the floor right now is simply to receive all of this for information. I mean, I don't quite know how to. Well, I really, it kind of begs the question, if we want to make amendments to this, to what we approved the last time, then we need to go through the process to do it. I mean, we can't stop the planning board from doing things that it wants on its own, but I just don't. I'm not sure how to satisfy your request, Councillor Lamb. I understand the request. I just don't know how to do it.
Well, I can comment on it.
Yeah.
You know, I just, if you want to just let me wing it at the planning board, God bless you. Don't say anything, we'll move on to the next case, right? But when Councillor Nash brings these up at the planning board, I guess I'm going to agree to them all, because nobody on council disagreed with them, right? So we're just having a discussion here. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see too much wrong with what he's saying about the 5126 agreement. The environmental study, I don't think we pay whatever we paid for the study that says you don't need one, and then we say we are going to have one.
Yeah.
I think that whole discussion about when we have environmental studies and when we don't is part of the official plan, is what I heard today, right?
Yeah.
So that's when we should be having the discussion and deciding one way or the other. In the meantime, we're going to have to go sort of like we've done in the past, but we've asked our planner, and he said, the firm has said we don't need one. So I'm not in support of a study, right? I mean, last month we had one on Balsam Road, right? I think it was Greenwood or whatever. You know, we didn't ask for a big study there. There could be a turtle or a snake or a God knows what on that, right? We can't, you know, there was no reason for an environmental study. So I'm not in support, nor will I be in support at planning board for that aspect of it. And, you know, so that's how I would deal with that. I don't know what the fourth thing was.
parking.
The parking,
Patrick does.
you know, I'm kind of interested in, if there's 15 spots up there, how many have been used, right? A simple call to Ed Bennett would probably answer that question. And I would think that we would be tracking that, right? Once we reach 15, there's no more, unless he gets more land, then there's nothing more there. So I mean, on the surface, I don't mind putting it in. I think it's a bit redundant because everything is in the plan anyway. So, but I don't have any problem except the study, but that's my perspective.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think for the studies, I think what an MHBC said and what Councillor Lamb is saying now makes sense. I think between now and when we redo our official plan, we know that our planner has said these things really aren't required. That's fine. So it doesn't matter which application's coming before us. If we know that as a council, then great, let's proceed on that aspect. So I agree with what you're saying. We can address it in our official plan should we want to, and then we carry on from there. And that's perfectly, I agree with that statement. There'd be no
Okay.
problem saying
So,
we don't need that.
all right, thank you. Patrick Towns from HBC has his hand up, so I'm going to recognize you, Patrick, and then I'll ask the other councillors to comment on this, and we'll
Thank you, your worship. And yeah, and understanding there's discussion on the recommendation, which is fine. You have our memo. I just wanted to make a note about the parking conditions specifically. That area, Bennett's Mainland Parking, was subject to a site-specific amendment. What was it, in 2010? Obviously wasn't involved in that process, but understanding the zoning bylaw currently says 100 square meters per space. What the effect of that historic bylaw was to allow 25 vehicles in a total area of approximately 1,500 square meters. So if I did the math correct, that's about 60 meters per site. So just be aware that there is a site-specific amendment for that property that establishes approximately 60 meters per site. So I just want to make everyone aware of that.
One question, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor. When you're saying 60 meters, how did you do that math just quickly? Because the reason I'm asking that is it said 100 square meters in our zoning bylaw per lot. It doesn't say per parking space. So did you take 25 and divided it by the 1,500 and got 60 square meters?
Through your worship, 1,500 square meters divided by 25 leaves us with 60 meters per parking space. So again, totally understand what the implementing zoning bylaw says, but there was an amendment specific to that property historically that speaks to.
No, that's good to know. Now, does it say that it's only one vehicle per lot? Or could you say that it's 2 vehicles for the waterfront lot, and therefore you need 120 square meters? Right? The whole 25 doesn't mean it's 25 lots. It just says 25 vehicles, right? So
That's what's
it does
referenced.
leave some decision-making up to us, right?
Yeah, and again, sorry, through your worship, it depends the wording on the exact bylaw, but as referenced in the memo, it's 25 vehicles, including boat trailers. And I'm only speaking to the general numbers of 25 and then the 1,500 square meters.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you
So
for
if
that.
that goes to the planning board, it should say 60 meters, not 100 meters.
Or 2 parking spots. We could say, or 2 parking spots, like 2 vehicle parking spots, which would equate to 120 square meters.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, should it be referring to what it actually says in our official plan? We want to pull that bylaw up where there was an amendment. I think it'd be fantastic for everybody to read it. But as far as I know, and as far as everybody's always told me, even years before on council sitting on that floor, if you're making a water access lot, you have to provide 100 square meters of mainland dedicated parking area, period.
And
That's what I've always heard in this municipality.
It's kind of, how do I say this, Councilor Woods? This could almost mean it's like children. It's like 2.5 children, right? You're assuming that you're going to get 1.8 parking spots out of that kind of thing, right?
I've never been told how many or heard how many. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it'd be a good thing to look up. It was always said how big the area was. I don't care how many vehicles are parked there.
Yeah.
It's at 100 square meters.
They don't park there anyway. It's the reality. This is so silly.
All right.
They don't park in the area. They park in the main parking lot.
Okay, are there
This
comments?
idea, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, of access. I take it that Indian Narrows and Bennett's Landing are access. They're public spots, and that's what we're calling access, right? They don't have to have some private access through a lot or something different than that, right? Because taking the word access out, I'm trying to think of the ramifications of that. I guess there are none.
Well,
Is that true?
the municipality has not regulated access to Wabash for historical reasons. That doesn't mean that we haven't done it in other locations, and you can't apply a common policy to every lake in the municipality for this. But you're correct. It's simply a question of parking, and making sure that there's enough space because there is public access. Some other places there might not be public access, right? But Anyway,
But I'm not
I-
sure what
I-
Jamie was saying. He was saying it's 100 meters, but there was some amendment at some point in the past that made the 100 meters 15, 25 spots or something? Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Through your
Patrick, go
worship,
ahead.
Patrick
It's-
here, yes,
what?
just for clarification and back to the earlier point, if you ever asked generally what the size of the required parking area is, 100 square meters is correct. That's what's embedded in your zoning bylaw. In this specific instance, the Bennett's mainland parking area has been earmarked for the purpose of parking for water access lots. And that went through a site-specific amendment that established you can have 25 vehicles there, including boat trailers, on an area of approximately 1,500 square meters. So that equates to, just applying generally, 60 meters per parking area. So fully understand that it says 100 square meters in your zoning bylaw, but that this property earmarked for lot creation on this lake went through a site-specific amendment to require a lesser standard. That's what's unique here.
If I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think he had said, but I think this is a really good conversation we're having. This was 2010, right? So this was 14 years ago. So between 2010, probably wouldn't be too hard of an exercise for our planner, planning assistant, planning board. Between 2010 and 2023, how many consents or subdivisions have been approved with the requirement of using the Bennett's Landing? And if we're going to use 60, that would be how many? Let's 1,500 divided by 60 quickly here. That would be
25.
25,
It is
right?
25.
So how many lots have been done using that? Are we at 21? Are we at 22? Are we at 31 already? And I think that would be really helpful to know. And if there was some site-specific thing done for 60 square meters, and instead of saying we need 100 square meters, we refer back and say it's 60 square meters as to what Patrick has just said there. But I think it would be really good information for us to know how many of those 25 spots have already been sold to somebody or on title to somebody somewhere. I think that's real important for us to know going forward and for that lake to know, which is outside of this. I'm sure they have room if it said they have room now, but would it be good to know?
Yeah, okay, well, yeah. And my sense of it is that they're not at the 25 yet, based on the applications that I'm aware of that have gone, but there may have been some other ones, I don't know. Anyway, are there other, there's really, as you can see, three things here that are at, that Councilor Lamb is trying to get some sense of our opinion on. There are three things in the amendments that have been suggested by Councilor Nash. The first one is the septic. The second one is the parking. And the third one is the environmental study. So those of you who haven't spoken, can you comment on which of those you think the planning board should support? If any.
Mr. Mayor, through you,
Yeah.
I think that after hearing a lot of the discussion, I'm certainly okay with the septic and the parking, but I would say that if we don't have anything that requires this environmental studies, I think we need to wait till we figure out what we're going to add into our new official plan.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what Councillor Bray said, but I do think that we need, it's not for the planning board, but for us as a council, that specific item about how big the parking area was and what was passed in 2010, that must be presented to council. I want every single piece of paper that we have about that area for anything else that we do in the future. Because sometimes we make people do 100 square meters, and now we're being told that this was reduced down to 60 meters. I've never, ever heard that, ever. In all the years that I sat on that floor and the years that I've been up at this table, and I'm sure Councillor Lamb, because you look kind of surprised by it, it was always 100 square meters. I specifically remember one in a property where I owned the property surrounding it, and it was a question, and Mr. Mayor, you were the one that brought it up and said, no, it has to be 100 square meters. So I want a definitive answer to that from now for everybody in the municipality, so everybody has that answer. If it's 100 square meters, and that's what it says in our paperwork, that's what happens, or else it doesn't get passed, in my opinion.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
I got enough.
Hmm?
I got enough.
Yeah,
Counselor Nance and I'll figure it out at the planning board.
yeah, I would,
We don't need to discuss it anymore.
okay, yeah. You know, as I said before, I was happy with what we approved previously, and if we were having a resolution to amend it, wouldn't support it. It's not that I don't think the septic, you know, I don't think it's bad to have a 5126 and to mention those two items, but I definitely don't think there's a need here for an environmental study, and that's you know, the process that we're following begs the question of why we spend all of this time and then, you know, anyway. So we have a motion on the floor to simply receive all of these reports, all of this information. Can I call the question then for this motion?
Don't we do recorded votes and planning items?
To receive information? Can if you want, I guess.
Well, I just thought that's. what
Okay,
it was.
all right, fine, yeah.
Thank you. It's a planning matter. Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
All right. We are now, are we at break time or what?
Can't we finish these
We,
two?
we should
two-
finish the.
Oh, we've got two more. I'm
two
sorry.
more,
Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
Finish
You're
those. and
you're
then-
right. This one. Okay, so the next one is the consent application, Heisey and Mannery's application. I'll read the suggested motion to you. Whereas on January 30th, 2023, the Parry Sound Area Planning Board approved consent application B57/2022, subject to the following 7 conditions. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges by law. 2, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the applicants retain a qualified environmental consultant to assess the natural heritage features on the property. 4, that the applicants undertake a scoped analysis by a qualified consultant to determine the impacts, if any, that the existing municipal waste site at Alds Road will have on the proposed consents. 5, that the lands be rezoned to recognize the proposed lot areas and frontages, and that the lands be placed in an H holding zoning pending the completion of the environmental and hydrogeological assessments to the satisfaction of council. And 6, that the applicants enter into a section 5126 consent agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to be registered on title, to recognize the private road access to include special septic design features, and to include any specific mitigation measures resulting from the environmental and hydrogeological assessment. And 7, that payment of all applicable planning and legal fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone. And whereas Paul O'Macri, Planning Assistant, has provided a memorandum dated March 27th, 2024 regarding the status of conditions of approval. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives this memorandum for information and that staff be requested to present a bylaw at a future regular council meeting authorizing the execution of the consent agreement substantially in the form as presented at the April 16th, 2024 regular council meeting. Who would like to move that? Councillor Woods is moving. Seconder, Councillor Lamb. Any discussion? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just very briefly. I guess my view of this when I read it was it's overkill. I don't want to change anything. I guess if the Heises and Mannerys are okay with it, I guess I'm okay with it. But, you know, when I look at it and say, well, there's no turtles or anything here right now, but boy, when you go to build, you better get a new review done and all that. That's overkill to me. Like, I mean, what, you know, there's a difference between encouraging development in a community and overkill. And I think in this case, it's overkill. But again, I'm not suggesting we change anything. It's just a comment that I have. And you know, goes back to, you know, if you got to have it reviewed again when you go to build, why are we having it to begin with? Why don't we just have one review when you go to build, right? Like, anyway, that was my comment. So, but I will be supporting it. So thank you.
So just to understand, the overkill you're referring to is about the site plan agreement at this stage, are you saying? Is
Well,
that-
I'm in here somewhere. I don't have it right here, but it says, well, basically I read it as saying there's no species at risk or whatever on the property right now. But when you go to build, you better have another review of this, right? And I don't know, I just see the consultants as getting more time and money, right? Out of, you know, they walk, I mean, the reality is if you walked around and if you went to Brian Wood's property, I'll guarantee you there's a species at risk around somewhere if you look hard enough, right? Like, it's everywhere, right? And what's sustainable development and what's ridiculousness, right? And that's always what we have to decide. And in this case, when I read it, I thought, oh my God, that is a lot of overkill. But again, I'm voting for it, so I guess we can move on. It's just a comment to that.
Okay, other comments? Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I just had one comment. I do agree with what Councillor Woods Councillor Lamb just said there. The only item I'd have is condition number 5, that the lands be rezoned to recognize the proposed lots and frontages and the lands be placed in an H holding zoning pending the completion of the environmental and ecological assessments to the satisfaction of council. I would say that unless I'm hearing something different, we're all happy with the 75-page report that was done and the need that there was no hydrological assessment done. And I would say, could we add something to this resolution saying that yes, that H could be removed? Because I don't think the H is pending the signing of the 5126, if that makes sense.
Through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, so the lands have not been rezoned for the H. And that's simply because the applicants move very quickly to get the necessary reports done. So I would suggest that since the reports are done and by passing this resolution, it would be implied they'd be to the satisfaction of council, that requirement has been met. So I don't think you need to change the resolution, is what I'm saying.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't we need to say that we are satisfied with the report instead of saying we're just receiving it for information? Shouldn't we say that we're satisfied with the environmental report? Or shouldn't we say that, you know, council, you know, agrees that item number 5 has been satisfied, something like that.
I would, Ms. Macri wants to speak to that. She's
Okay.
been dealing with this matter.
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
Through I'm sorry, through your worship, once the consent agreement is signed by both parties, the municipality will issue a letter of compliance to the planning board stating that items from 1 to 7, I believe, have been complied with, satisfied.
And then the holding designation will come off automatically from the
Correct.
planning board, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Perfect.
okay. No, well, thanks for that, because I was looking here at this thing and saying, you know, these have really been satisfied, so we shouldn't be holding up. Okay, so are there other questions or comments about this motion? If not, I'll ask for the call of the question. It's a planning item.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes,
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Now, is there a motion with respect to 5.1.4, or did we just,
yes, there is.
oh, there it is, okay. Let's go a little further down the stack here. All right. Consent application 5.1.4, the Santas. Okay, sorry, I thought I was missing something. Here's the suggested motion that okay, there's some words missing. Excuse me, there are some words missing on the top of this. There should be a whereas somewhere. Do we see it here?
It's on page.
It should,
Okay.
it should
just
say
one moment,
whereas memorandum dated whatever date it is, March 7th, 2024 from the Perry Sound Area Planning Board has been received with respect to this application, and therefore be it resolved that. Well, but I can't read it and you write it at the same time, or do you want
Yeah,
to-
I'll write that in and just give me 1 minute. Everyone take a 1 minute pause. Paula Macri.
It's 5.1.4 you're looking at, 1.3. Here's what you're looking for right here. Do you see? It's in Patrick Christie's. Why don't you just,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. If you read this, then that will be captured in the written motion. Correct, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you can write the whereas for it
Yeah,
afterwards.
we will
It
take care
doesn't
of that
matter.
after the
whereas
podcast.
doesn't really matter. That just tells you what you're talking about.
Uh,
Here's
the-
here's the motion we're looking for.
And the conditions,
Yeah.
our conditions are rewritten slightly, so if you read the recital there, and then these conditions, we will have it covered. We word our conditions, we follow his recommendations, but word them a little bit differently.
So the piece yeah, I've got the piece missing. Here's the motion that the proposed consent to create 3 new rural lots fronting on Crown Retreats Road in part of lots 37 and 38, concession B, geographic township of Hagerman, as applied for by Angelo and Bruna Sana in application number B11/2024 Whitestone, be approved subject to the following conditions. And there's 6 of them. 1, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance, with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. 2, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. 3, that the applicants enter into a section 5126 consent agreement with the municipality of Whitestone to be registered on title to ensure that the new septic systems are constructed using B Horizon soils in accordance with the municipality's official plan policies. 4, removal of the 0.3 meter reserves fronting the subject land. 5, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. And 6, that all applicable planning and or legal fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone related to the preparation of the section 5126 consent agreement. That's the motion. Can we get a mover and seconder for that one, please?
I can move that.
So Councillor Nash moves. Oh, are you doing it? Okay, all right. Councillor Nash moves. And Councillor Wood seconds. Any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 3 things on this. Condition 5, I've never really seen this condition, I don't think. I think normally that's something that the planning board would put on as their condition, where it says that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound and Area Planning Board. I know that's a condition that the planning board normally puts on, not that we put on as a condition. So I would think that that should be removed from our condition. And number 6, it says that all applicable planning and or legal fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone related to the preparation of the section 5126 consent agreement. But what about if we have planning fees outside of the 5126 agreement? Then they're not paying for that in this file. I've never seen it worded this way before. Normally it would say payment of any applicable planning fees to the municipality of Whitestone, but it doesn't say just for the 5126. So I think number 5 should be removed, and we'll leave that up to the planning board. If they want to be paid back, they'll tell us at the planning board meeting. And number 6, go back to what we see a lot of the time. If I read, I'm just going back to the Heisies, it read that payment of all applicable planning and legal fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone. And just to let you know that condition was actually passed at the planning board, and it reads that all applicable planning fees be made to the municipality of Whitestone, not in legal fees. So that's why I think it's important that when we have stuff in front of us, that we're using what the planning board passed and not what municipality noted, right? So I think number 5 should get totally scratched out, and I think number 6 just to get reworded that it's for any fees, not just for the 5126. After we've discussed that, I do have one more.
Okay, are you planning, were you planning to respond to that,
Uh,
Madam Clerk?
The, I guess just briefly, I don't know if Paula Macri has anything. I understand that 5 was requested by a new condition that Patrick Christie would like to see in there, so there's no misunderstanding that there's planning board fees, and that's based on some discussions he's had with planning board members. The 6, there may or may not be legal fees, there may or may not be planning fees. So if council wants to be able to recover any costs associated with this particular application, I think it's important that that read as is, unless council is willing to pay for some of the fees that may be required. Sometimes there is legal review required. Paula can attest to that. And there may be a requirement to reach out to our planning folks. So that's all I can say, is that's why that is there. If you want to amend the agreement, we'll have to do a motion to amend and then come back. And if all of council agrees to the motion to amend the motion that's on the table, you have a motion on the table. I'm hearing that you want to amend that. So we have to do a motion to amend, and then we'll have to come back and vote on the motion as amended. I'm just giving you the technical procedural process to amend a motion that's on the table.
And the reason why I spoke about the legal fees, I find it problematic from applicant side. If we say all planning and legal fees, if this project goes sideways and they have to get a lawyer involved and spend 10 grand, and we spend 10 grand on lawyer fees battling something out in this agreement, that we're going to pass our lawyer fees on to them to pay, and that shouldn't be in here. It's related to the 5126. I totally get it, and that's what it says here. Planning and legal fees to be to the municipality of Whitestone related to the preparation of the 5126 agreement. I get that. I totally understand that. But then there is no other spot to recuperate any of our planning fees, should we ever have any on this file. I just wanted to make members aware of that. I'm fine with that. And then the other amendment that I guess I would request was number 3. When Mr. Christie had recommended a 5126 to ensure the new septic systems are constructed using B Horizon soils in accordance with the municipality's official plan. And when Patrick had answered that and said there was no study done, it was just because it seems to be close to a lake, and therefore I wanted to see if we could protect the lake. Well, if there's no study done, what I might suggest is what we've actually done on the one we spoke to earlier today, that it just read that the applicant enters into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic design criteria set out in our official plan. And if an inspector goes out there and says, this is soil that has to be used there, so be it, just follow our plan. Unless there's been a study to say that that soil has to be used by a licensed installer, I don't think we should be saying that it needs to be used with no study. So I think that one needs to be reworded back to what we have worded for other ones in previous files. So I guess that's the only amendment really. If Patrick's asked that the planning board note be there, so be it. I don't see why I would have it there, but if Patrick has asked that it be there, so I just ask that we amend number 3 from the current wording, and I'll read it out again. Condition number 3 from the current wording to that the applicant enters into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic system design criteria set out in the official plan.
Okay, so it's going to take me a few minutes. So what if I may, Mr. Mayor, so what I'm hearing, you want one amendment, and that's related to condition 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, just rewording.
Okay, so My suggestion is, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, we are still in committee of the whole, that we break for your lunch recess. I can write this amendment out. We will come back, vote on the amendment, and then come back and vote on the resolution as amended. Does that make sense? It'll maybe move things along so you can get to your lunch, and I'll have a minute to write out what the amendment is to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I'm okay. I would, I mean, I think I agree that we should have consistency on these things. I'm not sure that, well, it would potentially avoid an argument about what goes into the 5126, but maybe not. I don't know. That's we can do it that way if nobody has any particular objection, that's fine. All right. So we're going to declare a recess, I guess, for at least half an hour. And we'll come back. We're still in committee of the whole. We will come back and finish this one, and then we'll move. Sorry, we're not in committee of the whole. We're in regular session. We'll come back and move into committee of the whole.
Right,
okay?
we'll come back into regular session,
Yeah.
address the proposed amendment, and then vote on the proposed amendment, vote on the resolution as amended, and that will end those planning matters. I see Mr. Towns has come up on the screen. I don't know if he has anything else to say before we break.
Nothing further to add. Just wanted to thank everybody for having us today.
Thank you for bearing with us, Patrick. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll have a recess. Point 1.4. So I need the main motion for 5.1.4. Where was it here? I've got your,
This is the amending motion.
yeah.
And this is the one I
Oh, that's the main one.
So.
But I had to read the thing at the top of it,
I
right?
know, so it's a little bit.
All right, just a minute.
Messy.
I've got to go back and get it out of here again. All right. It's okay, I got it. Yeah, okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's resume our meeting, please. Recording is on? Yes, it is. Where we were in the proceeding before we took our recess for lunch, we were considering item 5.1.4. And the motion, there was a motion on the floor. We have received an amendment which I'll read to you, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby amend its motion in respect of item 5.1.4 as follows. Namely, condition 3 be amended to read that the applicants enter into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic system design criteria as set out in the official plan. And that, I believe, is moved by Councillor Nash.
Yep, I can move
He's
that.
nodding his head. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Woods. All right. So the amendment is moved and seconded. Is there any discussion and further discussion on the amendment? If not, then I guess we'll call the question on the amendment. We need to do that recorded? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion to amend is carried.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will once again read the motion as amended. It is that the proposed consent to create three new rural lots fronting on Crown Retreats Road in part of lots 37 and 38, concession B in the geographic township of Hagerman, as applied for by Angelo and Bruna Sana in application number B11/2024, be approved subject to the following conditions. One, that one, that payment of a parkland dedication fee be made in accordance with the current municipal fees and charges bylaw. Two, that the new lots receive 911 addressing from the municipality. Three, that the applicants enter into a 5126 consent agreement to implement the septic system design criteria as set out in the official plan. All right, that's 4, removal of the 0.3 meter reserves fronting the subject land. 5, that all applicable planning board fees be paid to the Parry Sound Area Planning Board. 6, that all applicable planning and or legal fees be paid to the municipality of Whitestone related to the preparation of the section 5126 consent agreement. So that's the motion. It was originally moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Woods. Any discussion? The motion is amended. Councillor Nash.
My discussion isn't really discussion, it's just for me to understand. I know this is a little bit new protocol, I think, and I think what we're doing is following the new procedural bylaw. So just so I understand it, so if we have a motion presented like anything in our blue handout today, and we make any changes, we need then to do a motion to amend. And then after that motion to amend is passed or doesn't pass, you then read out the original motion again with the amendment in it, and then we pass that as well. Am I correct on how it kind of goes, just so I understand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. 99%.
Okay.
So if there was an error in the motion, that a name was spelled incorrectly, a word was missing, it was grammatical, it didn't substantially affect, a correction didn't substantially affect the intent of the motion, then that doesn't need an amendment. That's just a correction that would be acceptable. So you are correct, almost. So that would be fair to
Right,
say.
so what we're voting on now is the original motion with the amendment.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood it. So perfect, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? We'll call the question again, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Motion as amended is carried.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. It's carried. Whoops. No, they're there. No. Okay, so that brings us to 5.2, and we need to return to committee of the whole, at least for the budget discussion. So can I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor? All hands are up. Thank you. That's carried. And we're now back in committee of the whole at 1:38 p.m. Okay, so the first item in this section is 5.2.1, which is our draft operating budget. In the package, we have a memo from our treasurer. And I will ask him, I will ask you, Manish, to lead us off, please.
Through you, Mayor. The third draft of budget 2024 highlights a proposed tax rate increase of 8% as directed by council is under discussion, which resulting in a total increase of school board taxes residential is to 6.21%. Operating expenses have been by 3.87% compared to 2023 preliminary, primarily due to high contribution to the asset management reserve. Certain adjustment and clarification have made regarding operational finance, insurance rates, and employee benefits. Gas tax funding can be utilized of variety of projects, including broadband connectivity, disaster mitigation, and water waste management, among others. Asset management reserve increase from 120,854 to $267,939 from draft 2 to draft 3. The allocation of Parkland Reserve Fund for 2024 projects and future initiative has been outlined in accordance with the legislative requirements. Update on the road grants, insurance coverage, and postponed projects are also provided. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Manish. Questions, comments from councillors? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to get into the detail of the budget. We've been over it twice now. I just will give you my viewpoint overall, I guess, on it. I think sometimes it's optics when we said 8%, and I think the 8% when you take into account education tax is 6.2%. Optically, it looks a heck of a lot better if that 8% became 7.8. And the 6.2 became 5.9 or something. And again, we're only talking, $10,000 or $20,000. So I guess the question is, where would we come up with that 20,000? And there may be other things added today, right? Things like bylaw may need a little more money and things like that. Well, where I see us getting that money is every time I've talked to the treasurer, he seemed to have indicated that we're probably headed for a healthy surplus of some sort, right? So I see us taking whatever we need to make that figure, as I say, 7.8 and 5.9 with education. We use whatever monies are in, let's say, for instance, the surplus is 100,000. If it takes 20,000 to make those figures work, we take the other 80,000 of that surplus and simply apply it to reserves. So I think between what we've done with the reserves, which I think has improved them by a couple 100,000 or so from when we started, because I think when this budget process started, I think we were going to end up with 1.1 million at the end of the year in reserves. Now I think we're closer to 1.3 million, right? So we're eating that big elephant of the asset management plan, you know, one bite at a time, kind of. So if we're able to add to that, you know, the surplus, then that's how I'd like to see the thing play out. I think optically the community will be with us, given all our demands. And I think when we communicate the budget and have our public meeting, what we're going to have to do is explain really two things: the pressures that have come, obviously from buying a fire truck, which, you know, surprised us and was $700 and some odd thousand, and the asset management plan, which requires us to formally put more monies away. So I think that needs to be hammered home when we communicate this budget to people. I don't know when we're going to communicate it, because I noticed in here we've cut out the May newsletter. So when is the newsletter after May? August?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay, so I guess in August we'll have to explain that to them. But that's sort of the bottom line where I'm coming from. We may want to nudge up a little bit in terms of bylaw enforcement. Other than that, as I say, I'm not going to get too much down in the weeds on this. I really hope today we can have a, you know, kind of a minimal discussion on it, approve it to go to a public meeting. Hopefully by the time the public meeting occurs in May, we'll have the auditors in and know exactly what the surplus is, or be pretty close to it. And we can simply pass our budget. So those are the only comments that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. And I guess I'll lead off by one comment that Councillor Lamb just said. The 8%, Manish, does that equate down? Did you say 6.2?
6.2.
Is that roughly where it is?
With the education tax in.
The 8% is the municipal portion. When it is with the education, it is coming at 6.21%.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So I guess I've said it before, I'm not going to try and dwell either on too many things. I have a number of comments or questions, but it should be pretty brief. So I know I've said it in the past, but I think it's real important that we try and put as much as we can to reserves as we can. And I know that out of the Bunny Trail slurry, the Maple Island Bridge, and the slurry seal on Farley's Road, I think it'd be great. I know the Works Department has noted that, you know, some of these are very crucial. I'd like to see if we're able to do one of those three projects be deferred for a year, not all three, just one. But in the report on page 66, question for yourself, Manish. It's a parkland dedication fee. And we speak to that 60% that we need to spend each year is 72,000. But this year we're only spending 62,000, and it's noted the remaining amount of 9,000 will be allocated for future park projects in 2025. But I think it's money that, if I'm correct, has to be spent. I know you've spent or allocated each year. So if it's a future park project, we're going to have to allocate what that is this year for next year. We can't just say we're going to allocate it futurely. And what I'd like to see is to say we're at 62,799. Well, I'm going to push and put two suggestions out that 9,500 can go more towards the boat launches, which we know are still underfunded for gravel and everything that the Works Department needs to do, or go to parkland and a little bit of it go to the Maple Island Park area to help with the parking or some fencing or some trees or improvements of the sand or fiber under the swing sets. So instead of pushing it off till next year, which in the budget talks, we're gonna have to figure out what that project would be next year and say, let's spend that 10 grand this year, which is what I think is intended if we can. So I don't know what other counselors might think to that about picking a project that's 10 grand for this year and putting it on it. And then this was more for clarification. So under capital, we have $49,000 in capital projects that says that we're going to be funding it from operating budget. Those include computer upgrades, health and safety policy, official plan, lake planning initiatives, improvements to fire station 1 and 2 Steinhoff. And I know last year official plan and lake planning were under operating. Now we took them out and put them under capital, but we're pulling the funding from it out of operating. So I'm not sure why we couldn't just put those items into operating instead of transferring money from one to another. Is there a reason that we have to do that, Manish?
Through you, Mayor. The project is a capital nature when we do auditing, so that should be an asset, and operating is an expense. Only the portions of funding for that project came from operatings.
Okay. And then there was one question on the boat launches. It says now 2,000 has been added for WWK maintenance, and I'm not sure what that refers to.
Which page you are in referring?
I've just made a note here. Let me see. It's under capital. It says it was on page 80 of 263. It's in red about 2/3 of the way down the page, under 17,000 for boat launches. It says increased by $2,000 WWK maintenance, and then part of it's cut off, but I know it says maintenance.
All right, CA is going to respond.
I'll just respond
Yeah.
briefly, but I'll let Dave Creaser do the final comments. So if you recall, there was originally $4,000 allocated to the Wawakesh Dam boom docks. And that's, and it was also, there was also some potential maintenance within that $4,000. So that was then reduced to $2,000, and the other $2,000 was added to the boat launches, general parking. Is that, have I got it right, Dave? That's what you did? Yeah, that was a council request.
All right, so it's not that it's $2,000 for maintenance, but the Washcash is just an extra 2,000 into the boat launches in general. Okay, that's where I was confused. And then my question on the boat launches and WWK maintenance was, if boat launches like are a yearly event, just like our roads being graveled, why would we have it under capital, just like we wouldn't have the gravel, our yearly maintenance gravel, under capital? This isn't for purchase of docks or stuff. This was just for general maintenance, graveling, and the Wawashkesh dock and boom. That's a yearly thing to take out a dock and put in a boom. It's not a capital asset. So I'm confused again why those were taken out of capital and put under, or taken out of operating and put under capital. I think they should be, maybe I'm getting it mixed up, but they should be under operating, and now they're in capital. So I think we should be moving it back.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, this was done for the purpose of utilizing the Parkland Reserve for that particular expense. So it needs to be a capital item in order to apply the reserve to it. In future years, you're correct, general maintenance is operating, but for the purposes of utilizing the Parkland Reserve, that's why it looks the way it does.
Perfect sense. And then my last two little questions are, it's a small thing, but I think anything we can save. $4,000 was under item 19810-1 under operating. It was for the demolition of the shed at the property just next door to us. And I would say, I'd love to see that $4,000 disappear if our crews can demolish the shed themselves with our excavator or backhoe or dump truck, whatever we have, and take the material to our own landfill, and there wouldn't be any cost associated with it. I don't know what Works Department might think if that's feasible. It's 4,000, but we can do it ourselves. I think it would be great. Would you be able to comment on that at all, Dave?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can do, I'm sure we can do something. I haven't had a good look at it, but I think we planned on a couple bins worth, smashing it in a couple bins. But we'll have to look at it. The shingles on there. I don't know what else is inside, but I'm sure we could do something.
And it, like, I'm assuming it could go to our landfill.
I don't see anything restricting us from taking it to the landfill. So we likely could go. It's not contractor waste, it's municipal property, municipal. It would, so it looks like it could go, we take it up to Alds.
So that was just my comment on, hey, if there's a way to save a few bucks. And then my last one is just for Manish, and then I'm done with my questions. Back in, and it's to do with the AMP study, and I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the AMP study. So back in 2023, March 22nd, there's a report that noted the AMP optimal investment noted is $6,337,800 annually. And then it goes on to say that that's not adjusted for inflation or CPI. But then in the report that we have today, it says that the AMP for 2023 was noted at 400,000. So I guess I'm a little confused on if the optimal investment in AMP was 637 annually, why it would have only noted 400,000 for 2023 and 500,000 for 2024. If we were told a couple years ago it's 637. So I'm really confused on this AMP number. I don't know if you might be able to comment on that, Manish.
Through you, Mayor. I just want to ask which page you're referring now, Councilor Nash?
So you're on page, the very last, on page 85.
Thank you.
There's a little chart that takes up a bit of the page, and it says forecast per AMP year 2023, 400,000. But when I went back and I looked at the March 22nd, 2023 report presented to council, it read the optimal investment noted is $637,800 annually to the AMP, and that didn't include inflation. So last year we were told 637, but then in here it says AMP per forecast was 400 for 2023, and I think it says at the very far right, forecast as per AMP 2023. It's supposed to read 2024. I think that's just a quick little typo. It says 500,000 this year, but last year we were told it's 637 annually. So I'm really confused. These are big numbers that are changing.
Through you, Mayor. I don't have the number which you're referring for 2023, but the forecast is what AMP suggested. This is the contribution should be for the particular year, 2023. And I just made a summary, what is the contribution has been made. But I will look into that with the report was Nash is referring, and I'll get back to the council. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Manish. Yeah, so out of everything I said, yeah, thank you very much. And just to put some thought into if there's any way to maybe just postpone one of those three projects at the very start. There's two of the slurry seals or the bridge. I think we can postpone one of those. We'll have a little bit more in reserves. I know there's going to be some fees for the Beaver Dam washouts that are going to be coming, and that'll give us a little bit of money what Councillor Lamb said, if we want to get from 8 to 7.8, having one of those 3 little projects delayed, not all of them, might help us get there, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? No?
I just, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, mine was just, I was wondering about the 9,500 in Parkland, why we don't figure out a way to spend it this year.
I can speak to that. Possibly. So what we did, and that was collectively Dave and I and Manish, we looked at all of the projects that were eligible, the council had generally agreed to, where this parkland money could be utilized. And if you recall, there was other AOD improvements that were talked about at the last council meeting, but they proved to be very expensive. And the general discussion was those would be 2025 improvements. So we've pulled together everything we could possibly think of, including the $4,000 for the demolition of the shed, which, you know, there'll be some gravel and some topsoil and bins. So there will be some expenses, in spite of the fact that I think the excavator could, I think our staff would enjoy knocking it down, actually. But as far as that 9,500 goes, according to our auditors, we can allocate it, and you don't have to be specific, but you can. We know that there's a public works vehicle that, or that's parks related, that needs to be replaced next year. There's going to be AODA improvements next year. There's going to be more boat launch work. So it's not that there's not going to be enough work to do next year in terms of utilizing this piece of the Parkland Reserve and whatever is available, whatever needs to be spent next year. So if council wants to add projects to the value of 9,500 or more, that can be done, or it can just sit and be allocated accordingly. It will affect the budget number, correct, Manish? The percent increase if that 9,500 is added in.
Through you, Mayor, if you use that 9,500, it doesn't make any effect. It's in a reserve.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
And my one question to that is, we have community center communications for 25,000, but we don't have it as a parkland dedication fee. I'm sure the community center here, that the whatever we put into that would be considered recreational.
That was tough for you, Mr. Mayor. That was, we're not, we had a hard time making it fit the definition.
But deciding this,
Yeah, that's the improvements of the community center.
wouldn't that be improving the community center?
I would think so.
Yeah, we could try. We have a, in fact, we have a grant application out for the audio improvements. We also will have a grant application out shortly for all of the AODA improvements. So it may very well be that we don't use the reserve and it gets allocated next year. But of course, we don't know until we get that information.
Could it be if we don't get the grants and that 10 grand, as I've spoken to Councillor Woods, can go towards the improvements in the community center?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Manish, when you were speaking with the auditors and reviewing the projects that were eligible for the use of the Parkland Reserve, did you discuss the audio improvements within the community center here?
Through you, Mayor. No, I didn't discuss with that, but I'll double check with our auditor.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just to throw a wrench into everything. Since you're throwing out Maple Island and doing stuff out there and projects, what would it cost us to simply take the Franklin property and put some gravel on it, and make some parking there, and move the dock that's currently here, knock the tree down and move the dock onto the new property to create kind of like a boat launch area there? Is that over 10 grand? Yeah, okay, I'm getting, okay. How much over 10 grand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
If we
right now-
did the work ourselves?
As it stands right now, the path is a community path, an accessible path that leads to the dock. There's a bit of a retaining wall there with oversized rock that leads down in there. So some landscaping included in that, moving it over. So there's asphalt, the path, the landscape would have to be removed. We would have to remove the tree. And
The tree's rotten anyway.
you'd have to, which is fine, you'd have to reinstate the shoreline though. You couldn't just open it up. And so there would be a little bit more involved. It's a,
What happens if we just want to make it a parking lot? Obviously, at some point, we're not going to be able to park on the highway, right? That's what I'm getting at. McKellar can't, they had to move their market and all that kind of stuff, so.
we'd have to look at the permits for access from the MTO as well.
Okay.
A few things should be looked at. I think they're all good ideas. If I can look into some of those things a little further and have a better answer for you, I think I'd start with the MTO first. If we can get access off that. If not, we'd have to look at other alternatives, but it is a good idea.
Well, why don't we just take the approach of saying Parkland Reserve 9,500 to be allocated, and then you come back and you allocate it, whether 2 months from now or whatever. Versus pushing it to 2025, then we can decide as a council. Does that make any sense? Sorry.
Councilor Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would, we haven't had a discussion about the Franklin property and what we're going to do with it, have we?
No.
Okay, good, because my feeling is that I would hate to see it go to parking. I think it's a green space. It could be added onto our park area that we have on our waterfront and would be a real asset. And to make it parking it wouldn't really do that much. The issue around the road parking, I'm sure that, yes, that we always, there's concerns about certain times when the road parking is on, but it's not the same as when McKellar has the fair every weekend in the summer. And it's like, not miles, but it seems like it's it's quite a ways. And so that they had to create parking because of of it being all the time, like every weekend. So I would like to see us have that discussion about that property before we decide anything.
Okay, thanks. I guess the other comment I have about trying to spend all of the Parkland Reserve is that, next year, if we do that, then next year we have relatively small amount of money there. And sometimes the projects that really fit within the intended use of that fund, those funds are bigger than that. So then you don't have enough money there. So you either have to transfer for some non-Parkland Reserve money into it, or like I realize we're supposed to spend it and not let it accumulate into huge dollars, but a certain percentage of it anyway we're supposed to spend. But I don't know that there's anything wrong with leaving some of it there for another time in case there's a project that would need $20,000 or $30,000 or something to spend, right?
There's no Parkland dedication police out there, is there?
Well, I don't know who looks in, to be honest. I don't know if they
Our auditors.
MMAH.
Oh, the auditors, okay.
If
well,
the
they're-
auditors flag it, MMAH would notice it. They're the ones who have the rule about.
And I think through you, Mr. Mayor, the only important part that if we wanted to leave it till next year, great. Is when I thought about the communication system, I'm like, that'll spend it all. It's a nice, simple way to do it. But it reads, beginning in 2023 and each calendar year thereafter, municipalities shall spend or allocate at least 60% of the monies that are in the special account at the beginning of each year. So we can't say we're just putting it in until next year. We have to say, I think, as part of our budget now, there's 10 grand being allocated next year for this project for next year. You can't just put it there and say there'll be something that comes up. right? So if we want to say, okay, we're going to use the 90, set 500 that's left for the boat launches next year, you could do that, but you couldn't just say it's going into an account. So this was my way of trying to spend it on the sound system. And if we save $4,000 on the demolition, that'll give us 14 grand of funding towards our audio video, hopefully.
Yeah.
Unless we get a grant. And then maybe it'll come back to us and we'll have to say, now we have 14 grand that's not allocated. What are we gonna do? And we say, okay, we're gonna allocate that in 2025 to this project. So at least we'll follow the guidelines.
Yeah, the thing is, we have to allocate 60%. We have to spend or allocate 60%. We've spent, we're going to spend, we've allocated, I guess, whatever your argument is, 62,799 out of 72,373.28, which is way more
I
than
don't know,
60%.
out of 120,000. So that's why we need the numbers, the 9,500 is what we need to still allot. Right at the beginning of that memo, it says we have 120,000 pending auditor review. 60% of that
Oh,
will
I
be
see. All right. Oh, okay.
72,000.
So it was 120. All right. I thought it was the 60% was you had to, whatever you took in, you had to spend 60%.
Why don't we just allocate it next year to boat launches? We know we're gonna put that sort of thing in, we allocate it and end the discussion.
Then it's done.
Then it's done.
Yeah, through
Right.
you, Mr. Mayor. That's, I was going to suggest AODA because we know that there's some compliance issues that have to be addressed and boat launches will be ongoing year after year. And the other thing to consider is, the estimates that you see on page 66 are just that, they're best estimates at this time. The vinyl siding could come in at 12,000 or it could come in at 16,000 when we get the actual estimates and so on and so forth. The low value ones, not so much, but there'll be some reconciliation at some point that these are best estimates. So you may not need to use all the 95. We don't have an issue of it being specifically allocated to something next year. In fact, we had the conversation of what it would be. And, we felt that that was a council discussion. My suggestion is AODA, but it could be boat launches. It could be any one of those ongoing requirements that council is responsible for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, did you say that there's an application for possible AODA funding, possibly?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so-
There's a new funding application available that I think it's due at the end of the month.
So if
Yeah.
that's similar to the audio video where we might get funding, I might take up what Councillor Lamb said there and say, if we just say to boat launches, I think that'll go a long way in the community too, to hear that they're going to consider that as part of a park. It'll go a long way if we say we're doing this. I think it'll look good for council as a whole as well. So that's what I would suggest. We just say any unused portion of the 60% be allocated to boat launches next year. I don't know. I know that's what Councillor
That's fine.
Lamb had indicated. I don't know, Councillor Brian Woods, what you might think of that.
Let's do it, move on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, anything else about, any other questions or comments about? No?
Good.
All right, so I guess the question is, what do we?
I think we should.
The things that we've, sorry, I've got two motions here and I'm just, help me out, see, what's,
Yes, if I may, Mr. Mayor. So there's two motions. One is that the budget as presented be accepted with the 8% and the 6.21 increase to residential tax rate is recommended by the treasurer. And then council
I see.
requests that staff proceed with notification to a public meeting for May 21st. So you can do that. Or you can amend that motion and say the budget is approved with the following amendments. Or you can say, they received the draft operating budget and the adjustments as discussed be agreed to by council and be made to the draft operating budget, brought back to May 21st. So then there's one more step so that it gets approved in June. So I have a couple of options, and it just, I'm not seeing any amendments come forward except a request to remove a public works project. So if you want to amend, yes, Councillor Lamb suggested that
I think.
8% move to 7.8.
Well, yeah, and what I'm suggesting is that we can do that once we know what the surplus is at the public meeting. Like, we can still make changes, can't we? Like, we could say, okay, instead of 8, make it 7.8 and 5.9 with education, and away we go, right? By allocating part of the surplus to the operating and the rest going to capital or reserves.
I believe so. And I think that's what was done last year because we had a deficit budget and the deficit was accounted for through the surplus. Is that correct, Manish?
Just a minor thing
No.
that optically will look, I think, good in the community. Make
Through,
it-
through you, Mayor. Yeah, that's correct, Michelle. Thank you.
So will we know, here's the question, will we know by May 21st? We will know the final surplus or whatever we'll be done with the audit. We'll have information on the things that have been discussed. So is there any reason why we want to have one more kick at the can, so to speak, and then a public meeting and move it till June?
Not going to be much of a kick.
You know, if you look at, yeah, and if you look at our neighbors, they've all pretty much approved their budgets by now.
Got to move on.
So I would be hoping that we could do the first motion that's in your package but I'm wondering if there's any risk that we won't have the final numbers by then. Is that?
Through you, Mayor. We have next week our auditor is coming, so we have our surplus or deficit number by next week, Tuesday.
So we can do the public meeting for the May 21st, correct?
That's correct. You can. And Manish will be able to present that. We're pretty confident it's a surplus. We just don't know how much at the May 21st meeting. And that, subject to council direction, will affect the percentage increase of the budget.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could just maybe recommend one really quick thing, if you're going to read the first motion, the second that, maybe don't read that out, and then we don't need to do a motion to change it or anything in case anything comes up. When it said that no further adjustments be made to the 2024 draft operating budget and the budget as presented, maybe if we just take that out, because maybe there will be a few changes in the public meeting or whatever. So I don't really think that's important. And if Manish or staff feel it's important to change something minor when something comes back, well, we're not saying you can't, because here we're saying this is it and there won't be any changes. So I'm thinking you just take that second that out of the motion. I don't know what people think of that when you read it.
Well, clearly, if we leave that clause in, then we can't do the things that, we can't do any of the minor things that are suggested. Well, that's my interpretation of it anyway.
Yeah.
But we can, well, I suppose, yeah, there might be other things that would come up, am I right? That haven't been discussed that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's always the case. For instance, Dave was just telling me that there's going to be a cost to the washouts. But that happens whether you're in budget discussions or not. There's always an expense that comes forward that's unexpected. And there's something that you expect is going to cost you a certain amount of money and doesn't. And you can't be continually chasing those costs. At some point, you you approve a budget and then you do your best to work within those parameters and do the plus and minuses. So I'm not sure that, I'm not sure what significant changes would come forward at the next meeting. It's only what council is recommending that we need to understand what you're looking for the actual public meeting. So that gets presented as a potential tax increase because council has to approve the tax rate at the next meeting. So we need to know what's going to be included in the budget for you to actually approve the tax rate, because that's what happens at the public meeting, after the public meeting. So what I'm just making a long story longer, we need to understand specifically what you want to see. I heard one person wants a public works project eliminated. A member of council would like the rate to be 7.8 instead of 8%. So staff need that kind of direction to actually come back with a budget and then be able to, because if we don't have all the details, we can't set the tax rate. It will, if there's significant changes from council, we'll need another meeting. Because once Manish does all the calculations, which he tells me are slightly complicated, it's not a linear equation, we need to know generally what you're looking to accomplish today, and then we can have the public meeting and meet those parameters.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the comment that I had on one of the three capital projects, and I know they're all of importance. That's why I didn't say two, I didn't say three, but if anybody else on council feels the way I do, maybe speak up. If nobody else feels the way I do and nobody speaks up, then obviously we wouldn't change anything there, right? It was just one of my ideas. So I don't know if anybody else feels the way I do. And if they don't, then that question will be answered for you already. So.
I mean, you know.
We would need a motion, we would need an amending motion for council to agree to pull something out of the budget. It can't be just, we're at the stage where it's important that everything is written down and understood. And maybe you'd like to, if you don't mind me saying, Mr. Mayor, maybe you'd like to ask Dave Creaser if he's agreeable or has any issues with removing any of those projects, which.
And what impact that would have on the budget? Is this all just coming out of a reserve? So,
Right.
you know, it has nothing to do with nothing, right?
Yeah, I guess, sorry, I just, that's kind of my question is like, what is the intent of doing that? How is that helping us? I don't, removing a project specifically I'm talking about.
Does that lower the tax rate or does it still remain the same because they're coming out of reserves or what, right?
Yeah, so I can answer the part that out of those three projects, the Maple Island Bridge was the asset management plan. So that would be less coming out of asset management plan, which would have boosted our asset management.
Well, you're just pushing it a year. You're not eliminating it, right? Like saying if you live in a house, you got to do the roof. We're just moving it to next year, but we're saving money. We're not.
Okay, I'll ask either Dave or Manish if you have a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think a good question is how are these being funded? I think Councillor Lamb asked that question, and maybe Manish, you can help me with these projects here. They've got the slurry seal on Farley's Road, Ladd's Bridge, and slurry seal on Farley. So these three, I think you have identified with the funding right beside them in each. I believe 79 is we have. So we have Farley's Road.
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, the Farley's Road we are funded by OCF and gas tax funds. then we have to park that money for using for next year. If you don't use it, then you have to hold it in a special account and we can spend it next year. It's like a parking money aside, then we have to pay the interest to the, interest will be accumulated. So either we have to pay back or we have to use it in next year.
Just when Manish is looking it up, the gravel that we use, the 200,000, we not use some of the gas tax towards the 200,000 of gravel we put down, even though we get a grant for some of it. Some of the gas tax could go towards the gravel road work, right? It doesn't have to go, not like it could go there instead of having to be put in the side, would have to take out, unfortunately, some of the operating budget, and you could put 100 grand of the operating budget into capital for gravel. And then that 100 grand in capital for gravel, you could use the gas tax or the OCIF or something like that, right?
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, the gas tax and OCF is a specified project. It should be a capital project. And if you don't use it in a particular calendar year, we have to keep the money aside with the interest accrued, and we have to use to next upcoming years. It's kind of a reserve, and it will be, if it is not utilized, it will be kept aside.
Yeah, but would gravel placement and maintenance on roads qualify for the gas tax or the OCIF, or does it have to be paved roads?
They are the maintenance of
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's usually a separation between the two. I believe through the asset management, if you put enough gravel on there to make an improvement to the road, then that's an asset, that's a capital. And if you don't, and you put the smaller amount that we typically do, it's right on the borderline of what we're doing at Wawashkesh. It's on the maintenance side. It's not really on the capital side. Capital side would be maybe closer to 6 inches, and maintenance would be closer to 3, and we're kind of in between 3 and 4. We're right around, we're under the 4, but we're close to 4. So we're close to the maintenance side, but I'll let Manish clarify.
the two grants which you are getting. One is the OCF and gas tax, another is for the gravel. The gravel is for the general maintenance, which we are using for the projects, and we have to report accordingly to the ministry on that.
Yeah, no, sorry, but I think we get like 100 and something thousand a year for the gravel grant. But if we're putting 200 and something thousand into gravel, we could simply say 100,000 of that, which is going on Wawashkesh. Theoretically, if we put it down at the roughly, I know Dave, you were going off numbers from your head, but if it says for the OCF or OCIF or gas tax, it needs to be 100 millimeters in thickness. If we put it down at that thickness, technically it would qualify for OCIF or the gas tax, and we wouldn't need to park something in a special bank account, right?
I believe you're correct. There's inside the gravel maintenance, there is more than just Wawashkesh. We have maintenance items as well in there, general maintenance, and those go to issues that arise throughout the year, throughout the spring and summer roads as well. I believe what Manish is getting at is when we get the funding, all these projects that are being funded have to be a project. So part of a project, they have to be a whole project. So if we have 119,000 of the 200 and change that we have for maintenance, that would be dedicated to a project. And that is Wawashkesh already. That's already dedicated to that. So the remaining portion is going to be part maintenance and part the remainder of Wawashkesh, I believe. So there is a small balance there that could be played with, but it's not the entire amount.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I just want to say this is a bigger question than we can answer today. So this will, if you want staff to go back and consider that and move maintenance gravel into a capital project, it changes the budget numbers because now you've got a different operating number, you've got a different capital number, you're using reserves differently. So it's a good question, but so I let you know, it's a bigger question than can be answered today. And we won't be able to go to a public meeting in May if those changes are contemplated and council agrees to them. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that right now we need to get some better answers from OSEP. It's not my years in public works. We never used maintenance gravel as a capital project, only if it was part of a larger project like a slurry seal or a surface treatment plus asphalt on top, not just strictly gravel. That's my experience, but we might get a different answer. But until we actually reach out to the two funding agencies, we won't know.
Well, we're getting,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor, we're getting bogged down.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what we're achieving. Like, people live on these roads, they use the bridges, they use the things, we have to get them done. If to simply say, well, pick one, drop one, right? I guess Dave can do that if he wants to, but I don't know really, and Councillor Nash may be right, but I don't know what we're achieving at the end of the day, right? So we can say next January or February or next year, oh, do it now? Like I don't get it. So anyway, and again, you may be right, but we're getting bogged down. We need to move on. I would prefer to go to something in May, but you know, it doesn't mean I'm right either. So.
Well, perhaps I can ask the others who haven't spoken, if you would you also prefer to try to do something in May and avoid any substantive changes to the budget at this point? Councillor Bray.
Yes, I would like us to get to have this come in May. I think it's important that we get this done. I look at the projects and I say if we push them off to next year, all we're doing is adding more cost to next year. I think the staff have done a really good job on this budget. They got it to where we had asked them at our last budget meeting, asked them to come in at, and I think they've done a great job. And I think that if there are surpluses that we can use a bit to bring it down a little bit, fine. But I think that it's I'd like us to get going on this, and so people have an idea of what we're looking at. Thanks.
May sounds fantastic to me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so just looking then at this first draft motion that we have, my temptation, I guess, would be to see if we had agreed to say no further substantive adjustments. I think there is still some room for minor changes on some things that are necessitated by new information and circumstances that we're going to get. But taking out a project would be a substantive change in my view. I guess the other thing is that the tax rate, the next that sets the tax rate at 8%. And I suppose you could address that by saying be set at a maximum of 8% or something like that, which would allow some room for, I mean, those are sort of minor editorial changes you could make to those motions that would still allow them to be here. And then perhaps we might end up with something that's closer to 6% instead of 6.2. But I'll be honest, I mean, if it ended up that it was 8% and 6.21, that doesn't bother me personally in terms of being able to defend it. I get that having 5.99 is the optics of 5.99 may be better, but yeah, how much difference it makes to anybody's tax bill is not going to be substantive, right? So it's not a substantive change, if that. So I'm suggesting that perhaps we might and keep in mind, we're in committee of the whole. I'm suggesting that we might get around those, the what harshness of those two things by just adding a couple of words to. I would say no further substantive adjustments in the second that, and I would say a maximum of 8% in the third one. Maybe that's just a suggestion.
Good, let's do it.
Are we okay to live with that? Is anybody? We're not ready for, I guess we are ready for the question. No, we're in committee of the whole.
Well, we're in
no?
committee of the whole, and I do need to prepare an amending motion, so we can do that. So if you're amending the motion, oh, it hasn't been read yet, has it? No, okay,
No,
we're
I
good.
actually haven't read it because it's not
Yeah.
on the, there's no motion on the floor.
yeah,
We're
okay.
just talking here.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we're good.
So the other ones, I made this comment to our CAO on the break, 5.22 and 5.23 are normally the way I would handle those is I would not treat them in committee of the whole. I would treat them as we have a motion on the floor and then we debate it and amend it or whatever. But since we're in committee of the whole, are there, do you want to have your discussion now and then when we come back, we present the motions or?
through you, Mr. Mayor. So you're talking about item 5.3?
I'm talking about 5.2.2 and 5.2.3. And
Oh,
those are
right.
the other
Yeah,
things that are.
those are, that's correct. Those are the motions that are related to,
Well, there's a 5.3 that is, well, you had the parking bylaw in committee of the whole too, did you?
that's correct. I felt it was important. The budget is a big discussion. It needs to be in committee of the whole, as is the parking bylaw. But the motions in regard to the road grant. And
Well, look, how about, sorry, how about we do this so we don't get tied up in knots here? Since we're in committee of the whole, does anyone have any issues with 5.2.2? As it appears there that you want to discuss? Because we can, when we come out of committee of the whole, we can just put these through if we get our discussion out of the way now. This is the 5.22 is the annual road grant funding at 2% increases, right? Which we already talked about in the general budget discussion, I think.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'd have a question on it, but maybe it'll come up at a later meeting. That the X and Y factors, and I guess as part of the road grant protocol.
Yeah.
That I want to make sure every road, every lake is all treated the same. Doesn't matter where you are. And there's not some lakes that you count water access properties or the other lakes that you don't. So I'm not sure if that's a funding agreement or if that's when we're going to speak to the annual road grant policy, which I think is coming up at a future meeting. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
through you, Mayor Conley. Yes, that's probably Q3, early Q4. All of the road grant applications are treated equally, and Manish could attest to that. He worked hard on that last year, getting all the information. There's a slight difference in that there's a motion in respect of the Boulder Lake access that looks different. It's that resolution is on the books. It looks slightly different than the actual road grant protocol, and that's the only road or set of roads that's treated differently than the rest.
Okay, so anything else about 5.22? Counselor, did you have a comment? No? Okay.
I'm fine.
5.33 or 23 is the capital contribution to the West Perry Sun Recreation Center. There were, and again, there were two suggested motions. At least on the blue sheets that I'm looking at, there are two suggested motions. The first one is and we did discuss this before, I think, was that we defer the capital contribution to 2025. That's all that says. And the second one said we defer it to 2025 and until such time as section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements. So I don't.
If, if I could just explain quickly, Mayor Conway. So the first motion was written based on the discussion and the conversation that council had at the last council meeting. Really what I heard, and when I listened to the audio again, it was really that this contribution would be deferred to 2025. And the or is the last recital, the now therefore be it resolved. And this was a slightly different approach, which was requested by Councillor Lamb, as you can see in the list of motions. So I put both in there. I put in there what I heard from council as a whole. And then Councillor Lamb had suggested that something else, there'd be an additional caveat being until such time as section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements of the municipality. So there was a couple of choices there.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's an addition. I mean, I have no problem deferring the 250 till next year. I just don't want it to be so clean as to think, well, you're going to get the 250 regardless of whether you do a proper study, which is already by motion at council. We said they already have gotten information that the study that they didn't meet our requirements. And I think, I don't think Councillor Bray was here for that, but I may be wrong. But I think most of the rest of us thought that study didn't meet the requirements that were set out in the agreement. So I just didn't want them to misread it to say, we are going to pay it, right? We are going to pay it as long as the condition is met, which is in our agreement with them. So that's why I'm supporting, I don't know whether it's or and. The above resolution with the last statement reading. Yeah, okay. So I want the or in there, I guess, is when we come out of committee of the whole, that's what I'll be moving, I guess.
Okay, well, just to respond, the notion of the study being to council satisfaction is in fact not in the agreement that the municipality signed with the Joint Services Board. And I think regardless of what we may or may not think about the study, to try to say, in effect, yeah, we're not going to pay you until you do a study that meets our requirements. There was never any suggestion of the satisfaction of council in either in the original council motion or in that. So I think to do that would be, well, frankly, it would be inviting litigation, and I don't think that's an appropriate thing for us to do. I can see the argument, given the timing of everything, to defer it to 2025, and I don't think that's a showstopper for the project itself. But keep in mind that, you know, it's the project is starting construction, as you see from the whereases, and they're you know, they're consuming capital. They're starting now to consume capital dollars, and construction should be underway in 2025, and I would expect them to the Shared Services Board to be coming to us in 2025 and saying, okay, where's the $250,000 that you said you were going to provide? And I don't think we would have grounds to hold it up at that particular point in time. So,
well, we are through you, Mr. Mayor. We already have a motion at council. I didn't write these motions. I got them at the same time everyone else did. I don't care what the wording is. I just don't want them to think that simply by sending us the bill, we're going to pay $250,000. By resolution of the council, we've said the study that they did did not, I don't know the exact wording, but did not meet the requirements that we wanted, and therefore, and we had a meeting with them. We agreed, I guess, to disagree. And all I wanted to do is push it to, I think we wanted to push it to 2025. But I don't want them to say, oh, that motion says you are going to pay it. Because we right now are not going to pay it by resolution of council, regardless of what you think, Mr. Mayor. That's a resolution that council has before us, right? So do I think they'll do another study? I don't think they will, but if they do, then I'll gladly give them 250,000. And you're right, it doesn't say to the satisfaction of Whitestone, but again, what happened wasn't right and fair, and I reported on it last month. So this is, again, I think a fairly simple thing. We can debate it for a half hour. We know we have differences of opinion on this council with respect to this item, and I respect everyone's, position on it. But you can't ignore the resolution that we have passed by the majority of council. So I don't know whether the wording's right here, whether it needs to be changed, Madam Clerk, to take out to the satisfaction or whatever, but maybe it just says simply subject to the conditions in the agreement, right? I don't know, or subject to the motion that we made last month or something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what the or statement says, and until such time as section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements of the municipality of Whitestone. I didn't say to the satisfaction.
Well, George or the mayor said that.
Okay, so it just for clarity, it says.
Well, where does it say to the satisfaction?
No,
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Well, how did you come up to say that, Mr. That's what I'm talking about. Did you make that up or so? I thought that was in the
sorry, that's, if you say the study, there's nothing, there was no suggestion other than the general description of the study that was to be done. There was no suggestion that council would look at the study and decide if they liked it or not, and if they didn't like it, that they wouldn't pay. And that is what you are now, that is what you are now attempting to introduce, which is something to say, you do a study, and if we like it, we'll pay, and if we don't, we won't. I mean, they could come back with another study, and you could still turn around and go to the council and say, well, I don't think we should pay this because we don't like it, right? That was never contemplated from the very beginning, and it's clearly not contemplated in the legal agreement that the municipality signed and council approved with the Joint Services Board. So they could turn around, if we say, sorry, we're not paying you, which what you just said, they can turn around and say, fine, we'll see you in court.
Yeah, they could do that. We could decide, yeah, we're going to fight you. I don't know. That's a bridge to cross. They'll have to cross it with McKellar also. So
McKellar's already paid their money. They're not.
Oh, they're not paying a penny more. I'll tell you that.
I know that, but that's a whole different
Anyway,
subject.
I don't know why we're going down all these rabbit holes. All we want to do is push this off to next year. And I think what it says is, as long as they meet the requirement. When they send us a bill, we can have ample debate at council as to whether we're going to pay it or not.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no concerns with the wording for the or one, the one, and until such time as section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements of the municipality of Whitestone. I say that I was not part of the original agreement signing. I wouldn't have signed that agreement without a clause for us, to be honest, if construction was postponed or budgets were over. But anyways, I wasn't part of that, so I can't comment now. But one of the whereas it says is, but back in November, we passed a resolution that the municipality of Whitestone respectfully informs the Joint Service Board that the BDO report does not meet the requirements as set out in the agreement. So I've already told them it didn't meet the requirements. Now we're again saying that until such time as section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements of the municipality. You've already told it to them once. So all we're doing is restating that it needs to meet our requirements. And I think everybody here, every single person hopes that they come back with a detailed report that is to our requirements, which is a detailed, independent, I'm gonna call it third-party report, right? So I'm gonna be supporting the second or, so hopefully that's the one that others would want, similar to Councillor Lamb for that.
All right, so can I hear from the people who haven't spoken then about this?
I definitely agree with the or section, and anybody that has ever listened to me talk about the pool in past council meetings will exactly know why.
Councillor Bray, do you wish to weigh in?
I have a difficulty with this. As everybody knows that I am for the pool. And I also know that the amount of money that we are committed is very definite, very finite in the agreement. So I find it difficult that we're asking yet again for another report. I saw the report. Yes, there might have been things that could have been expanded on and added information. But again, it basically told us that they know they're going to have problems. They're going to have overruns and it's going to be expensive. And but again, as I've said all along, it doesn't affect the amount of money we pay as a municipality. So I look at it and I go, you know, we can do the whole resolution and then add the or onto it if that's the will of all the rest of the council. And I mean the or actually from exactly what I think Councillor Nash said. The rest of the first one with or until such time as a section 4. But again, I look at it and say, we're making, I'm surprised that none of the other municipalities are talking about this or jumping through hoops. So I'm not quite sure why we are trying to make them jump through hoops when we don't, what we are involved in and what we are responsible for is a certain finite amount of money for the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you. I think we've heard everybody on this particular one. We're now at 5.3, is that correct?
Yep.
So I'm trying to figure out what we would do to get this one going. 5.3. This has to do with the parking bylaw, and I guess since we're still in committee of the whole, I'll turn it over to our CAO to introduce the subject, and we'll.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. I am going to walk you through my memo, but I'm not going to read it line by line because I did get comments from a couple of members of council. It's a little bit challenging to follow, and I understand why, but it was necessary. So just as a little bit of a reminder to council, there were a number of resolutions that were passed by council. None of them were actually vetted by staff before they ended up on the council table. And that has created a few challenges with the update of the parking bylaw. It's still possible, but you'll see as you walk through these items. And so what I did is I took each of the pieces of all of the resolutions and provided you with an explanation of where there's challenges and how it's incorporated into the new traffic bylaw and where it can't be incorporated at this point. Firstly, however, I want to say broadly about the existing traffic bylaw. It appears to me that it was borrowed from another municipality, and a number of the pieces of it just didn't apply to Whitestone. So one of the things that Dave Creaser and I looked at closely, as well as our two bylaw enforcement officers, is what doesn't need to be in there? How can we simplify it? And two things jumped out of us. One is the bridge bylaw, which needs to be separate because it needs to be updated regularly. And the other is the reduced loads bylaw, which is a separate bylaw and doesn't need to be part of your traffic and parking bylaw. One of the things that Manager Creaser has done is he's looked at, the locations of the stop signs, the location of the speed signs, and that's all operational updates that are done, and they'll be checked, they'll be ground proof one more time before a bylaw is passed. So those are the things that I don't want to focus on with council. What I do want to focus on is the trailer and parking and boat launch piece. So if you look at item 2, which is a vehicle, boat, and trailer parking, one of the first things that says is no private docks be allowed on municipal controlled lands without a permit. And that's fine. You need a building permit to put up a dock anyway. So that doesn't need to be incorporated into the bylaw. Those are the rules that people have to follow in terms of building permits. The second one was no rail system, shore dockers, or watercraft be allowed on municipal controlled lands without a permit. We actually don't have a permit system for something like that. My sense is if you put a rail system or a shore docker or anything on public lands, that's trespassing. And that can be managed outside of the parking bylaw. So why council would want a permit, I don't know. So that has to be resolved. That resolution has to be resolved. That winches can be used to assist. However, no winches or systems can be stored on municipal controlled lands. That's similar to the shore docker. So you can use it if you need to. You can hook up to a tree, get your boat up there. It's going to sit there while you have your shore lunch. That's fine, but it can't stay there. So again, that's not something that you want to implement a permit system for. It's when we get a legal opinion, I'll bring that to the attention of the lawyer. So D is that no trailers be allowed to be parked or stored at boat launch lake access parking areas unless the trailer is attached to a vehicle. If attached to a vehicle, the trailer can remain no more than 14 days per year. So that has been incorporated in the draft bylaw, and we'll need to have a discussion and understanding with respect to enforcement. So as I say that, I want to let you know that our alternate bylaw enforcement officer, Caitlin Deavy, is online. She is here to talk about enforcement, whether we talk about it now or later, but she's here with us. Our regular bylaw enforcement officer is enjoying some time in Florida right now. So Caitlin has some experience with this, and I think you'll appreciate that when she gets an opportunity to speak. E is no private storage containers be allowed on municipal controlled lands without a permit. Again, we don't have a permit system that allows for storage containers unless they're a certain size and a certain consideration. And then it goes over to the building inspector. So this.
Can that be dealt with by trespass too? If you got a container on a property that.
I believe so.
Could be anything.
It could be anything. And there has to be some reasonableness. I mean, sometimes you see people who haven't purchased a shore road allowance. We've heard from people about this one, and they have a canoe that they use on a regular basis. They pull up the canoe and they have a little storage container for their life jackets and such. Are we going to go out and look and enforce because of something like that? You may want the bylaw enforcement officer to do so, but we may not know about it. Technically, it's trespassing. Is it hurting anything? That's the consideration council needs to consider in terms of resources for bylaw enforcement. So that's the first resolution that council passed on June 6th. That kind of went on hold, as you know. There was then a council resolution that spoke to Farley's boat launch. And it's slightly different than other boat launches. In other words, Farley's permit parking location is, and that's, should say Schedule 6, the fees and charges bylaw allows for permits. And for Farley's boat launch, council wanted day use only, where all of the other boat launches, there's no restriction that it's day use only. It can be overnight, you know, these are water access lots, people are visiting. I'd say a lot of the time it may be day use, but Farley's is the only boat launch area, parking area where council designated it as day use only in terms of that resolution. And that has been built into the bylaw. It's just different because it doesn't align with the other boat launches. And I don't know the reasoning behind that. I could perhaps listen to the.
Just change it.
Okay. So on December 12th, the resolution 2023561, again, it was very similar to the resolution back in June, although it did not speak to the 14 days annually. It just spoke to, it just said can remain no more than 14 days. So I built 14 days annually into the bylaw. When we get a chance to speak with Caitlin, you'll understand why enforcement of 14 days annually would be a challenge without a significant amount of bylaw enforcement services added. Even if it's 14 days consecutive, that can be managed, but you could have a vehicle and a trailer there for 14 days in June, then they might be there in August, and council has to decide if that's problematic. The issue of no trailers parked, period, standalone has been incorporated into the bylaw. So that's it in a nutshell. Hopefully you've been able to follow what we've done. I would say the bylaw is not 100% complete, but you can see where staff have tried to take what we contemplated council wanted and tried to incorporate it into a bylaw. And there definitely needs to be a little bit more work done. One in terms of Farley, and one with a clear understanding of this 14 days consecutive or 14 days annually, and how that would be tracked for the whole year. So you have it, it's not the truck, it's not the vehicle, it's the trailer. So you have to note that a trailer is at a site for so many days, and you have to prove it's there, and it has to be documented. And then you have an opportunity to ticket or charge someone for having a trailer attached to a vehicle for more than 14 days annually. And I don't know if maybe this is a good time where we could introduce Caitlin and she could speak to that enforcement piece.
Can I just ask one question before Caitlin speaks? Is that okay? It'll be really quick. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, if it's quick.
Yeah, it was just in the reference to when we spoke about the rail systems, and that there's no permitting, or we spoke to there's another one that had no permitting, the storage containers, right? If we've used the wording, no shore dockers for watercraft be allowed on municipal controlled lands without a permit. Well, if we don't have anything in place to give a permit, there'll be no permits issued, and therefore that already solves that problem, right? Unless we create something to issue a permit, it just drops there because there is no way a permit's going to be issued for it. Same for the storage units, I would say, right? We don't need to come up with something. If there is no way to get a permit, they can't get a permit. That would be what it just say to that. And then I'll let the bylaw officer speak. I just wanted to think to that before I forgot, because there were 2 points in my mind I was going to forget.
Caitlin, you're on mute. Would you like to unmute?
Good afternoon.
For those of you, I don't know if all of you have met Caitlin. She helps out Paul Rossiter when he has a particularly difficult issue, which doesn't happen that often. And she also fills in for him when he's on vacation. So I'm introducing you to council, even though you can't see them. Caitlin's partner has COVID, so she didn't want to join us in person. And we appreciate that, Caitlin. So if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, if you could talk to council, Caitlin, about enforcement of the trailers 14 days annually and how that would be a challenge for a bylaw enforcement officer.
Yeah, good afternoon. So enforcing annually versus daily, basically, consecutively. It's a bit of a challenge because you don't have full-time enforcement. It also brings into question, what about people who rent their trailers? So it's not necessarily the same person. That trailer's rented out, they come up and then they switch families, it comes back up. You're not gonna get the intended target. But also just to do it 14 days annually, you have to have a tracking system in place. Whereas if you were to do it consecutively, you could just mark the wheel stems and basically come back 14 days later. If it's still there and appears unmoved, you can issue the charge. So without a tracking system in place, I mean, it's easy enough to build one, but you'd certainly be boosting your enforcement hours.
Could I ask a question to Caitlin through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, perfect. Caitlin, thanks. I guess this is something I've mentioned to one of the other counselors actually in the past. And if you have a bylaw that says you can't park in an accessible parking spot and you have a $30 fine, people are going to park there. If you say don't park in the accessible parking spot, there's a $750 fine. For the most part, people will listen. I guess my question at the end of all of this is, if we enacted something that says you cannot park a trailer unattached to a vehicle, but you can park a trailer if it's attached to a vehicle for 14 days, I think what council's intent is to stop the people from parking their trailers unattached to vehicles for the most part, because people aren't going to leave their vehicle with their boat on for 3 months of the year at the cottage. They're just not going to. So would you agree or disagree that by doing this, we're probably going to eliminate the amount of boats we'd have in a parking lot that aren't attached to a vehicle? But yes, some people might leave and come back and might spend 30 days there over the course of a year. They would be hard to track, as you said, but that's not really our intended target, if I'm correct. But it would help curb trailers being parked unattended.
So if I'm understanding correctly, there's already a clause that says no person shall park an unattached trailer. With that, you're already covering that. So there's no need to, you wouldn't, I don't have an opinion either way. It depends on what it is that the council wants, but with the clause not being able to park an unattached trailer already in there, I think you're covered.
Yeah, and that's one of the motions, or one of the items in the bylaw that's being proposed now, is that if it's not attached to a vehicle, it can't be parked there, period. Only a trailer attached to a vehicle can be on our roads, in a parking lot of ours, in a land use permit area of ours, but no unattached trailer, camper trailer, can be in one of our parking facilities, I'll call it, at any time unattached to a vehicle. So that's something that's in this proposed bylaw.
Yep, that's my understanding. Yep.
Caitlin, it's Michelle. Further to, that was Councillor Nash that was speaking, by the way. So you're a bylaw enforcement officer, you come across a trailer that's parked, that's unattached. What is your process? I know that there's an understanding that people have to be given a reasonable amount of time to address an issue. Walk us through how you would handle that.
So under the Highway Traffic Act, I would deem it abandoned and I would issue a notice, a tow notice, which is a sticker basically. I'd stick it on the trailer saying it has 48 hours to be moved or we remove it. then basically if 48 hours go by, I come, it's still there. We would call a tow truck, and then it would then fall under the Mechanics Lien and Storage Act and be out of our hands.
And Caitlin, one question that you said 48 hours. If I park my truck in downtown Toronto at 359 on Yonge Street, at 4:05, I have a ticket, and at 4:15, my vehicle's gone. So does it have to be 48 hours, or could it be 12 hours or 24 hours? I'm assuming that's at the discretion of the municipality, because you can be towed very quickly in streets in Toronto. So there must be some level of governance that allows a municipality to make up what those timelines are. The fire route, for example.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We could amend that. We're just going with standard practice for this kind of area. We're very rural. Nothing really is an emergency. I mean, if it's an emergency, certainly we can call a tow truck and remove it immediately if it's blocking a fire route. But in this type of area, if you enforce anything like Toronto, just recommendations, not going to be well liked.
Yeah, no, and I was going from I'm gonna bring my boat up every weekend. I'm gonna park my trailer. You can't do anything for 48 hours, so tough luck, nothing can be done. Whereas if you said, well, if you're gonna leave your trailer there for 24 hours, when you come back, your trailer is not gonna be there, right? That's gonna defeat people from doing it. That's like when I said the fine for parking an accessible parking spot, the fine of being towed will stop people from doing it. If you leave it too long, 48 hours, people just do it. Whereas if the fine will scare them away, and yes, I think I'm talking for council, that you'll have a couple very unhappy people at first if they're the first 1, 2, or 3, or 4 people that get their trailer towed. But word will quickly spread that if you're going to leave your trailer unattached to your vehicle, go pay a local business, a local marina, or a local property owner to store your trailer, that you won't have too many tickets after the first few are given out. But where would that be? Like, for fixing that, is that, it's a question, I'm not sure if it's for you or for staff, but when I went, or I know we're gonna go through the bylaw, but I didn't see anything in the fees, be it for accessible, parking, parking on the road, parking in a fire zone, or unattached trailer, whatever it might be. Is that part of this bylaw, or is that a different zoning bylaw?
Provincial offenses.
Yeah, that's through you, Mr. Mayor, Provincial Offences Act. We can do it a couple of different ways, but I'll let Caitlin speak to the best way to do that. And if you don't mind, I'd also like Caitlin to talk about how she could enforce people parking in accessible parking spaces when they're not supposed to be there. Knowing that neither Caitlin or the municipality at this point in time has access to MTO material information. So we don't know who the owner of the vehicle is. And I'll ask Caitlin to talk about how that process works and how it could work, if you're okay with that. I know that's important to council.
So accessible parking, as long as it's signed and done correctly under the Highway Traffic Act, certainly enforceable. Typically what would happen is you would issue a provincial offense notice, like a parking infraction notice, and you'd stick it on the vehicle. The only reason I would ever need to know who the owner of the vehicle is if they decide to challenge it and go to court. That's the only time we ever run the information. So at that point, without that kind of database or access to the MTO ARIS database, you just rely on voluntary payment. And it would be the same, but going back to the boats, so typical practice, 48 hours for the trailers. But you also have a repeat offender thing as well. And you also have parking infraction notices for anything else like that. So park unattached for the weekend would probably end up with some hefty fines as well. So in regards to the parking infraction notices under a part 2, we would have to have a parking ticket designed, approved, and short form wordings approved by the Attorney General. And then we could apply those and hand them out, fine committing offenses.
Okay, and I'm going to ask another question because every question the CAO asks, I think, is a great question here. So if you had 48 hours to tow a vehicle or to tow a boat trailer, because it's not attached to your vehicle, you could still have a fine for an unattached trailer is what you're saying, and you'd make that the hefty fine. And that might be the penalty enough not to get their boat pulled away. Now, are we working on, as staff or municipality, or maybe it's yourself, Caitlin, working on, I've heard about that we're working towards being able to do our own tickets. And is that something we need to do with council, or is that something staff's working on? How quickly could we get it that Caitlin or Paul could go out and give a ticket and they could look up this AO, I forget what, Eris? What do we need to do to get that? Because I know it's been talked about for the whole time I've been on council. And I think it's a process we're working on, but how close are we and what do we need to do to really get that pushed along so we can do it?
So, Mr. Mayor, we made the application to MTO. It got stalled because of staffing challenges. And then in the end, they denied our application. And I think they're fairly vague in the denial, but they felt that we didn't have a confident process in place. And our traffic bylaw was not written the way they would have liked to see it written. So I've spoken to Caitlin. She has some experience in this matter. We're going to reapply, but the first thing we want to do is get our new bylaw in place so that it meets the MTO standards. And that's why we're having it looked at by a prosecutor and a legal review. And then we'll reapply to MTO with some help from Caitlin, who has this experience, and some other municipalities on either side of us that have been successful. So I would say it's still in process. It's stalled right now until we get our new bylaw in place, which is something that MTO requests. And then we'll hopefully be successful, because I know other municipalities are.
And where are the fees spoken to? Are they in this bylaw? Like, I know they're not in this bylaw, but is that something we'd have to come up with in order to be part of the application you're gonna do? Where, like, I don't see anything about the fees here. The fines.
Yeah.
So set fines need to be approved by the Attorney General. It's a whole process. So basically, before the bylaw gets finalized, we would submit our short form wordings and our recommended set fines through the Attorney General. They'll say yay or nay, or tell us what we need to change. And then once the bylaw passes, we submit it certified copy. They send it back saying, yes, your fines are approved. Go ahead and issue them.
Okay, so
It's actually a very quick process. They've really sped it up. So I would say just before the bylaw passes, we're looking at the span of one council meeting, and then after it passes, probably maximum 30 days.
okay, so as part of this traffic and parking bylaw will have to be a section with fees that we'll have to go through as council then.
Yes, and Michelle will put together a recommended fee schedule.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So definitely the next iteration that council sees will address some of the issues that I've clarified here. You'll need a voting reconsideration if you're going to change the Farley's Road parking from day use only, if you want to eliminate that, or if you want to change the I've heard different people say maybe it shouldn't be 14 days annually, maybe it should be 14 days consecutive that it's attached to vehicle. So we need to know as staff how you want to manage those inconsistencies. Then a more confident bylaw will come forward. I'm fairly certain that council doesn't want to worry too much about some of the other pieces of the bylaw where your stop signs are and the speed limits. Those are pieces of information that's up to the public works manager to resolve, and it's simply ground proofing what's there now. But most importantly is the parking and the trailers. So that's where we'll see the next, and we can make some recommendations what we think are appropriate set fines for the next iteration. But today's meeting is to have your first look at what a revised bylaw looks like and try to resolve the inconsistencies that are in the council resolutions that were somewhat confounding to staff.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray.
Yes, I just have one question. When I read through it, is 14 days annually sort of something that other municipalities do, that they're only allowed the 14 days? I'm just curious. It seemed short to me. I just didn't, but I don't know these things. And then I have one other question after that.
If I may, your worship.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
Through my experience, 14 days is a long time. A lot of municipalities don't permit them at all longer than 7 days. I do work for one municipality that permits trailers for 30 days annually, but it's few and far between.
Okay, thank you.
You had another question?
Yes, I do. I'm getting my way down to it. It's in the number 2 application and general requirements. Number 2.4, and this is page 101 of 263.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says provision of this bylaw do not apply to the ambulance, police and fire vehicles and public work vehicles and bylaw vehicles while operating under the scope of their duties. Can we also think about volunteer firefighters in their private personal owned vehicles? Because we often go to these calls and we might be parked in a bad spot. I don't know. We get to a call and we're parked and we're busy. And so I think that firefighters in their private owned vehicles, when they're under the scope of their duties, I think should be added in. Thanks.
I just assumed that they were included under police vehicles, but maybe that's a good. I don't
Through
know
you,
what-
Mr. Mayor,
what a judge would
Caitlin, you and
say.
I had a bit of a conversation about this. How would you interpret that? Would you include private vehicles by volunteer firefighters who typically go directly to the site with their personal vehicle?
So bylaws are typically enforced with officer discretion. I mean, obviously, if I'm getting there and there's a house on fire, probably not going to issue a parking ticket to any vehicle in that area unless, the fire's like, hey, this one's not ours, get it out of here. That being said, if a volunteer firefighter is going to show up on scene and not respond directly to the call, it would need to be clearly identified as a volunteer firefighter vehicle. So with a green light. If they don't have that, I mean, it's subject to a ticket, but they can always talk to the officer, explain the situation, and it can be withdrawn.
So for clarity, Caitlin, are you comfortable with that clause the way it's written?
That is the standard typical clause in bylaws across Ontario that I have seen.
Thank you.
And any other? You have a question, Councillor Woods? Oh. Okay. Councillor Woods is leaving the meeting and is going to join us by telephone in due course.
Yeah, he's got.
Through you,
Okay,
Mr.
so,
Mayor,
yeah.
if I may, what staff is looking for at this point is some direction in terms of a couple of items, not the writing of the bylaw, but we understand where council wants to go. Is council comfortable staying with 14 days annually? Is that what you want to do? Knowing that bylaw enforcement and tracking would be significantly increasing. We'd have to track the trailer. We'd have to track do the documentation by trailer. I think I heard that perhaps Farley's Road being a day use only could be amended.
Well, I haven't got to speak on it yet. so,
Oh, okay, my apologies.
Do we want to just take a minute until,
What's wrong with Brian?
oh, he's trying to get it on the phone, I see, all right.
So perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. We could just take a pause here while Councillor Woods connects by phone, and then we can reconvene
Yeah,
in
let's
5 minutes.
take a very quick recess, maybe 5 minutes or so. And
Oh, he's going, we're out in the parking lot or something? Yeah. Oh, I see.
oh, are we okay? Yeah, he's not coming up yet, but no, okay. Samsung SM577 S711W.
And it's one.
There we go.
You must still be in the budget.
Jack, can you check it? Can you say a few words, Councillor Woods?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, okay, so that, your Samsung SM-S?
Yeah.
Very good.
No, somebody's mics are open, extra mics are open, I would say. 3:23.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so
Are you okay to keep
Uh,
going?
I think we're okay to keep going, and the floor is yours, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, again, the comment I had to Michelle yesterday was, I found this kind of, without being too critical, hard to read and understand in the sense of, I don't know, these speed limits, what's changed, right? What speed limits are we changing? They could have been highlighted in red or blue or something, so I would know what they are. Some of the detail in here, I don't have anything to go by, right? So it would be nice if at some point we got something to say, we're changing the speed limit on Canning Road from 30 to 50 or 50 to 30 or something. So if there's no changes, then that's fine. So having said that, I guess I'm mostly concerned that we're able to implement the will of council with respect to boat trailers and shore dockers and the rest of it by August, which is the date that we've set, right? And so we have to have something in place, firm and go, right, in August. So I don't care what we have to do that, but we need to do it. So in terms of some of these things, when it came to private docks, any private, well, I don't know how this goes, but I know we have private docks with agreements, right? I think on Gibson Bay Road, we've had one for years. On the causeway there's a dock that goes out that they have to, pardon? Shirley Road, yeah, that they have to take out by September and that sort of thing. So there's that agreement. But I would think that any time other than a shore road allowance in front of someone's private property, anytime that anyone is applying for a dock permit at Bolger or Wawashkesh or anywhere else, that it be denied, or at minimum that come back to council for agreement, right? I don't want to have someone give a building permit and it's there and they say, well, we've done that. We didn't know anything about it, because there's certain areas we don't want to, I don't want to give a dock down here at the beach, right? That sort of thing. That's ridiculous, but that needs to be taken care of. If we can take care of all the rest of these things like shore dockers and storage containers and whatever, all under trespass, then go for it. Like, we'll get the OPP out, and if by August the 15th, there's shore dockers there, we'll pull them out and under the, or the OPP can do it or whatever, the heck, right? So I'm all for that. In terms of enforcement, I'm not so concerned about the 14 days. I think what Councillor Nash was getting at, and I agree with him, is, you know, anytime that Caitlin or anyone else bylaw would go up to Wawashkesh, for instance, and see a trailer not attached to a vehicle, they're going to get ticketed, right? And unless you want to take your truck and always have it connected to your vehicle, including when you go to town for groceries, you're going to get caught at some point. So I don't see a big regiment to be marking tires for 14 days, because I think once this gets out, particularly if there's a set fine that says, you know, if you have that trailer in there, it's $350. That trailer will be gone pretty quick, because they can rent a spot over at Bennett's or whatever for far less than that, right? So I'm not so concerned about, you know, bylaw, you know, going out every day and chalking to that. That's not the target, I think, that we're looking at, right? I have a soft spot in my heart for accessibility parking. I don't think you should get a warning. If I go in Burlington, I have a handicap accessible permit, but if I didn't and I parked somewhere, I'd be having a ticket within 15 minutes and it'd be $350, and I'd either have to go down to City Hall and plead with them to some extenuating circumstance, or I'd pay the fine. So I'm not for giving them a warning and, you know, which is what happened last year, I understand. And maybe it was because we couldn't do anything, but so Farley's Road, make it all the time you can park there, not just daytime, right? But might as well make it like all the other ones, right? I don't think that's a big issue, because I don't think there's that many that park on the right side down there. So those are my general feelings. I just want to make sure, no matter what we do, that by the end of July, early August the 6th, I think it is, that we can implement what we thought. And I think you'll find, if communicated properly with a sign and letters, because that's coming up too here, isn't it? Eventually, the letters, what kind of letters, Michelle? Whether they're registered letters or, yeah, that's coming up. Okay. As long as we do things right, I want to not be embarrassed in August by saying, oh, we can't implement these things, right? So whatever it takes, we need to do. Those are my general feelings on it. I prefer a set fine versus going to provincial offenses court, where at the end of the day, we spend $5,000 and get a $500 fine, because that's the history of all this stuff, right? And I'd rather say you park there, it's $300, or you park in handicap accessible, it's $400 or whatever, right? So that's the way I would prefer it going. So those are my general comments. And I appreciate the work that's been put into this one. Anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I want to respond to a couple of things that have been mentioned, and then I'll just make some general comments about this. First of all, because we have a whole bunch of different things going on here. Handicap parking is, I don't believe, and Caitlin may comment on this, but I don't believe that it's necessary for us to even have that in our bylaw. That's already an offense under the Highway Traffic Act. If the sign is put there properly, and somebody parks and they don't display a sticker, you can tow them. And the police officers could tow them now, you know, and Caitlin explained earlier that she could order them to be removed. I think in the past, when there was when notices were put by the bylaw officer, it was because there was some ambiguity about the signage. Some of the signage that was put up, you know, fell over in the winter time, or there was only 1 or 2 signs where there were 4 spaces in this, and so you could, you know, a person might have had an out. But anyway, the second thing, there seems to be a little bit confusion about how enforcement works. and Caitlin did explain this to you, but under part 1 of the Provincial Offences Act, there's a set of set fines. And you will have seen this all before because we did it for the outdoor burning bylaw. If you remember, we had a schedule and the offenses are listed. The fine associated with them is listed. And they go to a judge, in fact, that approves the fines. And we might say, oh, we think that should be $1,000 fine. The judge might come back and say, I think that's excessive. It should be $500. But anyway, you get your fines established. So what happens is a ticket is issued, and the person, if you've ever had a traffic ticket before, you know what they look like. On the back, it says here, you either plead guilty and pay the fine, or you have a right to go to the court and explain why you should not have to pay or pay a reduced fine or something. The third thing you can do is you can go and plead not guilty and you can contest it. And so we incur court costs for that if they decide to do that. That is part of the Provincial Offences Act framework. And we can't take away the right of people. We can't say, well, fine, you got to pay the fine. You got to pay the fine, too bad, right? They can, if they want to dispute it, they can dispute it. And we then have to have a prosecutor in the Provincial Offences Court, and we're going to pay for that. So just to be clear. The thing that hugely bothers me about the process that we're in is that we're kind of, Councillor Lamb said quite correctly that it's very difficult to figure out what's actually changing and all this kind of thing. And the way that we should be doing this, folks, is we should be having a discussion about the policy intent of what we want. And instead of having a policy intent, we've had motions passed that say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that. And now we're trying to retrofit this stuff into a bylaw. And for some of the things, like this whole 21 days trailer attached to vehicles and stuff, I cannot identify the problem that we're trying to solve. I don't really understand what the problem is that we're trying to solve. We've had a system that works, and this is targeted at Washkesh specifically. I realize it's a general thing, but we've had there's been a system there that has worked fairly well for a long time, and I thought we had an understanding of what that was, but all of a sudden now we want to change it to something else. And I mean, I'm concerned that it's going to create unintended consequences. And I'm not convinced that it's going to produce a benefit to us as a municipality, or a benefit to our ratepayers or the users of the parking areas at the landings or whatever. So I think that's the discussion we should be having, not how do we make something work by August 21st or whatever. So philosophically, that's a problem I have. Now, I don't have any problem with, again, philosophically, I don't have a problem with having a bylaw that allows you to charge for parking. I advocated for that, as you know. I don't have a problem with the bylaw that regulates where you can park, when you can park, how long you can park. And by the way, the reason your car gets towed away at 4 p.m. if you're parked on Church Street in Toronto is because that becomes at 4 o'clock in their bylaw. At 4 o'clock, that becomes a no stopping zone. So you're stopped in an area where you can't stop, right? That's why you get towed away. If it was a no parking area, they would tag you and leave you, right? And they're doing that because they want to make sure that the traffic can move on Church Street, in my example, right? So, but I don't think that's a problem that we have. So, in any of our parking areas, to be honest. So I guess I'm puzzled. Why are we doing this? Now, there's a whole lot of more work that has to be done on this, obviously, to make it, make it enforceable, make it make sense, and so on. And I would defend the municipality's right to say, okay, here's an area where we don't want people to park at all. Here's an area where we don't want you to park longer than a certain period of time. And here's an area, you know, these kinds of things. So those, it's good to have those things in your bylaws so that every time you decide that there's something else you need to do, you don't have to come back and change it. And that should all be where the things apply, should be in schedules. The schedules can be changed easily. And the, you know, that then we don't have to keep coming back and revisiting this. But I'm a little concerned based on where we are that that we're going to have some things. Some of the specific things are as I say, going to cause unintended consequences and not produce whatever benefit it is that those that are driving this think is going to be achieved. There are some other open-ended questions, and I'll just leave with this one. Like, for example, it's not clear to me whether in fact you are allowed to have a boat on the municipally controlled shore road allowance. And I would point out to you that this is a very prevalent practice at both Bolger and Wawash, right beside the docks. In each cases, people pull boats up there and they leave them there for a period of time when they're not at the cottage. Not their car and their trailer aren't there because they drove back to wherever they were coming from, or they drove into Parry Sound for the day, or they did something, but some of those boats sit on the shore all the time. We have in this municipality contractors who have big work boats. They pull them up on the Crown land that theoretically we have a land use permit for. I think it covers it. And they leave them there tied up, except when they're working. They're parked there every night, and from the start of the work season till the end of the year, they don't move them. Right? So I don't know. I'm just thinking there's things in here that we haven't really, that were, by the way, all discussed by the Wawash Landing Task Force, but we're now making rules that are perhaps, I don't know if they're going to cover those things or not. I haven't had enough time to sort of digest the details of this, but some of those things probably need to be looked at as well. So, I mean, I'm in favor of putting this back and putting more work into it, I guess, but I have been all along. But I don't want to give people the impression that we're the one meeting short of ready to go. That's my comments.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could respond. I think we've come to the conclusion that we would like, where possible, to treat everyone sort of equally throughout the municipality. Okay, so if you're okay with trailers being you know, all over at Wawashkesh, my read of it is when we were getting elected, and the year before that, what a terrible situation it was with parking, not enough convenient parking. Oh my God, what are we doing at Wawashkesh? Then I go up there and I see 10 or 12 or 15 trailers sitting in the bush and all over the place. And I say, well, maybe there's a little more parking there, at least a little more order to it. If we all over the place say you can't park your trailer, does that mean I got 4 trailers on my property. Can I take them all down to Farley's Road and chain them all together and put them there for the summer? I'll do it. If I tell everyone they can just go to wherever they want and park their trailer because we're okay with that? No, I'm not okay with that. And we can perhaps create, you know, there's snowmobile trailers, for goodness sakes, up at Wawashkesh that are there. They're there in spite of us. You know that these people would move them if they thought that they would be prosecuted somehow. These are not unusual things. Everyone on council, I was the only one on council that even had an inch open for shore dockers, and I gave up on it when the other 4, and I respected your decision, we don't want any shore dockers. Like, we've just decided as a council, we don't want shore dockers for liability and things like that. And we want to be able to enforce that, right? Instead, that's all we're saying is by August. I don't see anything that we've done. We may have done it awkwardly, okay? And maybe we did it without knowing all the rules and regulations and all that, but it's firm to me what council wants. And it's our job to say to staff, this is what we want, you go make it happen, right? And I think that's all we're all trying to do, right? I don't believe that people should, well, why should 60 people or whatever go to Bennett's and pay him to store their trailer all summer, but yet 12 others say, heck with you, I'm just going to stick mine in the bush wherever I want with no consequences. I don't believe that should happen. I believe that if I can go down Church Street here and just park my trailer there for a couple months and unhook it from a car, what's the difference there? The only way we allow it out here on Church Street is when it's connected to a vehicle, right? That's what you see, and people put the boat in. We're just trying to come up with a common sense set of rules that applies to everyone. If you tell Bolger, go ahead, put all your trailers in the parking lot out there at Bolger, I'm sure they'd all say, great, I'll go back and I won't have to pay to go to Larry Watkinson and park my vehicle. That's all we're trying to do. And just let's get it done. That's all I'm saying, and anyway, so that's, I guess, my response. I don't see anything that's unreasonable of what we're asking. And I would say to you that most other, Caitlin says, most places are 7 days or whatever, right? These rules are in place in other municipalities, and I don't see this as such a hurdle for us to get it done, right? And anyway, so that's the problem we're trying to address. And you say, what is it that we're trying to address? That's what we're trying to address. And I think we've done it awkwardly, but I think we've done it right. So anyway, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know I haven't had time to speak to the overall bylaw. I was kind of asking questions as Caitlin was there. So I have one more question for Caitlin, and then I'll make my questions. Is Caitlin still on the phone, right? Okay.
She is, yeah.
In other municipalities that you've worked with in this area, do most municipalities, the majority or not, have areas where only trailers can be parked and left unattended?
On municipal property.
On municipal property, yes, that's the key one.
Yeah, there are multiple municipalities within the district that have boat trailer only parking. Yep.
Okay. And then I guess for the overall bylaw, I think it's a good start. And I know the one question was answered when I said, where's the fees? That'll come with it. But I do think in some of the definitions for the next reiteration, when I looked at section 3.8, which spoke about trailer parking, camper unit parking, and boat storage, I know this is really a vehicular, I'll call it bylaw, but I just hoping that maybe under definitions, even though trailer would kind of define a boat trailer, I know what we're talking to today has a lot to do with boat trailers. So maybe there could be a definition, not only of trailer, but also a boat trailer or a personal watercraft trailer for like a skid or a Sea-Doo. And the definition of a boat launch or landing and definition of a lake access point. So just a few more definitions. And with that in there, I think we'd need a definition of a personal watercraft as well, in addition to a boat or a sea craft. And under 3.8, I think when it's spoken to, this is really the only comment I have about the wording in here, is I can send staff something that I drafted up, but I'll just use one example. No, 3.82. No person shall park a trailer or camper unit on a highway, roadway, parking area, or designated vehicle parking. And I thought, well, if we just gave a little bit more detail, it might help people understand that what we're talking to, not only about a utility trailer. So something maybe like no person shall park or store a trailer, camper unit, boat trailer, personal watercraft trailer on a highway, roadway, boat parking area, comma, boat launch, landing, lake access point, or designated vehicle parking area when not attached to a vehicle. So really flagging what we're talking about here is when it's not attached to a vehicle. So I can send this to you, Michelle, later. It was just a few ideas I might have had around it. But the one thing that stood out again on this section was that we'd spoke to no person shall park a trailer or camper unit which is attached to a vehicle for more than 14 days. And I'm going to go on a hunch that if others are thinking the way I am, I don't think anybody intended a camper or an RV to be parked, even attached to a vehicle for 14 days at a boat launch. I just assumed it wouldn't be there. So I think the word camper needs its own section to say that campers aren't allowed in these boat launch areas to be parked there for 14 days. Because I know that, there's been questions when people have done it in camp. Well, I don't think we want them there. And then I think just in closing, I think how do I say it? For like Lake Wawashkesh, the part about the parking, right? People might have used Wawashkesh and parked their trailers there for a while or for years, and other lakes like Gooseneck Lake might not have. But I think Councillor Lamb quickly touched on it. And part of the problem at Lake Wawashkesh has always been, from what I've heard for years, this is dating back years and years, there's not enough parking, there's not enough parking. One way you can make more parking with not investing tens of thousands of dollars in additional gravel is to say you can't park unattended trailers there. By doing that, you create more parking. They just have to park their trailers somewhere else. And when it comes to, I think it is very, very important that between now and the August deadline that we do have something in place for this. And maybe some of the wording again, maybe we got here, but I think it's really good to know that, things like the shore dockers, or be it maybe storage units, it's already covered under a trespassing act. We don't need to write something special for it. We might just need to hire a police officer to attend with staff or to give the ticket or to do whatever if we have to remove something, but there is something there. So I think that's a good positive that came out of today, that we've learned that part. And I think there's one part that I think gets a little confused in one of the wordings. And it was back on the June 6th resolution. And it noted that no private docks be allowed on the municipal controlled lands without a permit. And I think when you just read that by itself, it's a little confusing. And if you turn to page 90, that same quote, I'll call it, you have to read one of the that's with it. And it says that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby agree that the following conditions in regards to boat launch and lake access points within the municipality that are municipal owned or in which the municipality has a land use permit. And then it reads that no private docks be allowed in the municipality controlled lands without a permit. So the only spot you're speaking to here is at boat launches, lake access points, or municipally controlled lands under land use permit. You're not talking in front of somebody's cottage or somewhere else. This was only about having a permit at those areas, which you already know you don't really issue the permit. So it comes down to you can't get the permit for that. So there is no real way of getting it, just to put that to a bit to rest. So hopefully when staff comes back with another one hopefully it's at the next council meeting, maybe there'll be some headway on how we can do our own fines. But I think that'll be an important part to get to when we can. And, I think it's a great start that we're started on thus far. And I think the discussion we're having today will go hopefully a long way in having staff be able to add some more to this and add a few more pages for the fine amounts and then I guess the only question I'd have outside of this bylaw for shore dockers, if it's part of a trespassing act between now and July, is there anything that we need to do to pass anything as council to allow the municipality or the police to act on that come August?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I see Caitlin's unmuted, so she wants to speak to that because I don't, it's not my area of expertise. Caitlin?
If it's something the municipality truly wants police to enforce, the first step the police are going to ask for is that it is signed for no trespassing. So the municipality will have to go around and post no trespassing signs, or the little red dot, whatever they seem reasonable. And once those are posted, then we've given our due diligence and notice saying we don't want people here, and they will call the police and they'll enforce the Trespass Property Act.
And Caitlin, sorry, I'm going to ask you a question. If it was when we say no trespass, but if we said no shore dockers,
Because we do allow boats.
because we allow boats or somebody walks there, it's okay. If we said no shore dockers, if somebody put a shore docker there, could that be considered trespassing because they put a shore docker there? I think that's, I'm trying to find out what that sign would read if it wasn't, well, yes, you can pull up your boat or your canoe, but it's the shore dockers we don't want there.
Storage
Or
containers.
storage containers. So we need a sign that says no shore dockers or storage containers.
Okay,
No
so-
store.
So
No
just
problem.
so before you answer, Caitlin, just to be clear, this property that Councillor Nash is referring to is municipal. It is a municipally owned shore road allowance. It's not Crown land. It's on the shore of Bulger Lake. And we own the shore road allowances and the other road allowances in that, it's in the Wawashkash and Askoot Conservation Reserve, but we own it. All right, we own this property in question, just so you understand.
Yeah, I'm understanding. Most of the time I rely on zoning, the zoning bylaw or an encroachment type bylaw for these types of things. If it's something you really insist on having, again, or having the police do, it just has to be signed and noticed as to what it is that you don't want to happen on your property. And then the violators can be caught through police that way under trespass.
And how often, how far apart would a sign need to be placed? Do you know roughly?
I would have to look it up, but I mean, it's the typical practice, usually 50 feet, every 50 feet.
So kind of the same as a
15
no
meters,
parking
yeah.
sign or whatever it would be?
Yeah.
So would we need to do like I'm trying to think out loud here as I'm asking these questions, a council motion if we wanted to put signs up that said no shore dockers, no storage units, or would staff be able to do that, Michelle, with the direction we already have in our resolutions?
Already sent them a registered letter.
Yeah.
So I would recommend that the wording be more vague as to no storage of personal property. That way, anything that is stored on your property that you don't want, you have the right to remove. And that way, if we do say, hey, who owns this shipping container, and nobody declares ownership, that's fine, we can remove it. If they really want to claim ownership, then we'll know who it is and who to charge it back to.
And if we put that up, but there was boats there, if we're okay with the boats being there, we just don't need to worry about the boats then. Is that kind of how you're saying it?
Yeah, and the reason that you would get away with it is you would just say it doesn't meet the threshold of enforcement. So you're telling me what your intent is, what your threshold is. So boats don't meet the threshold of enforcement, but personal property, i.e. storage sheds, containers, they do.
Sorry. Yeah, see, we're doing it again, again, what I commented on, but listen. We would have to, in this bylaw that we're discussing, designate the shore of Bulger Lake as a boat parking area if we're going to allow people to park on it.
So I don't
So,
enforce
so my
anything.
question is, what's the argument for saying, well, you can't have a shore docker, but you can pull your boat up on there, you can winch it up and you can leave it there.
But and would I be right or wrong, Mr. Mayor? If you didn't say it was or wasn't allowed to park a boat there, you couldn't ticket somebody if you haven't said you can't park a boat there, right? So you don't really need a bylaw to say that you're able to park a boat there.
Yeah, because the bylaw says, and unless the way the bylaw is written, it says unless the area is designated for boat parking, you can't park a boat there.
But that's what I think.
Otherwise, people can start pulling their boats up on the shore here in front of the community center here and just leave them there, right?
Yeah, because the way
Which I don't think you want.
No, but the way I
want.
read boat parking, I read it as if it was part of the trailer parking, not a boat. Like I'd almost say if we're going to be talking about where you can and can't park a boat that's in the water, that's a totally separate bylaw to the parking and trailer bylaw. I don't think boat in water parking is really what's referenced in this too much, unless I
But
misread.
it's in there though, that was the intent, and it was the intent because we have, as I've already said once, we have two locations in the municipality where this is done and has been done since time immemorial on a regular basis. And unless we want to turn around and say to all those people, forget it, you don't pull your boat up there on the shore at Indian Narrows and leave it there for
We're
any
not saying
protracted period of time, then this is going to catch them, right?
But we wouldn't need boat parking in here. We can just remove anything about being able to park at Washcash or Bolger for boats. We can take reference to boat parking out. You just can't have shore dockers or trailers, right?
Yeah.
The actual boat parking in water or on land.
But from a legal defensibility point of view, I'm asking you, how would you defend that it's okay for them to pull the boat up there and leave it there, but it's not okay for them to put the shore docker on there?
Because a shore docker is a structure as defined.
No,
it's a wooden structure. Okay, it might
But
not be.
It's not a structure. It's structures defined in the building code.
Nobody on council wanted shore dockers, including you, Mr. Mayor. So why can't we say we're not taking the liability of a structure? You don't know where it stops. They get bigger, the boats get bigger, the motors get bigger. There is a liability. The minister or the MP or the MPA out there didn't want the liability. Like, I don't know. This is why governments fail. You know, they go round and around and around.
If I may make a suggestion, I really would take a look and maybe possibly direct staff to pull an encroachment bylaw for council to review. City of Kawartha Lakes has a fantastic encroachment bylaw, and it would really take care of this debate that that council seems to be having.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to stop council from making policy, but what I'm trying to do is to get the policy to be informed so that we see exactly what the impact of it is. And perhaps Caitlin's suggestion is a good one. I mean, there may be a way to do this. I'm just not sure that well, not sure. I'm pretty much convinced that we're not there yet to figure out exactly how this is going to work. And that's something that staff could do for us, is if we weren't just writing all the details before we ask, right? That's my issue with this. Anyway, Councillor Bray, you got your hand on your microphone.
Oh, well,
Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, the difference for the shore dockers and pulling a boat is temporary because it comes and goes. The shore dockers are there, which means the person who has that shore docker thinks it's their area. So that's why we don't want the shore dockers, because we don't want, we want the shore allowance to be for anybody to pull up their boat. I do think we need to make sure that there's nothing in here that says they can't do that for those lakes, because they are different, but I'm not sure how we do it. Thanks.
Okay, so is there anything anybody else wants to say about this before we?
Well, it's clear as mud, but anyway.
Well,
through you, Mr. Mayor, I do need some clarification. I'm back to the 14 days annually. which is in the council resolution. And frankly, staff are only working on the council resolutions. We have lots of ideas that other members of council have given us, but we take direction from council as a whole. So
Just on that, Michelle, through you, Mr. Mayor, why don't we just say unless attached to a trailer? Simple, boom, forget about 14 days. And if someone wants to always attach their boat to their car every single time, including when they go for groceries into Perry Sound, God love them. But as soon as you go out there and it's not attached, you're getting ticketed or you're getting summoned or whatever. Like why, if this is a big problem, then take it out, right? I don't care.
the only thing I'm thinking about, and I'm not judging whether council wants it or not, is that we can't put it in the bylaw and say, oh, don't bother with it and don't enforce it, because you have a bylaw, and the idea is you hire bylaw enforcement officers to enforce it. Unless you get a council resolution that says, in spite of the fact that it's in the bylaw, we don't want you to enforce it. So you want to be careful. I mean, you and I have talked, we don't want to look foolish. We want a bylaw that's stronger than the one that we currently have, and that's enforceable and that people understand. So if council wants to remove that requirement of the 14 days annually, it can be done. We can do a voting reconsideration at the next meeting. We can build our bylaw around the fact that that's the intention, is that it be removed. I just need clarity there. We'll certainly look into the enforcement. Whether all of this comes back to the next council meeting, I'm not sure. Frankly, my time is being spent on the rental unit bylaw, but if I need to switch my time to this bylaw, and I'm going on vacation, so there's only so many hours in the day and so many days in the week. So I really don't know at this point, without sitting back and reflecting on all the comments, whether you'll see this in May, which means you might see it in June, and it's going to have to be passed in July for it to be effective for the August 6th deadline. So I'll have to give some thought to that, and maybe we delay the rental unit bylaw and some other bylaws that are coming forward. I can't say specifically. There's only one of me. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing council generally appears to be okay with the boats on the Bolger Shore Road allowance. They've been there for some time, but you don't want any of the, I would agree with the mayor, they're not structures, but you don't want any of those appurtenances or assets sitting there. The shore dockers, the winches, or the storage containers. I think that was abundantly clear, and how that gets managed, I'll have a little chat with Caitlin. We can resolve the Foley issue next time. That's easy to do. And I guess I need a little bit of direction from council. I like your both hands up. The 14 days, you need to give staff direction if you want that to stay or not. We have two resolutions. One says 14 days annually, and one just says 14 days. So it was a little confusing to me what council actually intended. So that clarification needs to be made.
I just wanted to point out that I'm a twin, so there's two of me.
And I'm fine with the 14 days annually, through you, Mr. Mayor. And the other comment was, I know we spoke about boats at Bolger or Wawashkesh Park, but there is boats at other spots. On Gooseneck, there's Americans that come up, and the only spot they park is on the shoreline. They don't park at the dock. The dock's relatively new. So there is many other lakes, people pull up boats or tie a boat to something. They might not pull it up on shore. So I don't think the boat parking, if we want to say the only spot you can't pull a boat up on shore is down at our municipal landing, because it happens at many other lake access points throughout the municipality all the time. It's really in front of here that you wouldn't want it to happen, right? So I think we have to be careful, again, when we're calling on the boats, to say you can do it at Bolger and Wawashkesh, but nowhere else. No, you can do it in other spots, but we don't want it done right down at the main landing here. But maybe somebody might do it over at Farley's Road already, right? So just the staff just takes that as a comment back when you're thinking of it. That's all.
I really need direction from all of council. I'm getting different stories. I think I generally know what you want, but I need, for the purposes of bylaw and the eventual enforcement, it needs to be by council resolution. And right now I have 3 resolutions I'm working on. as I said, the Foley one is, or the Farley one is easy. That can be easily resolved. I don't think that was the intent. But as far as the 14 days and where boats park and where trailers park, we need to get it right for me to come back and not have numerous iterations, but
Nobody's ever talked about boat parking and being allowed or not allowed. So it doesn't even need to be in our bylaw. Nobody, it's not in an emotion. It's not there. Remove it altogether. Doesn't need to be there.
It was dealt with extensively by the Wabash Landings Task Force before you were on it.
But it
So,
was never passed as a motion, Mr. Mayor.
well,
Can
right,
I
but-
ask a question of Caitlin? Caitlin, if we just said unless, no trailers are allowed to be parked unless they're attached to a vehicle, doesn't that simplify everything a great deal? From a bylaw perspective?
Personally, to me, it means the same thing as leave an unattached trailer, so I really don't have an opinion on that one.
from an enforcement perspective, Caitlin, if you're not trying to enforce
Whether it's there
14
one
days
day or-
annually, and it's just a trailer parked that's unattached.
Plain and simple, you're taking it.
An attached trailer. No person shall park an unattached trailer, and anything that's attached to a vehicle would get a ticket.
Like, that to me is pretty simple. You're coming up for a weekend and you got a boat with you, put the boat in the water, you park your car in your trailer and you go to the place and you come back afterwards, put your boat and go home. I don't know, rather than chalk places and come back the next day and come back and it's like, anyway, that's not who we're targeting. Like,
No.
there's three problems, Caitlin. Out at Bolger, we've got shore dockers and storage containers. They all comply to parking and all the rest. It's not a big issue out there, and we allow boats. At Wawashkesh, it's 15 trailers that are out there, and I don't see where there's a problem anywhere else in the municipality. We don't have shore dockers on our municipalities anywhere else. I don't think we have permanent storage of trailers. So to me, it's a defined little problem that we have. And we're getting into this big mountain of stuff that's going to go on for a year and a half before we pass anything, because we're trying to find perfection. That's what we want to control by August the 6th, and I don't see why we can't do it.
Okay, are we?
I still don't think Michelle's got
I
clarification.
don't think
on
our
it.
CIO is satisfied.
Well, all I have before me is council resolutions that are to be integrated into traffic bylaw. And I see what Councillor Lamb is saying. If council wants to change and eliminate the 14 days annually and not fuss about whether the trailer is attached to a vehicle and just enforce unattached trailers, I would say yes, that uncomplicates the bylaw and uncomplicates enforcement. But I don't have anything in writing to say that that's what council wants. And we can do that. However, we're just about to send out letters to Wabash folks saying something different. So
Well, keep
I'm
it for-
suggesting, I think I have a sense of what you want, but I don't have any council direction. And if you want to do a voting reconsideration in May, we can make that
Well, we
happen.
already sent it out to Bolger, so leave the
Right.
14 days.
If I'm right, we'd have to do a request for reconsideration. That's gonna take a month or 2 months for all this. Just leave it as 14 days, write it in as 14 days
14 days annually.
annually. And if we want to change it down the road, we can change it down the road.
As long as you understand that the bylaw enforcement, to enforce the bylaw that you pass, is going to be a challenge. I'm not saying it can't happen, and Caitlin says she can do it. She can chalk wheels and that kind of thing, so it can actually get done, and so can Paul Rossiter. I'm just letting you know that it
Wow.
changes how the municipality will do business. And if that's what council wants, and it appears they do, because that was in your resolution, and there's no intent to change, then I understand that. So we're going to focus on tidying up some of the wording. It's in the hands of our prosecutor, Paul Dre. He's agreed to look at it. It's going to get a legal review and definitions, whether I like them or you like them or you want something different. Eventually, it's not us that decides, it's our prosecutor and the lawyers. And we talked about this with our procedure bylaw. If we didn't get it quite right, there's always next year. And sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you're trying to enforce it. So I think I've got
Okay. let's move on.
some clarity here.
Okay. All right, so are we finished with item 5.3? If so, I need a motion to return from committee of the whole because
Brian's still on?
there, I think I already used one, did I? Is that why I don't have one?
No, you should have one, Mr. Mayor. One moment, please.
Well.
And this is to,
Don't see it in,
here we go.
okay. Okay, here's a reconvene to a regular meeting. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor, raise your hands, please. And Councillor Woods, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it is now 4:12 p.m. So these are the matters arising from the committee of the whole. And the first one was, I go back, was 5.2, the draft operating and capital special budgets. And this is the one where I'll take this one out. This is the one where I suggested a couple of cosmetic things. So I'm going to read it to you. Here's the resolution that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received the memorandum entitled Draft 2024 Operating and Capital / Special Projects Budget Updates from the March 5th, 2024 budget meeting prepared by Treasurer Manish Kulal for information. And that no further substantive adjustments be made to the draft 2024 operating and capital special budgets as presented. Sorry, just gonna put this in here. And that the 2024 municipal rate increase be set at a maximum of 8%, resulting in a total inclusive of school board taxes, residential tax rate increase of 6.21% as recommended by.
Of a maximum of 6.2.
That's what I said. Yeah, isn't that what I said?
No.
What did I say? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to put the word the maximum
Yeah,
again. Okay, I'm
6.21.
sorry. I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Okay, a maximum of 8% resulting in a maximum. All right.
No, in the total inclusive of the school board taxes, residential tax rate increase of a maximum of 6.21%. There's two maximums.
All right, well, okay, you want to put it in a different place, but that's okay.
I want to put it in both.
Residential, no, residential tax rate increase of a maximum of, okay. I'm going to read this again, but. So let me read the third at that again. That the 2024 municipal tax rate increase be set at a maximum of 8%, resulting in a total, inclusive of the school board taxes, residential tax rate increase of a maximum of 6.21%, as recommended by the treasurer. And finally, that public notice be provided as per bylaw 77-2007 being a bylaw to prescribe the form, manner, and times for the provision of public notice, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone will be giving consideration to adopt the 2024 municipal budget and set the 2024 taxation rates at the May 21st regular council meeting. Do we have a mover and seconder? So Councillor Lamb has moved
I can second that.
and Councillor Nash has seconded.
And I'll ask for a recorded vote if I could.
Recorded vote. Councillor Nash. Okay, any discussion? If not, we'll ask our clerk to call the question.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
No.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Okay, thank you. What's that one? 5.2.2, the annual road grant funding. Whereas bylaw 30-27, being a bylaw to adopt a protocol for the authorizing of annual grants for the purpose of assisting road maintenance costs to property owners on private and unassumed roads, provides that the grant to be provided shall be determined by council during the yearly budget process based on a calculation of the X factor and Y factor, where X factor represents dollars per kilometer and Y factor represents dollars per household. Therefore, be it resolved that both the X and Y factor be increased by 2% for 2024 and shall be $377.64 and $57.39 respectively. And that the total available funds in the 2024 operating budget for road grants be allocated at $89,798. Who would like to move that? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods.
I'll take Councillor Woods. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay,
Could I ask for a recorded vote, please?
you may. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Abstain.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Thank you. That motion carried. Five point 2.3 capital contribution to the West Prairie Sound Recreation and Culture Center. Whereas the municipality of Whitestone entered into an agreement with the West Prairie Sound Recreation and Cultural Center Joint Municipal Service Board on October 21st, 2022. And whereas the municipality of Whitestone agreed to make a one-time capital contribution of $250,000 towards the building of the facility within 30 days of the commencement of construction of the physical building, subject to the completion of the requirements outlined in section 4 of the agreement. And whereas the construction of the building is scheduled to commence approximately mid-year 2024. And whereas the commitments outlined in the agreement are conditional on a review of the operating model, projected operating revenues, costs, and reserve requirements for the facility by independent management consultants with expertise in such reviews to be completed prior to final design of the facility at the board's cost. And whereas the West Prairie Sound Recreation and Cultural Center Joint Municipal Services Board submitted to the municipality of Whitestone a report from BDO dated June 15th, 2023, entitled West Prairie Sound New Recreation Center Operating and Financial Review Report. And whereas at the November 9th, 2023 council meeting, resolution number 2023 538 reads in part that the municipality of Whitestone respectfully informs the Joint Services Board that the BDO report does not meet the requirements as set in the agreement dated October 22nd, 2010. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby defer the capital contribution of $250,000 to the year 2025. Is there a mover for that motion?
Well, how are we going to do this? Because I want the or put in the last paragraph. Would I have to do that as an amendment?
I think he read that.
No, he read this one, I think. You read,
Oh, okay, I read the first one I came to.
yeah, I
okay.
wanted the second.
You just need to read the two more sentences.
And until, yeah, sorry, the last whereas says now that, or the last paragraph says now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone is hereby defer the capital contribution of $250,000 to the year 2025 and until such time as Section 4 of the agreement meets the requirements of the Municipality of Whitestone. Is there a mover and seconder for that?
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Woods seconds.
I'll ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay. I would have if you didn't. Is there any discussion first? Okay, if not, oh, sorry, Councillor Ray.
Yes, is there written down as to what we are specifically what we are asking them to do? So have we, is it written out what it is that they need to do to meet the Section 4 of the agreement?
Yeah, do the study.
No,
No,
but
no.
they did do a study. The
Didn't meet
study
our
wasn't
requirement.
acceptable, so tell me what it is. Have we written to them saying exactly what we expect them to produce?
No, we haven't, but we had a meeting with them and I reported at the last council meeting and I suggest you go back and listen to my report.
I did listen to your report and I'm thinking that perhaps maybe we need to have it outlined specifically what it is that they are asking so that someone in the public or anywhere would be able to say, yes, this, whatever it is we're looking for, would know how to go about getting it.
I suggest that, again, it's all in last month's meeting that I reported on. And if you read it, I can give you a copy of my remarks.
No, that's fine, Councillor Lamb, and I agree. I listened to it. I heard it. I'm just saying, have we sent them written?
No, we don't need to send them written
Oh.
anything.
Well, I would
my opinion.
suggest that we need to
yeah.
send something written so that it's very
Well,
clear. Thank you.
I have the same issue and I'm going to vote against the motion for
Good.
that,
Well,
for
let's
that
call the
reason. I don't
question.
believe that I don't believe that we are on solid ground in saying to them that they have not done what is in the agreement because there isn't any provision for us
We
really
have a-
to indicate
we
our
have-
satisfaction with what
Okay,
they did or
we go
did or didn't do.
around and around and around on this. I suggest we call the question. We have a difference of opinion on it and let's move on. Like everybody's saying the same thing. You know, I hear what Councilor Bray is saying, I hear what you're saying, and I hear what the other three are saying. Call the question, and let's get on to the consent agenda. Please, unless someone has an amendment. And if you want to make an amendment, make it.
You can call the question, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Abstain.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No,
And that motion carries. Could I suggest, Mr. Mayor, a 5-minute break, very quick one, before we move
yes, you may.
on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're We are now back from our short
Test,
break.
test, test.
And we are at item 7 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And it consists of a bunch of things, but I'll read you the motion and we'll get it on the floor here. Whereas Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of the following council and committee meeting minutes: the regular council meeting minutes of March 19th, the special council meeting minutes of March 27th, and the Recreation Committee meeting minutes of February 8th, all in 2024, of course, and the unfinished business listed on pages 5 to 8. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby approves the following council meeting minutes. The 711 regular council meeting minutes of March 19th, 2024, and 7.1.2 special council meeting minutes of March 27th, 2024. And that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information 7.1.3, the Recreation Committee meeting minutes of February 8th, 2024, and the unfinished business listed on page 5 to 8 of the April 18th, 2024 agenda. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, show of hands, please, in the room. And Councillor Woods?
You back?
Councillor Woods, can you hear us? Yes, he's coming.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, my phone wasn't recognizing my face, so it wouldn't let me open it up.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Next, we have accounts payable. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $1,325,690.12 for the period ending April 4th, 2024. We'd like to move that. Councillor Lamb. Seconded by someone seconded. Councillor Nash, thank you. Any discussion about these, about payables? Or
Through you,
question?
Mr. Mayor, I have one quick one.
Yes.
On page 153, number 2088, KDT Security Services, $406.80. I guess this is for the monitoring down at the office, I take it. Is this monthly, quarterly, half yearly, yearly? Like, how much does it cost us for them to respond to?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, it's, yes, yes, ADT is the security company. It's changed names a couple of times, but I believe it's ADT now.
Yeah.
I'll just check on the cost. I'm assuming that's monthly, but I'll check. I'll let you know.
We pay $5,000 a year. I wonder how many calls we get a year.
It's possible.
I remember
quarterly.
one time I went in with a key years and years ago, had a key and I went in to do something and I didn't do it right. So the phone rang in the office and it was a security company. They said, "Who's this?" And I said, "It's Councillor Lamb." "Well, how do we know it's you?" He said, "Because I just told you it's me." Right? But they couldn't believe it. So I guess that's what they get for the $5,000. But anyway, I just.
ADT was purchased by TELUS, by the way, but and they still.
Yeah, we deal with TELUS and we still deal with another company who does monitoring on their behalf, but it's built
Yes.
through TELUS. So it's a little bit complicated, frankly.
In
You
any
give me-
case,
you
you
give
think
me
that, you think
$5,000 a
that's a
year, I'll
monthly
sit by
fee,
the telephone.
$366.34?
Pardon me?
You think that's a monthly fee, you said?
I need to
That's
check.
$5,000. I'll do it for
Well,
$5,000.
you know.
I'll sit by it home.
They,
All right, I'll check
they
on
used
that.
to bill, they used to years ago bill quarterly. So
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's a to be honest.
That's what I'm
but
wondering. We haven't budgeted for 5,000.
That's a lot
so
to pay for monitoring.
Just
Yeah,
for the,
Based on what
the
I
building, yeah.
pay for other.
Yeah, I just,
Other places
maybe
I
we
have.
check it out. Maybe it's not monthly. Maybe
Yeah.
it's half yearly or something. I don't know. Good
Anyway,
business.
so did you have other questions you wanted? Well, Councillor Nash, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could, I was looking at it going, how can I'll call it payroll, but how can the accounts receivable be $1.3 million? Oh my goodness, why is it so high? So my question is, I see that 800,000 of that is for a wonderful new fire truck. So my question is, when does this wonderful new fire truck arrive if we have now paid for it? Oh, okay. Good. That was a nice, when I saw it here, I'm like, oh, must mean it's either here or coming. So that's great. Would we do something like I don't know, I'm thinking out loud, like post something on Facebook or on the website that this new vehicle's arrived or something like this and a picture or something?
Through you, Mayor Conway, the fire chief doesn't know this, but we will take a picture and we'd like him and his crew, or as many of his crew as possible, to be in the picture and make a moment of it for Facebook and for our e-newsletter.
Perfect, great. That was my only question.
Yeah, and it'll be all nice, shining and clean too.
Better.
One of Mr. Fire Chief, yes, indeed. Okay, any other questions about payables? If not, we can call the question, and I guess we'll just have a show of hands and ask Councillor Woods to.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. That's carried. Now we have some staff reports, and the first one is about council remuneration. Can I get a mover and seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receive for information the updated council remuneration memorandum from Treasurer Manish Kulal dated April 16th, 2024. Mover and seconder. Oh, Councillor Bray moves. And Councillor Lamb seconds. All right, it's on the floor. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just a small one. I don't find it very worthwhile to put in what the municipality of McDougall does with the payment for the district social services board. That's sort of out of context. I don't know what a counselor makes in McDougall, what they don't make, what benefit program they have, what pension program, if any. It's just, it's out of context in my opinion, and I don't like that line in there. I had the same thing with the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, and I see that's out. So I would suggest next year, if this is not absolutely necessary, that line be struck. It gives the impression that we're doing something improper, and we're not doing anything improper in my mind. So that's my only comment. I take it that's a discretionary thing, that line, municipality of McDougall, right? It's not a mandatory thing, correct?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the note about the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, that the remainder of that information, I don't know why it's there because it was corrected several times. So staff received a question as to why members of these boards received a T4 and other members of the board didn't. So this was the explanation, is that you're right, it's entirely discretionary. Members of Whitestone get paid directly. That is going to change. We understand the Parry Sound Area Planning Board is now going to pay the municipality, and then the municipality will I assume with council direction, issue that payment to the planning board member. Other municipalities.
Well, I'm not aware of that as the chairperson.
Okay, I was advised of that. So.
Better bring it to the board first.
Okay, well, either way, it's, you get paid. I'm not sure why this didn't print the way it was supposed to, because it did indicate, there's a third line that does say, as it did previously, that other member municipalities, the planning board pays the municipality directly and they receive it as revenue. So you're correct, it's discretionary. Whitestone has been different for many years.
I'd rather it not be in there.
Yeah,
I think it gives a false impression that again, that we're doing something improper. This has been the case since I've been on council for 17 years. People got paid on the planning board. Tom Sutcliffe used to get paid long before I was even on council, right? And again, unless you're going to compare every piece of compensation of other members in McDougall or McKellar, then what's the relevancy of it is my point.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what Councillor Lamb's alluding to, I do agree with. I think on the district of Parry Sound Social Services, after the councillor's remuneration, those 3 lines there, you're just saying they can totally come out. They don't need to be there. Yes, the councillor is paid X dollars and that's it, right? Like those 3 lines would come out. And I think you're saying the same under the Parry Sound Area Planning Board, under the 2 councillors' names. After that, where it says no, in that little 2-line blurb, that can just be eliminated and it can just show the total earnings, right? Without the explanations, right? Which I'd totally agree with on the next notation the following year, not to talk about what other municipalities may or may not do, right? That's what you're saying, which I would agree with just as a comment.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else about this report? All right, are you ready for the question to approve it then, or to receive it? Just for information.
Yep.
All in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Woods, thank you. That's good. 9.2, this is a contract award based on an RFP for phase 2 of the asset management plan. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report FIN-2024-06 entitled Contract Award Request for Proposal 2024-02 Asset Management Plan Phase 2 for information purposes, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby awards the contract for the Asset Management Plan Phase 2 to PSD Citywide. We'll move that.
I can move that, Mr.
Councillor Nash moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this one?
I just have a couple, it's always a couple, I know I got to get out of that word.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Who did our asset management plan before? The name doesn't, like when I'm looking here, I'm like, I don't see their name if I'm remembering correct.
It was RJ Burnside.
Okay, so did they not?
They did not.
They did not bid.
They said they were too busy. And they are. They're very, very busy. So they did not bid this time around.
Okay, so that was my one question. And then I know there's some that had to be done in 24 and then another part that has to be done in 25. So the way this is broken down here, is this for the year 2024 or 2025, or is there going to be another tender that has to go out? I just want to make sure this is encompassing both years. And
I'm always jumping in. This is Manisha's report, so I'll let you speak to it.
Through you, Mayor. This is the one tender. We awarded, the amount will be 2 different parts. The 28,000 first and second will be 15,000. So.
But so the 15,000, like, it's not just broken up for financing that we're paying in 2024 and 2025. We've tendered both sections that we had to do. We have to do a asset management plan in 2024, and then we have to do a final in 2025. So this is encompassing both those.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. And then just the other thing I noticed just in here, it would look like PSD. It noted, I was just amazed that they worked for 324 of 444 municipalities. And I'm just, I guess, wondering, I guess we have to be careful on how we say it, but the low bidder isn't getting the project, and the next bidder, PSD, was $12,000 more, but it's being recommended that we go with them, and hopefully there can be a little bit more spoken to than just the sentence that's written here, because that's quite a bit of difference.
Would you like me to speak to it, Manish, or would you like to?
Through you, Mayor, we have done a reference check with other municipality, and the low bidder, there is no project has been done with asset management, and the setup of employment, like only 2 people in the office, and it doesn't look like a municipality with a risk giving a project to the new and without no extensive experience in the asset management. Thank you.
Okay, so if I'm reading, like, I guess, when I say references, they've never done, is it that they've never done an asset management plan before?
Yeah, they didn't done any asset management plan.
And was that a prerequisite that we had, that they had to have done one before?
We asked them to submit, we made the assumption that they know what they're doing, that they've done these kind of things, and they have to submit references, and they were unable to do that. It looked to us like they're a small company trying to make a mark, and it's pretty risky for Whitestone, especially when we already have a very complicated for Whitestone asset management plan, for them to take that and enhance it without any experience. We believed it was a bad risk for Whitestone.
Yeah. No, and I totally.
They may be good. They do other things that they apparently do, but asset management planning is not one of them.
Yeah, no, I totally see that. I just didn't know if it was a prerequisite on the tender or not. That was all. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? If not, let's call the question then, please, on this contract award. Do we do recorded votes for these or no? No? Okay, just show of hands in the room.
Councillor Woods, yes.
And so far, Councillor Woods? Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried. All right. Roadside brush cutting. 1.3. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report PW-2024-04 titled the tender award for the 3-year roadside brushing contract for information, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby provide pre-budget approval and awards the 3-year roadside brushing contract to TMI Roadside Brushing in the amount of $35,500 plus HST as follows. 2024, $13,108. 2025, $13,370.16. 2026, $13,636.84. Mover and seconder. Councillor Nash moves, seconded by Councillor Ray. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, has this always been a 3-year contract?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a second 3-year contract. When I arrived 3 years ago, I wrote a 3-year contract. This is our second one.
Same group?
They did our last ones, yes.
So they've been here for 3 years doing it,
Yes, they have.
and we're happy with them.
They do, the neighbors as well, and we are generally happy.
So what happens if this isn't something we can buy an attachment and do ourselves?
From experience, there's a lot of downtime and repairs involved. It's fairly abusive. Reaching in the sunlight, reaching into the shaded greenery, and you do find some boulders or bell boxes and different things. And as you can see, for the cost, it's pretty competitive with the contractors, and I believe it's money well spent having this contracted out.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor Nash?
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering, how many people did we, three bidders received tenders, so was one never received back, or did one say they couldn't do it, or?
Correct, this is what we have.
Okay, so only two had submitted, but we sent the three. And I think last year you did it, but just, it looks like this is done on an hourly basis based on estimate of 80 hours, right? I guess, well, two things. Something came up at another meeting I was at, but just, they'll do the yearly thing of trying to go around the milkweed when possible, like they've done the last few years.
This doesn't usually apply to the brush cutters. They reach beyond it in the trees, and they don't worry about the roadside.
Oh, this is doing the further.
This is
down
for
up.
the trees.
So
Not grass cutting.
is that being awarded later, the grass cutting?
Well, that's what I thought we were doing.
This one's for roadside brush cutting.
Okay. So as an example, do you have any idea, like I thought it was something different, but I know exactly what you're talking about now. So what roads might have they done last year? I think, did they do a bit of the bunny trail doing this last year? I think?
The bunny trail scheduled for this year. It was a few years ago that the bunny trail was done. This year it's the bunny trail and Shawanaga we're looking to get. So we're going to try and do a quick pass the bunny trail because it's big, see if we can get them moving, and then get over to Shawanaga as well.
Okay. Yeah, no, I thought it was the actual, mowing at the edges a couple times. So,
But what is it? I don't understand.
Sorry, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is where we go and cut the trees and brush before the trees get too big. And this helps our sight lines around corners and along our roadways.
Okay.
And they cut the trees. It's not the lawnmower or the
Oh, that's
sickle.
what I
attachment.
thought we were talking about was the lawnmower.
how would I describe, this would be the one that where you've driven down like a laneway in the country and you go, oh my gosh, what machine went by and just like scoured the earth when they're
Yeah.
cutting it with no regards for anything. That's what this is, right?
Huh?
Instead of using an arborist going in and cutting everyone, it's just like a really big mower thing that goes in and mows it, but it's something that needs to be done. But
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is where I've received complaints before along Farley's Road.
Yes.
We did cut, and it cuts down to the ground, but it does leave the little stumps.
Oh, yeah, I
behind.
remember.
But
I
is
remember
it
that.
possible for this, but I'll even say for the other one, if it does come back, the grass mowing along the side of the roads or this one, like I know, I'll use Gooseneck Lake as an example. When they're doing the mowing, we'll say near to some of the boat launch roads, I think they've gone in before, but if they can just try and go into some of the boat launch roads and do some of the brushing right along the pathways to kind of open them up, be it wherever it is that it has easy access in the municipality.
Yes,
I think
that
it
is
might-
part
it
of the
might
plan
help.
this year, and this is why we do go over the hours a bit, but we try and get everything that needs to get done.
Yeah.
Some things are a little heavier and some things are a little lighter, especially when you get near an end of a road. You can't say, well, we're at 79 hours, but we just have another kilometer to do.
You know, like I know I mentioned Gooseneck, but I know when we were at a meeting last year at Washkesh in the parking lot there, right? Like there's another example of maybe if this can just go into a few and do a couple of those areas, I think it might go a long way. So perfect. Thank you.
Okay, anything else about this one? Okay, let's call the question then, please. All in favor of awarding this contract? Counselor Woods,
Councillor Wood, yes.
thank you. Okay, 9.4 boat launch and public access points for 2024 budget. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information report Public Works 2024-05 entitled Boat Launch Improvements and Expenditures 2024, dated April 16th, 2024, from David Creaser, Manager of Public Works. A motion to receive for information.
Just before we do that, I just saw the time for you, Mr. Mayor.
We've had lunch, so. and
Oh, is
stuff.
it lunch? Oh, perfect. Never mind. Sorry.
What's that? Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, we have, yeah,
I forgot about.
we have
We've
half
had
an
a
hour.
couple breaks too, so I mean.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still going. Is there a mover and seconder for this?
I'll move that.
All right, Counselor Nash moves, seconded by Counselor Bray. Discussion.
I guess I just had an update. I know Counselor Wood speaks to it a lot, and I saw it at the end of the first page here, David, just about the Snake Lake boat launch. A land use permit is being obtained for this boat launch. Is there any, I guess, updates on how long you think that might take, that process? And do you think there'll be anything that could be done there this year with the budgets that we have already allotted for in our budget? Or work done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer is we have been in contact and we do have some permissions. There's been pushback on whether or not we require it. But we do require it. But they have allowed us to go in and do some maintenance this year to get things rolling. So that's the intention. We're going to act in good faith. They've given us some permission, so we're going to act on it. And we're going to continue the process as we go. And hopefully by this time next year, work will continue and the permits will be in place.
So what work will they allow us to do this year without a permit?
Some grading, we'll be able to, we have to get specific permission to do, like move a tree or two, the parking lot area. A lot of it's just gonna be grading this year.
Yeah, and where, I'm guessing where the permit would be needed if we're doing some water, near water in waterworks, that's more when the permit's needed, I'm guessing.
The permit is for, I believe, I'm passionate about getting permits.
Yeah.
You get a permit, we want to enforce parking. We want to, this is ours.
Yeah.
We're staking our claim, we're doing things properly, we're getting a permit. M&R says you don't need a permit, just go ahead.
Yeah.
But no, we have an established, working on a bylaw to treat people equally. That's what we're working towards. So we are able to do some work. If we have to do in water work, again, we'll get a permit for it.
Yeah, okay, makes total sense. We can do some minor stuff, but in order to be able to call it our land use area, which will take a year or whatever to get that permit. Sounds good. And then, no, I think it's, some of my comments or questions are really just comments. I think it's good that you've kind of labeled out a bunch of the parking areas here and kind of showing, where the money's gonna be spent, I know it might go up or down a little bit depending. And you've included the log boom number in there. The only one number I had in there, you have Bennett under number 5. There's a number of 2,900 and then a number of $3,000. So does that mean we're spending 5,900 there? And I'm just not sure why there's 2 numbers, but I know you're gonna, is it one was for the grading only?
It looks like I adjusted the numbers. I'm gonna have to do the math real quick to get the right answer. But it looks like I started with 29 and then I come
That's
back
what I
with
wasn't
3,000.
sure. I'll try.
I'm in atrial fibrillation. That's what that was. She's causing me to go into atrial fibrillation.
Okay, so
Through you, Mr. I do apologize. I had to do some quick math. They are 2 separate numbers here.
Which,
Sorry, for number 5, there are two.
Number
separate-
5.
There's 2 separate numbers. Some of the work that was on the docks that was separated out
Oh,
from
yeah.
some of the other work for grading, just to trying to show the 2 different activities.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to see. So the $3,000 is replacing the boards, doing the risers, which we know it needs to be done.
And there's a landing there as well. There's a wood area
Yeah.
to the side. There's some work that needs to be done.
Yeah, that's what we thought. I just wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure.
I had to confirm before.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
okay, anything else? Counselor Lamb?
Yeah, while we're on boat launches, I wonder if staff, Michelle, maybe you could call the Lions and see if they'd be interested in, as one of their projects, putting an extra sunshade down here at the beach. They're always looking for projects to spend their money on, so if we can get
Yeah.
something, because that was in the budget last year, then got pushed out and it's not in this
We
year.
had a reason though for not doing it, didn't we?
Through you, Mr.
David's
Mayor.
gonna respond.
Council Lamb, I believe you brought this up earlier. I did get all the information and I did send it over to the Lions. And they told me that they will look into it, but they would not make any commitments.
Well,
So
we-
they
maybe
have
we
the
should-
information. It's current. I went and got current information with costs and
Maybe we should call them and ask them whether they made a decision yet. Push them a bit, I don't know, anyway.
And
When they talked to me a few months ago, they were looking for somewhere that they could, spend their money within the community, and I suggested that, so hopefully they can see fit to maybe do it, so.
in the signs listed in here, those are new ones that are going up this year and they're part of the budget numbers? Or do they come out of a different budget? Sorry, Dave.
through you, Mr. Mayor, I do apologize for that. These are numbers that reflect the signs that have to go in place for updating signs.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments about this report?
Mr. Mayor,
Can we call the question on it, please?
No,
Mr. Mayor,
What?
just
Counselor Woods,
one,
go ahead, sorry.
just one quick thing, and it's just a clerical error, I think. On the first page of David's report, 169, it says Snake Lake boat launch. Just, did we correct to make sure it says Snake Skin?
Yeah,
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr.
No
Mayor. Thank you
problem.
very much. I was stroking it out as I read it. I do apologize. It was an error on my part.
all right. Anything else? All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. And last in this section, we have memorandum regarding engineering design options for the proposed sidewalk extension in Dunchurch along Highway 124. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the update on the proposed Dunchurch sidewalk extension, Highway 124 from Marina Drive to Moore Drive, dated April 16th, 2024, from David Creaser, Manager of Public Works. Need a mover? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. It's open for discussion. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, thank you. Are we spending anything on this project this year? Is there anything in our budget for this year? I don't think there is. And my next question is, how much have we spent so far? Because I know we did spend some stuff doing some engineering work.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know Manish is gone, but I think I see, if I'm right, it's on capital attachments, page 8. I think if that helps.
Speak into there, what?
Did you find it? Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer that quickly if I can. We do have 3,000 allotted here. Last year, it looks like we paid $7,779 for engineering. The $3,000 allotted this year was to move the permits, to go to the permit stage with MTO. We have not moved on this. Once we receive the cost, estimate costs back, and they did come in quite a bit higher than what we had initially planned on over the years. We did get in touch with the our contact with the Active Transportation Fund. They were not surprised. They've had this conversation with many, many other municipalities. This is a common issue. They're not sure if a lot of contracts are going forward. So they did bring it to my attention that they may open up another round because they'll have money left over from incomplete projects because of the increased costs.
Okay, thank you. Is this in our asset management plan? I suspect the answer is
Through
no.
you, Mr. Mayor, no, it is not.
Okay, thank you. So when I look at the costs here, and certainly this is, I've been hearing about sidewalks for 17 years, and so it's kind of important, I think, for school kids. However, this is kind of like a game changer, right? If you look at option 1, it's a 13% tax increase in 1 year, unless you finance it, right? And then it becomes even more over the years. If you look at option 2, it's an 8% tax increase. So it's really is a game changer in terms of what our priorities are, in terms of all the things that are being shoved at us, I guess. At one point, I thought it was Councillor Nash talked about if we came out of Moore Drive and put a sidewalk only to Bob's Crescent, and then walk through Bob's Crescent and came out here, I think that comes out, well, at the mailboxes here, right? And then picked up a sidewalk again at Marine Drive just to the library, right? So it's only 2 portions of a sidewalk versus a continuous sidewalk all the way. I wonder what that might cost and whether that might bring it, it's not a decision for this year, but whether that might bring it back to kind of reality. So the kids that come out of school, go on a little sidewalk around Bob's Crescent, which you don't need a sidewalk in there, right? Not enough traffic. Come back out, get on a sidewalk at Marine Drive and go to the library. Would that make it more reasonable, do you think, or is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, first and foremost, for our funding to go ahead, we have to go ahead as we applied, with the current scope. If we would like to apply for a change in the scope and reduce our scope, that would have to be approved by the Active Transportation Fund. Moving on to your second question is cost, or I guess the second part of my answer, the cost. Doing quick math here, it would save about $150,000 to remove the portion in front of Bob's Crescent. Some of the drivers of the cost is from Marina Drive right up to Bob's Crescent there. We've got that deep swamp there. We've got to move the pole back. We've got to bring a catch basin in at the end of the sidewalk. Then we'd have to extend out the existing culvert that's there to bring it out. And we would have to rip up Bob's Crescent because to meet up the catch basin with a new culvert, put a larger to realign that. We have to do that either way. We would save on 3 catch basins going around. So you'd have a savings of 3, would save on the bedrock and the sidewalk. They still have the traffic control. They'd still have you'd still have the mobilization. You'd still have the bonding and of the contract as well. So it would be about $150,000 savings to do that. So if we reduce these numbers by $150,000, we would have to We'd have to talk to Active Transportation Fund to see if they would still give us the funding, even though we're reducing the scope. It would not bring it down halfway. It wouldn't bring it into line. It would still be a very, very large number for what we're getting. I did also speak to about the first part of the question, I guess maybe not first part of the question, but I did speak to Wade this morning for the and staff at the school to see if there's an alternate route or if there's any other way. He's not aware of any other ways. The kids come out, when they come down to the Dundome, if they come down to the Dundome, they would come down Moore Drive, walk along the side of the highway, down to the Dundome. There's no other way. I know the snowmobile club goes through the back of the school off Bob's Crescent, but that all appears to be private property all the way across.
It is, yeah.
So we looked at other options. I talked to the staff there. I talked to Wade for other options. It was not them who brought it to us. It was, this was brought forward as a, from council to move ahead with a sidewalk. We looked for funding and this funding was available, and it did fit with school kids, bring kids together. The Active Transportation Fund refers to moving of people, goods, or powered by human activity. It includes walking, cycling, the use of human-powered or hybrid mobility aids such as wheelchairs, scooters, e-bikes, rollerblades, snowshoes, cross-country skiing. It can be applied to other things such as accessory to a path, like let's say our path that we have down here. It could be accessory items to it. Could be shade, could be benches, things like that.
Thanks, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I guess a couple things. First off, like I know, as David, you've said, that big ditch, I'll call it there, you know, that's going to be a huge part of the cost. I know we can't do it under this one. Maybe if they come up with another one, even doing a pedestrian bridge over that might actually be cheaper than all the infrastructure that needs to be done on the highway. I just know this through what I do, that a prefabbed bridge might be a way to go. When I see this, I see the number. I look at it and say, it was a great idea. I'm sure there's a lot of work that went into the application and receiving the funding. But when I look at this, I don't know if we should be spending the $3 or $4 grand that's in the budget this year to do the permitting when I see how much it's going to cost, and maybe it's just something that has to go on the back burner until more funding might become available at a future date. I hate to say that, but just when I see it, that's one thing that comes to my mind, that I think that might be something that needs to be done. But for the engineering that was done last year, was that presented to, I might have missed a meeting, was that ever presented to us at a council meeting, the report, or what? I'm not sure what work they'd done for that $8 grand. I'm assuming there was an initial report done up or something. Was that ever presented to us?
That was worked through budgets, and it was it came over from the previous council and went through budgets and staging the plan. It was so it did. It wasn't. I don't think it was recently, but it has been going through council. It's been going rather quickly.
Oh yeah, no, I meant the $8 grand that was spent last year for the engineering.
Yes, it was part of pass-through budget.
No, not.
If I could jump in, I think I know where you're going.
Was there a report done that was on it?
Yeah, so what you're looking at is that. So the engineering was done very late last year, paid for in 2023, but really just finalized in very early 2024. So what you're looking at here is that information. We wouldn't typically bring a set of engineering drawings and a set of preliminary estimates to council. That's not something we would normally do. It would be a very large package. You're welcome to come and look at it, but providing a set of engineering drawings in a council package is not something that is typically done. Yeah. But for someone like yourself who has an interest, you're welcome to have a look at what was done. But as Dave said, this work was done last year, but very late in the year. So this is why you're seeing this now, and it's a summary of the options and the costs.
And did that?
Yeah.
The engineering drawings include an engineering report that went with it, or was it just the?
It's a brief report with the summary cost estimate.
Maybe I'll get it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've got it in front of me if you're interested. But that's how I'm able to answer your question so quickly, Councillor Lamb, with numbers. I was trying to prepare myself for these questions. And speaking to further to what Councillor Nash was alluding to is where do we go from here? I think that's kind of the what I'm hearing is the active transportation fund is open to maybe alternatives to sticking something else in place. We do have till the end of 2025 to come up with something. So if we do come up with something that we can kind of put forward to them that they may be interested in, that would be an option. There's going to be another round of funding would also be an option as well. But speaking to the value it adds to the community for the money, it's just too much money. There's a reason the MTO stopped where they did when they came along with the sidewalk here. It's just the cost just got too high. If it was reasonably priced, they would have went right through. They would have.
And I guess two other parts to that. If we can go back, what about doing that portion from, sorry, I have the name of the road off, Moore Drive through to Bob's Crescent? What about getting that portion done under this funding? It might be less, and maybe if we go back and they say we can still do that part through that unopened road allowance or something, at least that'll get the kids part way off the roadway for a portion of it until you get on to like off Bob's Crescent back onto the highway. Would that maybe be something?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can look at that. It's still going to be probably a couple $100,000. There's rock in there, and we have to move hydro poles.
Yeah.
There's this bonding, staging, and traffic control. Like even that alone, just getting all that together is a lot of money. So I suspect we're still over $200,000. There's a culvert that's got to go in there after you remove the bedrock and moving the hydro poles back, and then you get the curbing. It's still extensive work. There's nothing cheap about, like I was looking at if we can cherry pick, like you're saying, cherry pick different easy parts of the work that we could get going. Really not much. Right in front of the Grange is nice.
And then my last part is I see that you've contacted MTO, which is great. And they say they have no reconstruction is planned in the near future. Did they give you any timelines as to when they're going to be going through? Or is it still
through you, Mr. Mayor,
5+ years?
I do apologize. Yes, I'll speak to that. I did speak to them. It is on their website as well, both. So what they have planned is they have two projects coming up. The two projects, one is the resurfacing of Highway 124, and that's from McKellar to Highway 520. I think it's just over 17 kilometers. And that is planned for 25 to 26. When I spoke to the MTO in charge of contracts, the gentleman in charge of contracts, he says it's more likely to 26, the end of 26, if it gets done, that project. The other project has two bridges. The one that we see out front here, Highway 124 crossing Whitestone Lake. That one is scheduled for 24, 25, and that's a two-part, two-bridge project. The other bridge is the one up on Highway 520 that goes through Whitestone, over the Whitestone River, and that's planned for 25, 26. Those are the two projects coming through our neck of the woods for MTO.
So if I heard right, the bridge kind of right outside here, they're going to do some work on it next year.
Scheduled for 25, 26.
Okay.
He says some of the work's being pushed back. He didn't
And
say why.
It's too bad, but the regrading or the resurfacing, you said it's going to be pushed to 26. Again, that's going to be after the 2025 deadline. And it would have just been nice if they were doing something. Maybe we could have worked hand in hand where they do some work, but it sounds like even if that was a chance, they're not going to get there in time to even help out, because by that time the grant would have been long gone, which is unfortunate. But
That was our conversation.
yeah,
We were looking for any ways they could help us work together.
yeah, okay. Thanks for checking into that, Dave.
Are we ready for the question on this item?
What are we doing? Just receiving it for information?
Yeah.
Just one last question. Is there a property that goes from the school to Moore Drive that someone owns? Like, is there a direct route that if we bought that property, we could just go through the school, go right over to Moore Drive? Instead of going, Bob can answer that, I guess.
I can't answer that. but,
Oh.
If you made a path.
This is not being picked up by the recording if it matters. Sorry.
Thanks. Actually, Brian Woods and I talked about this. If you made a trail from the municipal office up Church Street. I think it's
Yeah, it's on. Just get it right in front of your mouth.
up Church Street
Yeah,
and then through the Hitchin Post parking, or through the Hitchin Post parking lot,
the twist, yeah.
or the
okay.
twist, yeah.
Yeah,
And go between the hydro poles and the road over that little creek that takes you to Duck Rock.
right,
And then at the far end of Duck Rock's parking lot is this snowmobile trail.
right,
And it's right over to Percy Lane.
right.
Then you take Percy Lane to the highway, cross the highway, and you're at the school. So when they come down to go skating, they're right there. When they come down to go to the library, they just walk back up Church Street and cross here. And you can make it a gravel trail, so you can ride your bikes or whatever, or even maybe pave that. I don't know if it'd be cheaper, but Counselor Woods and I had talked about that. Because when my kids were small, they were never allowed to walk on the highway.
No.
Go to school. My kids got picked up by a school bus. And they didn't like that. They liked to walk and ride their bikes, but they weren't allowed on the highway.
So the only private property we would go through would be the Duck Rock where the snowmobile trail is.
Yeah.
Out to Percy Lane.
Yes, and I'm sure they would.
Is
let you do
Percy
that.
Lane municipally owned?
No, it's privately owned.
No.
Oh, it's privately owned, so we'd have to get a, okay. Well, I know that what we were looking at was investing 90,000 after the funding we got, right? There was 220 was what we've been told, and
Yeah.
suddenly the 220's become, nearly 500,000 with option one. So, we can't do it. It's just, we've got to come up with some alternative. So I'm reluctant to spend very much money on a design of something that we know, unless we're willing to say, great, we'll spend $500,000 or whatever and do it regardless, right? I don't know.
I think, well, in the budget this year, through you, Mr. Mayor, is it for the permit with MTO? Right, so I guess it would be, do we have to decide if we don't want to do the permit now, or is that just something staff can decide? Like,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if there's any change in course, I would like some direction from council that's relatively clear. It gives me direction of where to go. And if I am to pursue this proposal, it was a good proposal. Thank you for doing that. If I am to pursue that, I'd like direction to do so. We should have some money in the budget this year if we had to do additional engineering or design to go forward. Or we could, yeah, I don't know. We should do some sort of consultant to help. So I'd like a direction, because I have to go to ATF fund, Active Transportation Fund, change the scope and get approval, and then from there move forward.
Okay, well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, could I suggest that I think Manager Creaser has received a couple of ideas that he wants to look at, and that if these make sense, he'll come back at a future meeting. If there's additional money needed required for engineering, I'm sure that our budget can handle it. We're not talking about thousands and thousands of dollars. We're just talking about upgrading an existing estimate. So I'm not sure that we need to think about putting something in the budget at this point. Sounds to me like more information is required, and that will happen, you know, in the next few months as Dave explores options. And I know active transportation talks about connectivity. They talk about AODA and accessibility. So you want to be careful if you're taking someone from a sidewalk onto Bob's Lane. It's not really conducive to you know, someone with a walker. So all of these things have to be explored. So my suggestion is that the Manager Creaser take all the suggestions and give some thought to it and come back at a future date. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Was the 132 through you, Mr. Mayor, was the 132 a certain percentage of the project? Or in other words, you said, oh, you can go back and, you know, they may rebid or because there's enough projects that have been canceled. Can we just reapply at option one and say, well, it's now 592 instead of 132, we want 400,000, right, or something, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it's 60%.
Yeah, it's 60% of 220. 220 was the number. So
Oh, I see.
if we're under that number in this next next
So we,
uh,
okay.
cost
Still be
estimate,
250.
then I think that we would have a persuasive argument for active transportation as long as we meet all the criteria.
I don't know what
Okay.
to do.
Okay, folks, can we receive this item for information, please?
Sure.
Right. All those in favor, Counselor Woods?
Council Wood, yes.
You have curfew here. Okay, so we are at our 7-hour time limit. The motion I have is as follows, whereas section 6.5.2, daytime meetings commencing prior to 4 p.m. of the Municipality of Whitestone Procedure Bylaw number 80-2023 states, no item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 7 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution supported by a majority of the members present to a now additional agreed upon length of time. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the April 16th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional, I don't know, 1 hour or whatever.
It'll take an hour and a half to get through the rest, I would say.
Well, there was a suggestion that, again, that we could move the closed session, which has no critical time critical items into it to another meeting. But we would also have to, if we're going to do that, we'd also have to put that into this, or we don't have to, but I guess we should put it in this motion so we don't come back again with another one. So
what I would, through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would suggest is, because you and I and Michelle know what was taken out of the closed meeting in order to bring the agenda down to even what it is, which is a mouthful, that if we're going to have a closed meeting, since it would be by Zoom, that sometime during the month, we just have a quick closed meeting and add the one item that we sort of booted out of there and do it separately. So it's not just simply added to next month and backs everything up even further, right? Because what we don't do this month, we got to do next month, right?
And from.
So I don't mind.
that might be an idea, yeah.
Yeah, we just have a quick pick a day when people are available and do it by Zoom, and we have an hour meeting and hour and a half meeting, and away we go.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, from my standpoint, I know I can't stay late tonight, so I'm gonna have to go regardless. So I'll abstain from the vote and I'll leave after that. So I don't want to, whether you take something out or not, I have something I have to get to tonight. So I just can't stay even if we were to take that out, just to let everybody know. So whatever everybody else on council wants to do, if it's go through with the meeting for an hour or 2 hours or take something out, but I can't stay later than now. I'm already a few minutes past when I really had
Is
to
there-
leave at the drop dead.
So is there anyone else who has a meeting they have to go to? Councillor Bray, do you have to get tonight? No? Okay. All right, so do you want me to add to the resolution that we move the closed session, that we remove the closed session and call it as a separate meeting?
I mean, personally,
Yeah.
I'm willing to wait her out till the end and get it done, but I mean, if the will of council is to move it, then.
Through you, Mayor Conway, I would, and I would leave the date of that meeting with Wendy, and I will seek council input for a closed session evening Zoom meeting. That makes sense, and we'll come up with a few parameters and dates that may work for everyone.
When does the senior of the year close?
It closes shortly, and it will be on the May 21st agenda.
Well, if it's closed, we can add that to the next.
We
close
could
too,
indeed,
can't we?
yes.
Right? Put whatever we can in there.
Okay, so two things we need to get before we get a mover and seconder. Do you think if we do move closed session, an hour will do us?
Sure.
It should, right? 1 hour. And that the closed session
Let me do this, Michelle.
be rescheduled to a separate meeting. I'll say at the call of the chair because that's what we're gonna have to do. We don't know when it is. So I'll read it again. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the April 16th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional 1 hour. And that the closed session be rescheduled to a separate meeting at the call of the chair. Who would move that? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bray, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that is carried. We have an hour. I mean, we have to use it all, but.
And then I just have to excuse myself if I could, as I mentioned to you earlier, Mr. Mayor, so.
When you, excuse me.
Okay, so.
We have to go now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the minutes should show then that Councillor Nash has left the meeting.
Thank you.
As of 5:37 PM. So.
Jesus, when the federal government put the capital gains from 50% to 2/3.
To what?
To 2/3.
That's usually offensive.
Well, if you have capital gains, it is. If you have a cottage.
Yeah, yeah. 5:30. What is it?
It's expected to get in $19.4 billion. Jesus, Webb. There's no end to this.
Robbery.
Well, there is an end to it.
Yeah.
Not for a few more months, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this brings us to section 10 of the agenda, which is bylaws, and we have a few here. The first one is a bylaw to authorize an agreement between municipality and the Next Generation 911 Authority Service. So I'll get a mover and seconder, and then we'll get any questions you may have about this answered. That bylaw number 15, 2024, being a bylaw to authorize an agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and Next Gen 911 Authority Service is hereby passed the 16th day of April, 2024. Mover and seconder. Okay, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Lamb moved and Councillor Bray seconded. Okay, it's open for, is there anything? You've got a very brief report here. It's kind of not a huge discretionary item for us, I don't think, but you want to comment?
I don't have a lot to
CAO?
say. I spoke to the people at the NG 911 phone number, I guess, and I have to admit I don't understand it completely, but it's not discretionary, and it has to do with our 911 servicing. I don't know if the fire chief can offer anything more than I've been able to offer here. It goes hand in hand with an agreement the municipality signed last year, and I think in January 2023, and it's simply going to migrate the network, and this is to ensure that the 911 servicing is available for fire service and ambulance and police. It's a fairly complicated agreement, but there's no opportunity for us to change anything. So my recommendation is we come on board with this. We don't offer any dispatch services. That's all done through North Bay. Is that correct, Fire Chief?
Yeah, our primary PSAP is North Bay OPP, and our secondary is EMS. They dispatch our fire. So nothing will really change for us. It'll just be this, once they put this new 911 system, new gen, everything will be real time. So there's a lot of benefits. If you're using your phone to text 911, you'll be able to take pictures and send them right to the OPP. If you start to text something, and for some reason you die, you don't have to finish the text. Your line's already open. So you don't have to finish the sentence and send it. You can just start it and send it. What's that?
You're dead.
No, yeah, but as you're typing it, it's already going. So if you're saying, hey, Johnny's gonna beat me and he beats you, you're dead, your message still gets sent. So I guess yeah, you get the point. Thank you.
Not exciting for the sender.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
We did get a presentation on, fairly detailed presentation on this. I think it was at AMO 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, but this has been in the works for a while, and it's not going to change things for us very much, but it does provide some additional enhancements that, and it also makes it easier for the folks at the other end who handle these calls. Anything else you want to raise? Okay, so can we call a question, please, then? All in favor? Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll sign the agreement. Next one is 10.2, Whitestone Fire Rescue. And this is an intellectual property copyright license agreement between us and MNRF. Mover and seconder, please. The bylaw number 16-2024 being a bylaw to authorize an intellectual property copyright license agreement between the municipality of Whitestone and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry is hereby passed the 16th day of April 2024. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Does anyone want to explain what this is? Or Fire Chief?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a forest fire agreement with MNRF. And the SP 103 is the training manuals that we use. For some reason, they think that we're gonna give them away or copy them or whatever, so they've come out with this agreement. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. That's what we use, that's what we follow. And yeah, they want us to sign an agreement now saying that we only use their books and yeah, there's not much to it.
Well, they charge us money for it, so they don't want us to just copy them and give them away to people. I guess that's the idea, is it?
Well, when you buy the student's manual, you get a instructor's manual and it has all the handouts and everything that you can photocopy anyway, so I'm really not sure why they do this, but however. And the overheads and the 2 videos, so. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Anything else about this? Any comments, questions? All in favor, please indicate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. That's carried. Next one is 10.3. Need a mover and seconder that bylaw number 17-2024, being a bylaw to limit the gross weight of any vehicle or class thereof passing over a bridge, is hereby passed the 16th day of April 2024. Need a mover and seconder.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods moves. Seconded by Councillor Lamb.
I'm still trying to figure out the capital gains here.
Okay, you should, yeah.
It's only for the richest Canadians, so Dave, you're in trouble.
Well, you mean, well, what, you have to have a net worth over 1 billion? or
Well, I don't know
something?
how this, I know we're digressing into
Yes.
our hour, but capital gains above 250,000, which is 40,000 people, share of the people, 0.13%. Average gross income, including capital gains, 1.4 million. So I think it's just applying to the very rich. I think what it is, but
Well, we'll see.
I'll look at what the TSC did at 4 o'clock and tell you how good or bad it is.
You're good, eh?
Did you see the cartoon that had the eclipse and Trudeau and Poilievre were beside one another? And then as it went on, all that was left after the eclipse was Poilievre, right? Everyone else was gone.
Sorry. You have a question about the item that's on?
I have a question, yes, for Mr. Cruiser, and it's just because I don't understand. I'm looking at, I don't know what L3, L2, and L1, what they refer to, and I'm just curious.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
They're basically the configuration of the vehicle. So you could have a tractor, so a tractor and a trailer, a transport.
Uh-huh.
So a tractor's 1 unit, and then the trailer is 2nd unit. And then if you got trains, like, split, so you got 2 trailers,
Okay.
there you go.
Thank you.
So if you're 1 unit, this is what you can do. If you're 2 units, is what you can do. There's 3 units is what you can do.
So that L1 is like 1 unit, and L2 is 2 units, and L3 is 3 units. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so next time you drive 3 units, that's all you can do.
It's like a tractor and a tandem and a pup.
Yeah, you'll see trains quite often down, like, and we even do it with calcium sometimes too. They'll come up with a tractor, a trailer, and pulling another trailer. They're a little bit smaller than the full size, but they're.
Okay, and this is just to confirm that our bridges will hold this, and that's what the limit is. You can't. And I guess there's a sign posted somewhere. Is there to that effect?
These are existing, so nothing changes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the signs are posted.
Okay.
So just for clarity, you don't mind me jumping in?
Yeah.
We have to do, the municipality, and all municipalities have to do a bridge inspection every 2 years. And every 2 years, this bylaw is good for 2 years. And so every 2 years, you're supposed to update your bylaw. And full disclosure, the municipality did a bylaw in 2019. We didn't do one in 2020. And we're now doing one in 2024, which reflects the 2023 bridge inspection. So we have to remind ourselves to keep on the 2-year cycle.
All right, anything else about this one? If not, all those in favor of it? Okay, thank you. That's Councillor
Yes.
Woods. Thank you. That's carried. And that takes us to number 11.1, business matters. And this is a motion to reconsider a resolution.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll read you the motion. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution number 2023-561 on December 12th, 2023. And whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution number 2024-119 at the regular council meeting of March 19th, 2024, to move to reconsider resolution number 2023-561 at the regular council meeting of April 16th, 2024. And whereas resolution number 2023-561 in part indicates the following: that municipal staff draft a formal notification advising the property owners on Bolger, Cashagaba, and Wawash Lakes. One, that a revised deadline for owners of private docks, rail systems / shore dockers, private storage containers that are located at public landing and related municipal shore allowance to the east and west of the landing, to remove them by an extended date of August 6, 2024, and 2, that any private docks, rail systems or shore dockers, private storage containers that remain at the public landing and related municipal shore allowance to the east and west of the landing past the revised date of August 6, 2024, will be removed and disposed of by the municipality of Whitestone or their agents with no further formal notice. And 3, that it be confirmed that no trailers are allowed to be parked or stored at any public landing within the municipal owned lands unless attached to a vehicle, and that if attached to a vehicle, the trailer can remain no more than 14 days as of August 6, 2024. And that the municipality of Whitestone send out formal notification letters to property owners on Bolger Lake, Cashagaba Lake, and Wawash Lake in the form of registered mail, no required signature, and that staff arrange for the removal of shore dockers, storage units, docks, trailers, or other structures that are not removed by the August 6, 2024 date noted above in items 1, 2, and 3, and any expenses or legal fees will be at the owner's expense. And whereas no process exists as indicated in the resolution in the form of registered mail, this is in quotes, in the form of registered mail, no required signature, as all registered mail requires a signature. And whereas registered letters requiring a signature were sent to property owners on Bolger Lake and Cashagaba Lake at a cost of $672.21 for 63 property owners. And whereas registered letters have not yet been sent to the property owners on Wawash Lake, which has been estimated to cost $3,823.92 based on the number of property owners, which is 286 in Ontario, 2 out of province, 22 in the USA, and 2 overseas. And whereas staff were requested to look into the option of sending letters to the Wawash property owners by express post, which has been estimated to cost $4,960. Now therefore be it resolved that resolution number 2023-561 from the December 12th, 2023 regular council meeting be revised such that the letters to be sent to the Wawash property owners are to be sent by regular mail, and that item 3 of resolution number 2023-561 referenced above be revised as follows with the revision in italics and bold. And I'll read it, that it be confirmed that no trailers are allowed to be parked or stored at any public landing within the municipal owned lands and lands where the municipality of Whitestone holds a land use permit with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, unless attached to a vehicle, and that if attached to a vehicle, that the trailer can remain no more than 14 days as of August 6, 2024. And that appropriate signage in respect to trailer storage / parking at public landings be installed as soon as practical.
Could you reread that, please?
I was
Yeah, sure, I could. Is there a mover and seconder for this motion?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any discussion?
I think we all
Mr.
know
Mayor.
what this is about, that we're sending it out by regular mail and we're including where there's a land use permit and that kind of stuff, so. And we're putting in signage up there. I think Councillor Woods had mentioned this at one point, that appropriate signage, say, you know, as of whatever, right? So.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
in respect to the signage, is there, I don't know, how does everybody feel about, shouldn't we make reference to something about like the personal property on shoreline or the dockers? Storage units or something?
Our
Mayor
CAO is
Conway.
going to answer.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with Caitlin. She was very well spoken and I appreciated her knowledge and what she said. We just need to get some clarity of what it would look like and how it would relate to boats being on the shore road allowance. I'm still trying to process that whole discussion. I think there's an answer there somewhere, but by saying appropriate signage, it makes sense that that suggestion be included. And I know Dave Creaser is aware that there's signage needed, all sorts of signage needed that's not just related to that, that's at the landings that will provide clarity for usage of those locations. So I hope that helps. I don't have an answer for you, but I will get one, and I think following up with Caitlin will be helpful.
So just on that particular sorry, did you want to respond, Councillor Woods?
No. I just wanted to bring that up. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of important.
Just on this, thank you. Just on the subject of signage, there is nothing in our budget currently to do this, right? This is talking about signage at all public landings, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a little bit of money there for some signs. I've allowed for some of the work I'm doing. I'm sure it can be covered. It's fine. We have money in with our increased landing budget. I did allow for different locations, updating signage. So.
But there wasn't any, I know, I remember seeing it. There wasn't any at Washkesh, I noticed. And I thought, gee, that's odd because there is some signage there that might in fact have, I don't know if it has to be changed or not. I'd have to go and look at it again.
There is. I'll save you a trip, but there is.
All right. So, but there wasn't, I guess what I'm saying is we don't, and it seems to me like we would have to go out and buy a whole bunch of signs because I doubt that we have any of these. To Councillor Wood's point, I don't think we have any of these signs printed, and I'm not even sure that we know what's going to go on them. So
yeah, and that's the tricky part. We have been in the past kind of updating with stickers, reflective tape. I don't know if it comes to a point where the application doesn't fit that well. So when we have to replace the signs, the stickers are definitely cheaper. We should consider that as we go forward. I don't think it's a big ticket item and shouldn't hold up our budget. Maybe we'll find savings other places.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. would we be able to take some money out of that extra 9,000 or so of parkland and say signage for the parking areas and our launches? If we needed it, that work?
To you, Mayor Cromie, the answer is yes. So as I said, it was an estimated amount of money that we need for boat launches, which was 17,000. If we need another $1,000, for instance, for signage, it's still an appropriate expenditure for the use of the Parkland Reserve. So we try to stay in budget, but if we can't, there's an opportunity for the use of those funds.
Okay, are there any other comments about this?
Nope.
Well, I have one. I am certainly categorically opposed to sending registered mail to everybody in Wawash about this, but I'm concerned, as I expressed previously, and I don't want to repeat myself, about the fact that I'm not convinced. You know, we're in the middle of trying to work on a parking bylaw and trying to figure out exactly how all this what the signs need to say and all these other kinds of things. And so I'm really not in favor of sending anything to the people of Wawash at this point in time. So I'm going to vote against the motion. I don't know what the best procedure is. I mean, I would be happy to rescind all of it, frankly, but if it isn't, if we're not, if we're, you know, if we're still working on the underpinnings of this, it doesn't seem rational to me to send a message to people on Wawash. And even at $1 an email, you realize you're sending it to a whole lot of people that never use the landings, right? You know, about 2/3 of the cottagers who are on Wawash do not, in fact, use the landings. They have their own driveway to get to, so they don't park at it or do any of the other things that were. They don't park trailers there. They get their own place to put the trailers. So I'm just.
Is there a way?
I think we could save ourselves a whole lot of money, right?
Is there a way to segregate those that are water access only?
Well, there is, because you can. You know, we did this study. The task force did the study, and they identified how many properties there were that were water access only. And water access only people are going to use some landing, right? Well, some of them might use Bennett's, of course, and they would pay Bennett's and they wouldn't be affected by this. But you know, I mean, it's just, I'll tell you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about that we send something to them and out to a whole bunch of people, and then we get a delegation and a bunch of folks from Cottagers Association was saying, well, wait a minute, I don't really understand how this is going to work. How's this going to affect this? Or how's that going to affect me or whatever? And then we realized that we got to come back and revise it again. What are we going to do then? We're going to send them another letter, say, sorry, it's not August 15th, it's September the 1st, or I don't know. I'm just uneasy about sending a letter out. Folks who have read these resolutions, I did receive email from a couple of people who said, can you explain this to me? And candidly, I couldn't, right? Because it wasn't clear to me exactly what, you know, what we were telling them they couldn't do, and and how it was going to be enforced in these various other things. And so I think it's, unless what we send out is really, really very, very, very clear, we're probably going to still have some churn as a result of this.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Wawash, the problem is just the trailer. So I think the letter can't be the same letter that was sent out, obviously, to Bolger Lake, right? And it's, you know, Michelle and staff can make it up to say, you know, our main concern with respect to Wawash parking of trailers in a parking lot. It doesn't mean you can't put your boats as you normally have, on the shore near the landing. If this has been what you, I'm sorry. I'll shut this off. Like, there's a way to word it to say what we're concerned about at Wawashkesh, and this is what it's going to, right? Not to everyone else. And that's the only concern that I think everybody has out at Wawashkesh. They don't have shore dockers. We don't, you can, I guess, mention it, but it doesn't affect them that way. I agree that communication is important and how you do it, but I don't want to get, if the idea is to kind of derail the thing for August the 6th, I don't want to, say, oh, we don't have to send a letter, then we get a month or two from now. Well, you didn't send a letter out, you didn't tell them, so now it's no good, right? So you're going around in a circle. And I just think we should send an appropriate letter, and I think leave it to staff to I'm certainly willing to look at the letter or work, with Michelle or whatever on it, but I think it needs to go out. I mean, the motion itself says it has to go out. All we're doing is changing the method that we're sending it, right? That's what the discussion tonight is, not to reconsider whether we're even going to send it out.
Okay, well, I guess my question to our CAO is, if we pass this, if council passes the motion that is here, do you have do you consider that you have the latitude to craft what goes out, or? Because this is all we're doing here is we're changing clause 3. Clauses 1 and 2 are still there, which don't, as Councillor Lamb has indicated, don't apply to Wawashkesh, I would think.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I've given a little thought to the letter. I haven't written it yet. The folks, the 400 and some odd property owners of Wawashkesh will get a letter, and we can scope it to suggest that and speak to what will actually apply to Wawashkesh, but they still get a copy of the resolution. So they'll see the whole resolution, and we can indicate that the focus for the Wawashkesh parking lot is the no trailer parking, no independent trailer parking, and no parking a trailer attached to a vehicle for more than 14 days. So those are the 14 days annually. So those are the things that will apply to them. I don't think there's any shore dockers or docks. As the mayor had said, there's definitely people that park their boat there, and they're temporary. They do a little shopping in town, and I don't think we don't really get any complaints. We do have a boat parking area that Dave created that seems to be working. Some tinners that are out of the way. So I'll give some thought to the letter. I'll certainly share it with all of council as a draft before it goes out, so that there's you can make some comments on it. But as the mayor said, many people won't know what to make of it. They won't. They'll either ignore it or call the office and say, how does this apply to me? So we'll prepare ourselves for that discussion.
It just applies to the public landing, not to the property in front of their place and stuff like that. It doesn't really change very much. It really changes for 12 or 15 people that are parking their trailer in there, right?
Okay, well, anyway, are there any other comments for this? Okay, I'm going to request a recorded vote.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
No.
Okay, that motion carries.
Okay, next we have
Councillor Nash would go down as absent, right? On that vote, yeah, thank you.
yes, he would. Sorry, I don't know if Don't know if I actually marked that on all these ones. So you keep track of it, Madam Clerk, but Councillor Nash. Absent. Okay. So what is, okay, 11.2, sorry, the Prairie Sound Area Detachment Board. I really missed it. Here's the motion. Whereas the Community Safety and Policing Act came into force on April 1st, 2024, and whereas CSPA, that's what it's referred to, Section 67 requires that there be at least one Ontario Provincial Police Detachment Board for each OPP detachment that provides policing in a municipality or First Nation. And whereas the West Parry Sound OPP Detachment Board has been approved to have 12 members as follows. One council representative from each of the following. Carling Township, Municipality of McDougall, McKellar Township, Town of Parry Sound, Township of the Archipelago, Municipality of Whitestown, Henby Inlet First Nation, and Seguin Township. 2 jointly appointed community members, this is plus 2 jointly appointed community members and 2 provincially appointed members. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone appoints Councillor Bray to the West Parry Sound OPP Detachment Board for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term of council or until a successor is appointed. Who would like to move that?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, all right, we'll get Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any discussion on this? Hope it's not coming as a surprise to you, is it? No, Councillor Ray is not. It's not vehemently opposing the motion, I gather. No discussion? Then I guess we will call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Very good, thank you. Next one. 11.3, Waashkish Docks and Infrastructure. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone passed resolution number 2023-172 on April 4th, 2023 as follows. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby request staff to arrange on a go-forward basis for the maintenance of the public docks at the Waashkish Landings, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby request staff to arrange on a go-forward basis the maintenance and seasonal installation and removal of the safety boom at the Andy Verma Memorial Waashkish Dam. And whereas resolution number 2023-172 provided for the assumption of maintenance only. So we're missing here. Of maintenance only of the public docks at the Waashkish Landings, leaving the dock ownership with the Lake Waashkish Conservation Association. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby acknowledges the Municipality of Whitestone will assume full ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bennett's Bay Landing and Indian Narrows, having already assumed responsibility of the maintenance of these assets by a resolution number 2023-172 dated April 4th, 2023. And that staff be requested to prepare an agreement for the transfer of ownership of the docks and associated structures at Bennett's Bay Landing and Indian Narrows for the consideration of $2 from the Lake Waashkish Conservation Association to the Municipality of Whitestone, and that the mayor and clerk, CAO clerk, be authorized to execute the above referenced agreement. Is somebody going to move that? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. Any discussion? All right, then. Let me call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. I believe that motion is carried. Well, what have we got? Next one, 11.4 is a motion to support a Perry Township resolution of February 21st, which had a request to the province to amend the blue box regulation for ineligible sources. And this item was requested by Councillor Bray out of correspondence. So here's our motion. Whereas the Corporation of the Township of Perry passed the following resolution. I'll read it. Whereas under Ontario Regulation 391-21, blue box producers are fully accountable and financially responsible for their products and packaging once they reach their end of life and are disposed of for eligible sources only, eligible in quotes. And whereas ineligible sources, which producers are not responsible for, include businesses, places of worship, daycares, campgrounds, public-facing and internal areas of municipal-owned buildings, and not-for-profit organizations such as shelters and food banks. And whereas, should a municipality continue to provide services to the ineligible sources, the municipality will be required to oversee the collection, transportation, and processing of that recycling, assuming 100% of those costs. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Perry hereby requests that the province amend Ontario Regulation 391/21, Blue Box, title Blue Box, so that producers are responsible for the end-of-life management of recycling products from all sources. And further, that Council hereby requests the support of all Ontario municipalities, and further that this resolution be forwarded to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Andrea Kanjan, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Honorable Graydon Smith, MPP for Parry Sound Muskoka, and to all other municipalities. So that I just read is the resolution that the Township of Perry passed. Now back to our resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone declares their support of the Township of Perry's resolution requesting the province to amend the blue box regulation for ineligible sources. And that this resolution, our resolution, be forwarded to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Andrea Kanjan, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Honorable Graydon Smith, MPP for Parry Sound Muskoka. Who would like to move that? Councillor Bray would like to move that. Seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Oh, Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yep, just very quickly, I think this is really straightforward. I think it's important that we ask that the government the province be shown that it's very inequitable to have some places that are eligible and some ineligible. And I think that we need to support Perry Township and the other townships, anybody who is talking about this, because I think that the only way it will get changed is if there's pressure from other municipalities. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Concur with those sentiments. Anything else? All those in favor, please indicate.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. That's carried. Now, the next one is 11.5, which is a request from Legion Branch 394. Both, I don't know, does this put us in a bind?
Yeah.
Both Councillor Bray and I have,
Well, I think it just goes with two.
there are two
Brian and I.
councillors left. We're okay, I guess, right?
That's correct. So,
We're good.
But I'm going to pass the chair for this item.
Just hand me the
to
motion.
Council-
Just hand me the motion so I can read it
Here,
and
I'm
sign
going to
it.
pass the chair for this item to Councillor Lamb,
Yep, thank you.
since I won't be speaking or voting
Yeah,
on it.
that's fine.
yes, just for clarity, so we're in, quorum is required for every meeting and with the majority of the members, except where a majority of members have disclosed a conflict with respect to a matter. Wherein the remaining members present will be deemed to constitute quorum, provided that such number is not less than 2. So we've We have two.
Okay. Legion Branch, 392, Magneto One Dunchurch, request for temporary outdoor physical extension, public patio, dated March 25th, 2024, be amended regulation 746/21 under the Liquor License and Control Act 219. That the council of the municipality of Whitestone approve the request from Legion Branch 392, Magneto One Dunchurch, located at 2130 Balsam Road, for a temporary outdoor physical extension, in bracket temporary patio, per the sketch attached or hereto attached, and that the approval is issued for the time frame of May 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2024, and that the following conditions will apply to the above referenced approval. Number one, Legion Branch 392 Magneto One Dunchurch shall provide the municipality of Whitestone proof of notification to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, AGCO, prior to setting up the temporary patio per amended regulation 746/21 under the Liquor License and Control Act 219. And number two, that no liquor shall be served or permitted outside of the delineated temporary patio area. So I need a mover, which I'm going to assume is Councillor Woods.
I'll move for sure.
Okay. Oh, where's the mover here? Oh, up top, I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Nash, or Councillor Woods, and I will second it. Any discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes, that's carried, thank you. There you go. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb. I will resume the chair. Item 11.6, Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Services, a memorandum from our CAO clerk dated April 16th, 2024. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the memorandum from CAO Clerk Hendry dated April 16th, 2024 in regard to bylaw enforcement services for the municipality, and that staff consider available options to replace the current bylaw enforcement officer at the end of his current term of contract, which is December 31st, 2024. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb, seconds. Any discussion on this one?
Yeah, this, through you, Mr. Mayor, the available options will come back to council, right? Yeah, okay.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor, please. Show of hands.
Councillor Wood, yes.
And thank you, Councillor Woods. That motion is carried. We're on a roll. Okay, District of Parry Sound Municipal Association Spring 2024 meeting in Emsdale on May 17th. This is the item that was added to the agenda because of timing. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the agenda for the DPSMA Spring 2024 meeting and approve the following council members or staff to attend the meeting in Emsdale on May 17th, 2024. So I guess the last couple of times we've done this, every councilor who wanted to come did in fact attend. I know we did in McMurray Monteith. Is there any reason to do anything different here? We'll just say any councilor who wishes to attend.
And that's the Friday of the long weekend day.
You could be right, I guess. Well, is that
That's
cause
not a
people to-
problem for me, just.
Yeah, I just wondered if that would cause anybody to take their name off the list. I'm certainly prepared to go to it.
I'll
So
go.
we don't know, I guess, from Councillor Nash if he wants to come or not. but-
We'll have Wendy contact him, Councillor Woods.
So can I fill this in as any counselor who was, any interested counselor? Is that?
I think that's fine. And then myself and our deputy clerk will be attending as well.
Okay, any counselor, I'll just put available and willing to attend. And willing to attend. Attend, and I will put CAO clerk Hendry and deputy clerk
Oh, Jesus.
Schroeder. Okay,
That's in
that's the motion.
Elmsville, isn't it?
All those in,
Elmsville? Yeah, the only other comment I make through you, Mr. Mayor, is you
Oh.
should maybe call them and make sure, I remember when Tanner's, they put on a great lunch for us.
Yeah.
But it was all decks on hand. You had you, Michelle, and a bunch of other people serving and cleaning up, and they don't have enough staff. You know, the guy goes over with his partner and a couple other people, and if you hadn't worked really hard here, it would have been a bit of more of a disaster, I think. So maybe you should just tell
Through you,
them.
Mr. Mayor, I will let the deputy clerk at McKellar know
Yeah.
because she's organized it, but I'm not sure she realized just how many of our staff
Yeah.
participated in serving the meal. I think the fellow that made the meal brought 3 people with him.
yeah.
So I'll let her know, but it'll be their issue to resolve, but she should be reminded of that.
Yeah. Good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We do need a mover and seconder for this, by the way. We didn't get one.
I'll move.
Okay, Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Now we'll call the question. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Woods, okay, thank you. That brings us to correspondence. Or what have I missed? Get down to the end of the agenda here. Yes, it is correspondence, item 12, and we have a list of several items. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 9 of the April 16th, 2024 agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council received the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion or action. So we need to populate this list. We have items A through G, and we have 2 E1s. These are because they both deal with extending the lifespan of firefighting equipment. Anyway, what ones, what's your pleasure? What ones do you want to extract?
I want C and E.
C and E.
I don't have any.
So C is, this is DSAB, right? DSAB. Request for support. And E is extend life of firefighting equipment. Anything else, Councillor Woods?
No, I was gonna call the same as E, as Janice just did there.
I'm sorry, which one were you?
E.
E.
E. Okay, all right. All right, so can I get a mover and seconder that then for the motion with these extracted? Moved by Counselor Bray, seconded by
I'll
Counselor
second.
Woods.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go with the item C, Counselor Bray.
Yes, this is just asking for our support for this youth wellness hub. It's a grant area. They're applying for funding for it, and the opportunity is for it's with the Nipissing Perry Sound CAS, and so there is opportunity for the main hub will be in probably in North Bay, but for our youth that there could be programming and different satellites here in the District of Perry Sound. And I think that would be a really good thing for our youth because I do know from my work in social services that we have enough youth that need support that we should be supporting this. Thanks.
Anything-
So I'm
Sorry,
so
go ahead.
sorry. So I'm asking for it for staff to take it and bring it back to another meeting with a resolution.
Okay, so it's not time sensitive. I was just looking at it. I didn't see a date.
Yeah, I assume
I
that's
didn't
good.
see a
We'll do
date
something
either.
on May 21st then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else about item C? If not, item E, extending the life of the firefighting equipment. Did you have, yes, go ahead, Councilor Bray. Yeah.
Yeah, this sort of speaks to what we have discussed earlier when we were at a situation where we were required to purchase a new pumper, and that was mainly because of the regulations. And this is asking the province to look at small municipalities and smaller fire departments and not be treating all departments exactly the same. And so that the life of a pumper, which, you know, for a small municipality like ourselves, we would not have the hours the same as what a city would have. And so therefore we shouldn't be held to the same standards. So I was interested when this came up that there's 2 letters. And I thought, oh, well, this is something we talked about and it has affected us. So maybe we should be supporting this. So again, I would ask that this be taken, if the rest of the council is interested, that this be taken back, council or staff take it back and prepare a resolution to support this.
I'm just, to be honest with you, I hadn't looked at this before. But this motion talks about regulations. These really are not regulations, okay? These are guidelines that come from the Fire Underwriter Service, which, and it's not to invalidate what they're asking, but the question is, who do you ask? The province itself does not regulate this. The Fire Underwriting Service says if you want to have, if you want your ratepayers to have preferred insurance rates, then you've got to replace your equipment. But so I don't know what the province would have to do with it. I mean, they don't control NFPA, they don't control the Fire Underwriter Service, so I'm not sure how this would get action. This might, guess my concern. And anyway, so they're asking their MPP in this case to do something about it. It's outside of his jurisdiction.
Again, it may be out of his jurisdiction, and it may be that this is not that it will not produce action with the way we would with the fire underwriters. But I mean, it's also providing the province, the government with information from small municipalities. And, you know, we may not be able to make any inroads with the underwriters if we just went that way. But if we're going through the province is able to then look at things and look at how some of their regulations affect small municipalities. Maybe they have some, and maybe they can't make any changes, but maybe they can also have some discussions around this to say, how does it affect, how do all these things affect small municipalities? And you know, again, I'm not saying that it's going to make change. I'm not asking for that. I'm saying that we should be supporting this in order to help all of our small municipalities have a voice when something is more causes more cost for a small municipality, and we don't have the tax base to be able to do this like a bigger town or city has. It's just, it just spoke to me in that it's something that we talked about and it has affected us. And I just see two other places putting their voice forward. I thought we could.
Okay, thank you. So should we treat this in the same way as the previous one that we talked about and try to draft a motion? Is that your pleasure?
Yes, noted.
I would suggest that the primary target for this should be the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, right?
Yeah.
Because that's whose wheelhouse it is in terms of cabinet. And of course, we can copy it to our own MPP, Braden Smith. So do you want a resolution and coming in when we come out under matters? Well, I don't think I have a matters arising. But
What I can tell council is we'll take direction on those two items and make note in the minutes that their supporting resolutions will come back in May.
Okay, so we're good to go. Did we vote on this? I bet we didn't. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Okay. So we have closed session things which are not here. So we're ready, I think. Councillor items. Are there any councillor items?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
I just wanted to bring up the Easter breakfast was a success. I went, breakfast was fantastic as always. There was a really, really good turnout this year from what I seen. Just wanted to thank everybody that puts that on and all the volunteer time that gets put into it. It's definitely appreciated.
Okay, thank you for those comments. That's that was I heard that as well. Any other councillor items? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I have three things. First of all, over at the library, we had our meeting last night. I want everyone to know at the end of, I think it's May 26th or something like that, we're having a work of art that's been commissioned from an American actually in Magnetowan. And we're going to have a 30-foot fishing pole in front of the library, which is going to actually be higher than the building itself. So, and it's going to be a real fishing pole, I guess, of some sort. And it may even reach the Guinness World Record of the highest. So it's maybe going to be Whitestone's horse that Magnetowan or that McKellar has, or the work of art that's down in the park in Magnetowan. So there'll be a dedication service that comes, and I'll get the date to people, but it'll be up on our website, etc. So
what day did you say it was?
It's in May sometime. I
Oh.
didn't copy it down.
Okay.
I think
All right.
something says the 26th, but I might be wrong. It's towards the end of May, but
Okay.
I can certainly tell you later. So The second thing is, I've been thinking a lot, and I talked to Manish about this T2200 form, right? And I'm getting a little more and more passionate about when I look at my job, and I'm sure it reflects what other people on council have when it comes to their job, that, 90% of our work isn't done here once a month. It's done on the phone, using our computers, using our phones, using our residents. And if there's any, in my mind, definition of the need for a 2200 form, it's what we do. And I think rather than, it's sort of like a lawyer or anything else, they're only as good as the information you provide them. And I'm going to suggest that someone maybe get with Manish, and I'll certainly willing to do this. Councillor Nash also seems to know a lot more. I've never had a 2200 form in my life, but someone get with him when he does make a call to the CRA to at least reflect, so they totally understand what it is that we're dealing with here. And maybe we end up with a different, fresh look at it or whatever. But I know there's a lot of stuff. I mean, Councillor Nash seems to come in here every month with his own copy of everything, right? He uses his computer, he uses his copier, he uses all that. He doesn't send us a bill or anything for that. It's just bothering me more and more. So may I suggest that staff include someone when they maybe revisit this with CRA, just so that they understand from a counselor's perspective what's going on. I know I'm not accusing Manish or anyone else of standing in the way or anything like that. It's just sometimes you get a different answer if they see it in a different light or different perspective, right? And I said to Manish, wouldn't you expect if I said to you, Manish, you are working at home 30 days a month, but you're expected to come in and meet for one day with Michelle, okay? But I'm not going to give you a 2200 form, right? And I know it's an employee versus a counselor, but he would certainly expect that, right? As anyone would. And I just fail to see why counselors are exempt from this. Maybe the answer truly is. So it's been bothering me, and that's all I would ask is if that's possible.
I'll just speak. I have spoken to Manish about this, and his information to date has been partially through email, partially through phone calls with the auditor and CRA and the MFOA. He's planning on, if he hasn't started already, doing a written request, which, as you indicated, would outline maybe a little more robustly the points that you're making. And we'll have to wait a couple of months for CRA to get back to us, but it's more formal than a phone call.
But could someone from council, like I'll certainly volunteer, look at that letter before it's sent?
Yeah, I think that, well, I'll ask Manish to prepare the letter, and then you can have a look at it.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
But it'll focus on the things that you're saying.
Okay. The last thing I have is we've talked amongst ourselves at council about having a facilitator and having a meeting in terms of a facilitator. And this has been going on for at least 2, maybe 3 months now. And I just don't see any concrete steps forward visible to me as a counselor. And I think it's critical. I think that there's I don't mind saying it publicly, I guess, but there's friction that goes on within council. There's dynamics that go on within council that quite frankly, I haven't seen in my 17 years on council. And I think we need to address them. That's the only thing that I can come up with. And certainly, I'm willing to arrange that if the mayor doesn't have time to do this, or if we're, but this is simply picking a facilitator. The facilitator can develop an agenda for the day. That's what they do for a living, right? It's just a matter of pick one and go get me in at Manitou or wherever the heck we get, and get a room for the day and have lunch and do what we've agreed that we all want to do. And it's just getting frustrating to me because I don't see the issues being really addressed. And, you know, we've seldom go through a meeting where someone's not either called out of order or someone's talking too long or someone's, you know, we've got to lay all this out on the table and get it fixed, because otherwise, you know, we're now down to 2.5 years left, and it's going to get a longer and longer 2.5 years. So again, I'm willing to take that on as an assignment. But anyway, that's my comment on it. So thank you.
Well, I'm going to respond to that. The problem is not for lack of trying. The problem is the question of finding someone who has skills in this area, which is really organizational psychology. You need someone. It's not a question of facilitating a meeting where we sort of come up with the agenda and that sort of thing. It's somebody who has the ability to do, to diagnose the kind of issues that you're talking about, and has experience doing that. And I've reached out to a number of people, and I've got suggestions from various people about who could do this. The problem is that the people that get suggested are people who are used to, in effect, teaching members of council what they should know about their jobs. And we've had such people do this for us before. In fact, everyone who's on the council should have attended counselor training provided by EMO and that sort of thing. But I don't think that having somebody come in, the people who teach those kind of courses, coming in and giving us a lecture or giving us instruction like our lawyer or integrity commissioners have done, is going to get at the issues that you're talking about. So we could spend a day doing that, but I don't think it'll. I don't think those folks will tell you, well, this is what you should do, just do it. And we're not going to get into the things that we're not going to be able to unpack the various things that individuals that are doing that are causing annoyance to others on the council. That's a particular skill. And finding the right person to do that is not a simple matter. So it's not for lack of trying. I think we should do it. But I don't think it's just a case of finding somebody who's a consultant or somebody who comes in and convenes meetings without having that particular set of skill. And there's an education process behind it, which is described usually as industrial psychology or organizational psychology, and those people have specific credentials. There are kind of largish firms that do it, in the consulting space, but they charge quite a bit to do it. And I think what we want to do is we want to find because we're a very small group, want to find an individual who can do it. And once we find somebody who can do it, I think it'll be a relatively simple matter to find a date and a place. But that's, again, getting that individual has not turned out to be easy. Councilor Bray.
Well, is there some way that we can expedite this? I mean, if it means that we have to have a company that costs a bit more, then perhaps maybe we should be looking into that. It's just that we're losing momentum if we don't come together to to work on this. I feel that we're losing our opportunities, and we're losing opportunities for our council and for all of our ratepayers to see our council moving forward in a positive way for for the municipality. So I would say that it's important that we get on this. And if we are committed to this, then we spend the money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess the comment I have, Mr. Mayor, is, maybe I'm pretty or more simple person, but I don't see necessarily the need for an industrial psychologist or psychiatrist or whatever the hell to do this. I think a good facilitator, can facilitate a group of people like us, and we're all intelligent people, to, lay on the table perhaps some of the issues that are occurring. And I think just by virtue of talking about that and having a good facilitator being able to say, thanks, Councilor Bray, and now Mayor Comrie, what do you, I don't see it as deep and so big as you see it. Like, just pick a facilitator. There are all kinds of them that facilitate all kinds of situations. But, I don't want a psychiatrist in there, I
I
don't.
didn't say a psychiatrist.
You said a sociologist.
I
or
said an organizational psychologist. That's not a
Well, I think
psychiatrist.
that's
Those are
way
two
too
completely
deep.
different things.
First of all, it isn't up to you to decide who we get. I would be giving this to the CAO to find someone. Like, I just don't see, like, this is all of council, including you, like including me, no one, you're not the king here when it comes to this sort of thing. Like, we have staff, have them pick a facilitator, have them pick a date, have them book something, and let's get on with the damn doggone thing, right? Like, otherwise we're gonna sit there in June, right? Like,
Well, do you have a suggestion for somebody that you think should do this?
I'll work with Michelle and I'll arrange the whole thing. Why don't you
Well-
give it to me? I'll arrange the whole thing.
Uh,
Are you willing to do that?
uh,
Can I do it by resolution? I'll make the resolution that I take and work with Michelle to get this all set up.
Well,
Get a
look,
seconder
I'm
and-
trying to make, I've been through these things before. I'm trying to make the thing successful. If you don't get the right person, you will waste the day and you will go away with people being more angry than they were when they started. This is not,
Oh, I don't think that'll occur.
well.
Maybe they will, but
Well,
I think
trust me.
I think they're pretty frustrated the way it is. So I don't
Yeah.
think it can do any harm.
Well, I mean, if somebody else wants to take it over, that's fine.
I'll
and
take it
and
over.
and I will,
Who's with
and I
me?
will, and I will decide whether or not I want to participate then.
That's pure good leadership, isn't it?
Yeah, just having,
I can't believe you said that. I'll decide whether I'll participate. It's your council. You're the leader
Yeah.
of council.
yeah, and
Well,
I'm trying to exercise the leadership and
the
do
way
something
you
that is
want it.
useful, and you don't, well, you don't, we're getting at the
I've
problem
given
that
you
we have.
3 months to do it and you're not
No,
doing
you
it.
don't,
Mr.
you don't
Mayor,
give me
Mr.
anything.
Mr.
I'm the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can we not do this? Because that's
Well,
exactly what the problem
that's-
is. So can we
yeah.
please, I would say that I'd be more than happy for staff, for our CAO to take the lead and find somebody, and we will try it. If it works, wonderful. If it doesn't, then we look at something else. But we have to try
Perfect.
something. And I would say that if we could get something organized in the next couple of months, that would be really important for us to move forward. Let's not make any more out of it. Let's just get going and get something and try it. And then we'll see whether it's successful or not.
I agree. Leave it with the CAO to arrange.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Good. How are you, Councillor Woods? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, I have my own ideas, but I don't think anybody would want to go down that route. Everybody come hang out with me for a Saturday, and by the end of the day, we'll all be done with the arguing and we'd be able to get past things.
Would we still be alive?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You just got to show up with an open mind. That's all.
Okay, so I think we're
That's
done.
all
with-
I have.
Mr. Mayor, I have 2 items, sorry for.
Oh,
counselor
sorry. Yeah,
items.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly let everybody know that the fire department presented at the last Lunch and Learn this past week. And it was very well received, and I
Wow.
think we'll be asked back because there were lots more questions that people had. So that was really great. It was, we had the manager of dispatch come and talk about what happens when you dial 911, and everybody had many questions. So I think the whole thing was a really good success. And I just wanted to remind everybody that Earth Day is on the 22nd, but our Earth Day event is on April 21st from 1 to 3 p.m. We are so thankful for the Lions Club and the Recreation Committee and the Environmental Stewardship Committee working together to try to come up with a really good event. And we do appreciate the Manager of Public Works, Mr. Creaser, for the gloves and the bags being provided, and also the trailer for all the garbage. So we're looking forward to it. I'm hoping that there'll be more people than last year come out. There will be light refreshments in here, and yeah, I think that it's a good activity, and it's also something that we're trying to remind people that Earth Day is not just one day, it's every day, and we should be part of it. And if you know, on Facebook, I'm very happy that our communications person is very good at putting out the information around Earth Day. So I think all in all, it's a real good start. Thank you.
I heard nothing but good things about the Lunch and Learn, by the way. It was from people.
Okay. We have no members of the public online or in the room other than ourselves. Confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb moves. Councillor Bray seconds. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. And how about adjournment?
Councillor Woods,
I'll second it.
I have to find the right paper here. So adjournment. Oh, here it is. Okay. So Councillor Woods moved, seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Lamb. Now therefore it resolved this meeting be adjourned at, looks like 6:57 p.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.